Recall. We make the impossible possible. You name it, you'll remember it. And how does it really seem? As real as any memory in your head. Quayle didn't bother to conceal his skepticism. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, Doug, your brain won't know the difference, or your money back. You'll even have tangible proofs. Ticket stubs, postcards, film, shots you took of local sites on Mars with a rented movie camera, souvenirs, and more. You'll have all the support you need for your memories. We guarantee... What about the guy you almost lobotomized? Quayle interrupted. Did he get a refund? McLean managed not to wince. That's ancient history, Doug. Nowadays, traveling with recall is safer than getting on a rocket. Total Recall. Piers Anthony. Inspired by the works of Philip K. Dick and Ronald Shusett, Dan O'Bannon, Stephen Pressfield. Narrated by Amy Mullen. Chapter 1. Mars. 2 moons hung in the dark red sky. One was full, the other crescent. One seemed to be 4 times the diameter of the other, and neither was exactly round. In fact, both might better have been described as egg-like, a chicken egg and a robin egg, perhaps even potato-like, large and small. The big one was Phobos, named after the personification of fear, the type that possessed armies and caused their defeat. The smaller one was Deimos, the personification of terror. This was appropriate, for these were the companions of the ancient Roman god of war and agriculture, Mars. The landscape of Mars was ugly. As far as the horizon, which was closer than it would have been on Earth, there were barren rock formations, overhanging ledges, and dust. There might have been a war here, fracturing the terrain, but there was obviously no agriculture. This was no man's land in the truest sense. Douglas Quayle stood on the jaggedly sloping surface. He wore a lightweight spacesuit with breathing apparatus, for the atmospheric pressure here was only 150th that of Earth at ground level, and the temperature was about 100 degrees below zero, Fahrenheit. There would have been Arctic snow if the scant air had had enough water vapor to form it. Any failure of his suit, any little tear on the edge of one of the rocks, would finish him just about as quickly as it would in deep space. About the only thing Mars had going for it that the vacuum of space didn't was gravity, slightly better than 1/3 of Earth's. At least it provided some notion of what was up and what was down, and made it possible to walk. Quayle hardly needed low gravity to help him walk. He was a massive man, so muscular that even the spacesuit could not hide his physique. He seemed to exude raw power. His chiseled features within the helmet were set, reflecting his indomitable will. It was obvious that he was here by no accident. He had a mission, and not even the hell that was this planet would balk him for long. He scanned the horizon. As he turned, the jumbled terrain changed, until it reared up into the most phenomenal mountain known in the solar system, Olympus Mons, 10 miles above the point where he stood. In its totality, it was closer to 15 miles, more than triple the height of Earth's largest, Mauna Loa of Hawaii, most of whose mass was hidden beneath the Pacific Ocean. Like that one, this was volcanic, but on a scale unknown on Earth. The base of its cone was some 350 miles in diameter, with radially spreading lava flows now frozen in place. A mighty scarp over 2 miles high ringed its base, defining it strangely but clearly. Olympus Mons was a wonder to make even a man like Quayle pause in admiration. There was a sound behind him, audible more as vibration in the rock than as any wave in the trace atmosphere. Someone was approaching. A woman. Quayle turned as if expecting her, unsurprised, and gazed at her with appreciation. She was worth it. She was as well formed for her sex as he was for his, voluptuous within her spacesuit. Behind her visor her hair showed brown, and her eyes were great and dark. She gazed back at him, and her posture suggested her interest. If she was not in love with him, she was getting there. But this was hardly the place for romance. The suits would have made anything significant impossible, even if they had it in mind. This was business. She turned and walked toward a pyramid-shaped mountain he hadn't looked at before. Hardly on the scale of Olympus Mons, it remained big enough to be impressive. It seemed almost artificial in its symmetry. How had such a curious feature come to be on Mars? Well, it was no bigger a mystery than the human faces sculpted in other rocks, or the many little alien artifacts scattered about, evidence that man had not been the first here. Quayle followed, regretting that only her helmet was translucent. Even so, it was a pleasure to watch her walk. She led him to a tortured opening in the side of the mountain, evidently a fault that had sprung during one of the eruptions. It was a cave whose walls were sheer. Just enough light filtered in through crevices to enable them to find secure footing as the passage wound into the mountain. They came to a ledge deep inside. They were in a roughly circular chamber of considerable size. No, it was a depression, a hole. The sky of Mars showed above. Its floor was a pit so deep that it seemed to have no bottom. Quayle's eyes, adapting to the deep shade at this level, made out only the curving rim and the cylindrical rise of the rock above. Was this a natural cavity, or a chamber hewn by man? It had aspects of both, and neither. He felt an awe of it that related only partly to its size and mystery. Somehow he knew that the significance of the place transcended anything any ordinary man or woman might compass, that what the two of them did here was more important than anyone on earth could guess. The woman walked to the right. She reached down and drew out a slender cable. It seemed to be anchored to a large rock or projection from the wall. She backed away, hauling on the cable, and it extended. She turned, and Quayle saw that the end she held was connected to an apparatus somewhat like a fishing reel mounted on a solid belt. She brought this belt to him and stretched out its ends. She bent to reach around his waist, wrapping the belt until it snapped together behind him. Now the reel was in front, and he was tied to the rock. Quayle tested it himself, stepping back and watching the cable pay out. It was coiled within the reel, flattening there but becoming round as it reached toward the rock anchor. There was actually a considerable length of it, but it weighed only a few pounds. He put two gloved hands on the cable and pulled them apart. The cable held. He increased the pull, his muscles showing. Still it held. He gestured to the woman, and she approached. He formed a loop in the cable and signaled that she should sit in it. Awkwardly, she did, holding on to the top to maintain her balance. Of course, she weighed only 45 pounds in the Mars gravity, but it was obvious that he could have lifted her full weight almost as easily. She smiled. He let her down, smiling also. The cable would do. They grasped their clumsy, suited hands, bidding each other farewell. They embraced, touching visors, unable to kiss. If there was one thing he really hated about a spacesuit... Quail let her go and stepped to the edge of the rim. He put his hands on it, then swung his legs over and down in a maneuver that would have been difficult in Earth gravity. He gripped the cable, facing toward the wall, and lowered himself into the dark chasm, hand under hand. A lesser man would have repelled, passing the cable under his left thigh and over his right shoulder, using a double line that he allowed to lengthen slowly for the descent. Quail didn't bother. He simply handed himself down almost as if on a ladder. His feet jumped down the wall, a yard at a time, keeping him away from it. Child's play. He paused a few yards down, looking up. The woman leaned over the rim. The upper portion of her body showed in silhouette, her head seeming to be lighted because of the translucence of the helmet. She looked like an angel on a painted ceiling. The full moon Phobos floated above her head, completing the halo. She put her hand to her helmet, then flung it out, blowing him a kiss. Quail felt a surge of emotion. God, she was beautiful. But he had business. He waved back, then resumed his downward progress. He realized that he didn't have to use his hands. The reel could be set to pay out the cable at a steady rate. He adjusted it and let go. Sure enough, he continued down at the same rate as before. This freed his hands for anything else they might be needed for. He relaxed and looked around. Moonlight illuminated the pit, showing him details he had not been able to see from above. There were dozens of gigantic vertical pipes rising from the depths, reminding him vaguely of a monstrous calliope. Somehow he was sure they didn't play music. But what did they do? They weren't here as a work of Martian art. I'm sorry, there are a lot of exclamation points in this book. Motherfucker. There was a vibration at his waist. Something was going wrong with the reel. He grabbed for it, but his clumsy gloves either had no effect or made things worse. The cable uncoiled at a terrifying rate. Quail plunged into the bottomless abyss. He flailed wildly, trying to stop himself. His feet lost contact with the wall, and he spun around, seeing the wall, the pipes, and the space between them whirl dizzyingly as he fell. "Doug!" It was the woman, calling an alarm from above. He tried to answer, but was too disoriented even to do that. He kept falling, hurtling down into the void, out of control. "Doug!" her voice came, despairingly, faint in the distance. The abyss filled with bright white light. Quail knew it was the end. Somehow he wasn't frightened. All he could do was meet his destiny. Chapter 2. Lori. Quail woke, startled. He was in bed, on Earth, quite safe. The bedroom was bathed in morning light. As he reoriented and his heartbeat returned to normal, he realized that he should have known that his experience wasn't real. He had never been to Mars, so how could he have found himself there, without even questioning it, without knowing how he had come? He had simply popped into existence on the barren surface, and met a girl, and gone into a cave or crevice in the side of a mountain shaped like a pyramid, and down into a huge hole. Did any of that make sense on a rational basis? In the dream he had accepted it, but that was the way of dreams. Now his mind reviewed it, finding place after place where the scene broke down. All that light from that tiny moon? Well, maybe. How could he know without being there? But that cable, why hadn't he simply grabbed it and halted his fall? There was no question of his ability to do that. It was attached to him, so he could have circled it at its exit from the reel with his gloved hand, and clamped down and held on. With his weight only a fraction of its earth amount, and the power of his arms, it would have been like catching a huge turkey someone threw to him. A jolt, but not impossible. Only the ambience of the dream had made that fall seem inevitable. Yet a trifling detail bothered him most. "Doug!" the woman had called. That meant she knew him, though he could not draw her name from his memory. Not Mr. Quayle, not Douglas, but Doug, cried out with feeling. That feeling summoned a return feeling from him, even now that he was out of the dream, back in reality. She was important to him, more than important. Then the rest of it clicked into place. How had he been able to hear her call, there in the near vacuum of Mars's atmosphere? They had not spoken throughout the dream, but there at the end the verisimilitude, the semblance of truth, had broken down. The bright light at the conclusion, that was this light, the light of day on Earth, more intense than that of Mars. Not the brilliance of heaven or the inferno of hell encountered at his death, but the ordinary brightness of ordinary day when he overslept. That was a relief. Yet that voice still tugged at him. That woman. There was someone with him. Quayle blinked and looked. A beautiful creature was leaning over him. She wore a filmy nightgown that was falling open with a readiness that had to be intentional, to reveal portions of her splendid anatomy. She was not the girl of the dream. She was a stunning blonde Amazon. His wife, Lori. How could he have forgotten? "You were dreaming," she said sympathetically, as she reached forward to wipe the sweat from his brow. He did not answer, distracted by the clear sight of her full breasts within the hanging nightgown. He had of course seen them many times before, but somehow he never got tired of looking. Talk of impressive architecture. "Mars again?" she inquired solicitously. Her breasts moved as her arm did, as she completed cleaning his face. He nodded, still upset by the experience, though he was rapidly coming to terms with the current situation. What did the woman of the dream have that Lori didn't? Brown hair, maybe. Nothing else. And Lori wasn't exactly wearing a spacesuit. Suddenly he realized that the Mars woman's voice had not been an error in the dream. They had been in spacesuits, and spacesuits had intercoms or whatever. He had heard her via his helmet system. It encouraged him to make that connection. It meant that his dream wasn't quite as far-fetched as he had thought. Lori, mistaking his distraction, started to caress him. Her hand trailed down his neck, and she squeezed the muscle of his shoulder. She liked his muscles, and liked touching them. They were a turn-on for her, and he hardly objected to that. "My poor baby," she murmured, stroking his pectoral muscle. "Poor thing, with those bad dreams, those horrible nightmares." She brought her head down, kissing the crotch of his neck and shoulder in a way that might have been comforting, but was becoming erotic. "Is that better?" Her lips were moving across his chest, pausing in the region of the nipple. Her eyes angled up to sight on his face. He didn't want her to stop. "Mm-hmm," he said. Laurie resumed progress, working her way down toward his belly. She was trying to seduce him, he knew, to take his mind off the dream, and she was good at it. He was happy to let her continue. If only the woman of Mars hadn't been in that spacesuit. He could imagine it was her. Was she there? She asked nonchalantly. Uh-oh. Did she have antennae to pick up his thoughts? He felt guilty, thinking of the other woman when it was manifest that Laurie was all that any man could desire. But Laurie's interest in that other was amusing in its way. He played dumb. Who? You know. Laurie lifted her head, making a contemplative moo. She was playing dumb, too, pretending that she couldn't quite remember or describe that other woman. The girl with the... She cupped her hands in the universal gesture for large breasts. He smiled. Oh, her. As if Laurie weren't of that type. But she refused to let it go. Well, was she? He laughed. Amazing! You're jealous of a dream. The thing was, this did intrigue him, perhaps because it lent some reality to a figure he knew existed only in his imagination. Laurie punched him in the stomach and twisted away. He tried to grab her, but she struggled to get out of the bed. They had always played rough, but not too rough. He never hit her back. It's not funny, Doug, she said, half off the bed. Let me go. Now gravity was helping her. If he let go, she would fall on the floor. You're on Mars every night now. All too true. But I'm always back by morning, he protested weakly. He realized that there was only so far this could go without turning ugly, because he really did have a secret passion for that non-existent woman, and Laurie was catching on. He succeeded in pulling her back on the bed. Now Laurie occupied his full attention, as surely had been her purpose. They wrestled, and she got her legs around him, squeezing him in a harmless but most interesting scissors grip. He pinned her arms to her sides and tried to kiss her. She turned her head from side to side to avoid his lips. It was definitely going beyond the game stage. "Aw, Laurie, don't be like that," he protested, wriggling within her scissors, nudging her where it didn't show. "You're the girl of my dreams." Laurie abruptly stopped struggling. She looked up at him moonily. You mean it? Her scissors relaxed. Of course. And now it was true. Their wrestling had completed what her comforting had started, and now he wanted her very much. As well she knew. She was, after all, in contact with that region. She entwined him with her long, athletic legs, this time not squeezing but embracing, and pulled him into her. They kissed. You are so full of bull, she breathed. He laughed. Well, you know what a bull does with a cow. Cow? She exclaimed with mock indignation. You ever see a cow do this? She sat up, bestriding him, riding his groin, and hauled off her nightgown. She had the world's finest body, and knew it. Or this? She bounced, her breasts following their own courses, while her thighs did special things to his midsection. Or this? She abruptly dropped her upper torso onto him and kissed him savagely. Her tresses slid down around his face and neck, silken smooth, tickling him delightfully. No, he had to admit, the cows I know just stand there and wait for it. She lifted her head, her eyes glinting with dangerous humor. And just how many cows do you know? Only one. He felt her body tense warningly. And she's only a dream. Laurie relaxed. She liked that analogy. He had called the dream girl a cow instead of the real one. She resumed her activity. It was certainly true that she didn't just wait for it. She came more than halfway to get it. It was an attitude he liked very well. He put his hands on her buttocks and felt them tensing alternately, teasing him, daring him to get more than his hands into action. He rolled her over. She screamed as if being ravished, pausing only long enough to deep kiss him as he proceeded to the culmination. She did a belly dance, but her abdomen didn't move. It was all internal. Her tongue flicked into his mouth, coordinating with the hidden dance. Oh yes, she was no cow, but he did feel like a bull at the moment. Even so, the picture of the woman of his dream remained in his mind, and he wished she could be the one with him at this moment. He closed his eyes and tried to pretend that it was the Mars woman he was embracing. He wondered what the hell was wrong with him. Chapter 3. Dream. It ended in due course, as all things did. Laurie got up and headed for the shower. Daintiness was always vital to her, and he had mussed her hair and smeared her lips and done a few other things in the course of having a spectacular time. Laurie was woman plus. How had an ordinary Joe like him managed to capture such a creature? Quayle relaxed, then took his turn after Laurie stepped from the shower, her body glistening. His own body felt good, as it always did after an outing with her, but his mind remained disturbed. That dream had been too real. He just couldn't throw it off, however foolish it was. He emerged, dried, and got dressed in his work clothes, his musing continuing. He was no high-Q professor or big-bucks executive. He was just a construction worker. He was very good at that, but it hardly made him a prize catch. Yet Laurie had married him, her ardor unabated in all the years they had been together. There was no mystery about her appeal for him. She appealed to any man who ever lived. But what was his appeal for her? Oh, he had muscles, and she did like that. But she surely could have found and landed a man who had muscles and money or power. Why had she settled for half a loaf? And why was he, the luckiest of men, dreaming of a fantasy woman instead? That seemed perverse at best and crazy at worst. He entered the kitchen of their Connaught, pressed the hot coffee button and then the cold cereal button, and waited while the device prepared them. Laurie had showered before him, but was later completing her dressing. His outfit was simple. Yesterday's trousers, new shirt for today, boots. Hers might look simple, but it was always a work of art that took time to shape just right. She cared about appearances much more than he did. The mere brushing of her hair took longer than the whole of his preparation. The news was playing across the room, but he didn't give it much attention. His gaze strayed out the window to the hover cars and traffic runnels, and all the little energetic people hurrying to work. In a little while he would be among them, as always. His life would be dull indeed if it were not for Laurie, and the truth was, it was pretty dull anyway. He knew himself for what he was, a muscular nothing, with a better life than he deserved, yet not properly grateful for it. The video newsman continued his spiel. On the war front, Southern Bloc commandos armed with Chinese weapons gassed a Soviet-American installation near Guadalajara, Casualties are in the thousands." There was a brief pause as the camera passed across the carnage. The video news had a real taste for that sort of thing. Quayle didn't bother to look. He imagined the people beyond the window as part of that scene, gassed and dying, struggling to rise and get to their jobs, but falling and clogging the foot runnels. The hover cars veering out of control as the gas caught their drivers, crashing to the lower levels in flames. No, not in flames. Today, flying craft had safeguards, and, unlike the ground cars, were guaranteed non-explosive. But they might make pretty wreckages anyway. This city as the site of a war raid, it had its devious appeal. "Astronomers say they are at a loss to account for 6 novas," the newsman continued with an indulgent smile. Everyone knew what characters scientists were. "It seems that these stars do not fit the pattern of the type. Some stars go nova, and some go supernova, and the mechanisms for these effects are fairly well understood. But in recent years, more detailed analysis has revealed that 6 of the novas simply should not have happened, according to the astronomers." He smiled again. "Well, back to the drawing board, boys." Yeah, every time the facts didn't fit theory, they just drew up a new theory. Eventually, they'd come up with a theory that stuck. Stars didn't go nova for no reason. "And more violence last night on Mars, where—" Quayle perked up and turned to the video. It was a multi-screen television, the best they could afford, which meant color but no 3D. It constituted an entire wall of the cooking, living, dining area of their Connaught, and made the tiny apartment seem larger than it was. The screen was divided into many segments, simultaneously displaying several kinds of text and programming. Weather, stock market, security monitors for their front door and lobby, a quote babysitter unquote program for any children who might be bothersome, a continuous erotica nook for dirty old men, a shopping bulletin for busy housewives, and an old videotape channel. Quayle ignored the others without effort. It wasn't just that their sounds were turned down, but that he had the reflex practiced from childhood that enabled every citizen to tune out 9/10 of what was going on, without effort. Any of the sections could be, quote, zoomed, unquote, to take over the full screen, or any significant portion of it, but this normally wasn't worth the bother. The human eye and mind were the most versatile zoomers. Besides, sometimes different members of a family wanted to watch different segments, and this allowed them to do so without quarreling. The news footage of the Martian mine episode occupied the large center portion of the screen. The newscaster narrated in a mini-screen of his own. "An explosion ruptured the geodesic dome over the Pyramid Mine, halting the extraction of turbinium ore, key resource of the Northern Bloc's particle beam weapons program." Soldiers in breathing masks roughly handled the miners. It was obvious that the military authority was almost eager for someone to make its day by offering some token resistance. Quayle discovered that his fingers were twitching, as if handling and firing a rifle. That was odd, because he couldn't remember when he had last handled any firearm, if ever. "The Mars Liberation Front has taken credit for the blast," the newscaster continued, "and demanded the planet's full independence from, quote, northern tyranny. It claims to be ready to set off further." Suddenly the main screen jumped to an environmental window, a broadcast from a supposedly virgin forest that now occupied all the screens on the multivision video. It was a beautiful scene, but hardly what he wanted at the moment. "No wonder you have nightmares," Laurie said, stepping in front, holding the remote control. She was dressed in a smart street suit, ready to go out shopping. "You're always watching the news." Quail carried his neglected coffee and cereal to the table and sat down. Laurie went to push her own buttons for breakfast. "Laurie, I've been thinking," he said. "Let's really do it." "Again? I thought this morning's effort would hold you for at least half an hour." "No," he said, impatient with this game. She realized that he was serious. "Do what?" "Move to Mars," he said, fearing her reaction. Laurie took a deep breath, exasperated. "Doug, please don't spoil a perfectly wonderful morning." "Just think about it," he said. If he could only convince her. "How many times do we have to go through this?" she demanded impatiently. "I don't want to live on Mars. It's dry, it's ugly, it's boring." Quail looked at a deer sipping at a brook on the environmental window. "They just doubled the bonus for new colonists." "Of course. No idiot'll go near the place. A revolution could break out any minute." She fussed with her breakfast, not eating it. She was really upset. Quail was upset too. He wished she would consider his dream instead of disparaging it. She was matchless in bed, but on this subject she was a loss. He controlled his anger, picked up the remote control she had set on the table, and turned the news back on. The full multi-vision panoply was restored. He was in luck. The Mars item was still running on the main window. He recognized the features of the Mars colony administrator, Vilos Cohagen, now conducting a press conference in his office. The man was big, almost as big as Quail himself, and had a commanding intelligence as he fielded questions. "Mr. Cohagen," a reporter demanded, "will you negotiate with their leader, Mr. Quato? He seems to be gathering quite a following among—" "Nonsense," Cohagen said, interrupting him. "Has anybody ever seen this Quato person? Can anybody show me a photograph? Huh?" He waited, but for once the reporters were silent. "I don't think there is any Mr. Quato. This whole independence movement is nothing but a handful of lunatics." Suddenly the windows were back on environmental. Laurie had taken the control and switched again. "He's right about that," she said, "except that lunatics are crazed by the moon, not Mars. Everything about Mars is crazy." Irritated, Quail tried to grab the control, but she jumped behind the table, laughing. "Laurie, come on," he snapped. "This is important." She paused, then pursed her lips. "Kiss." Ordinarily he liked her games, which usually involved close contact with her luscious body, and he didn't want to alienate her. He accepted her terms, got up, moved forward, and put his arms around her. She nestled nicely. "Sweetheart." She paused for a threatened kiss. "I know it's hard being in a new town, but let's at least give it a chance." Another pause. "Okay?" Quail forced a smile. If only she hadn't chosen to play this game right now! He really was interested in the news about Mars. Any other time he would have been happy to take as long as she wanted, and go as far as she liked, even if they had just done it. She finally kissed him. She was facing away from the video wall. His hands found hers behind her back, holding the remote control. While he continued to kiss her, he switched back to the news and watched it over her shoulder. Cohagen was speaking. "As you might have noticed, we weren't blessed with an atmosphere here on Mars. Not one that's worth anything. We have to make our air, and somebody's got to pay for it." Laurie finally disengaged from the kiss, which had extended beyond her intent. "You're gonna be late." Perhaps she was afraid that he really would get worked up for another sexual bout, after she had so carefully put herself together. Her concern was not wholly unjustified. Quayle released her slowly, as if reluctantly giving up the notion of further interplay between them. His real purpose was to hear whatever remained of the broadcast. "Right," the reporter was saying, "but your prices are extravagant. After a miner deducts the cost of air from his salary, nothing is—" "It's a free planet," Cohagen said firmly. "If you don't want my air, don't breathe it." The reporters laughed, though they did not look convinced. The news switched back to Earth. Laurie had been nudging him gently but firmly toward the door. Now he yielded to her effort and let her guide him, like a tug with a freighter, to the Connap's exit. She got him to the door and pushed him away. "Have a nice day," she said, smiling sweetly. Quayle smiled, gave her one more quick kiss, and left. He heard the multiple screens, now that he wasn't trying to tune them out, describing the weather, a financial graph, and local security. Well, at least she hadn't put the environment back on. Then, as he passed through the door, something washed over him. It was a mental picture of the sky turning horrendously red, the buildings bursting into flames. All Earth was being destroyed by a nova. The sun had flared, heating the inner planets and causing firestorms to incinerate everything. With horror, he knew he was going to die, along with all the rest of his species. Quayle blinked. The world was normal again. It had been a seizure of the imagination, probably triggered by the news item about the mysterious novas. It couldn't happen here, of course. The sun was not the type. Or was it? The astronomers admitted that stars were going nova that had no business doing it. The astronomers obviously didn't know stars as well as they thought they did. How well did they know the sun? No, it was too crazy. He dismissed it and headed for the elevators. Chapter 4. Work. Quayle found himself in the commuter stream he had seen from his window. He hated this, without being certain why. There was nothing inherently wrong about the densely populated foot runnels. Maybe it was just that his dream of Mars lent him an appreciation for the deserted open terrain, where even one other person in sight was significant, especially if it was a lovely woman in a spacesuit. Here he was constantly jostled by the thronging mass of humanity, breathing the used air of those around him and smelling the industrial pollution that was chronic at these lower levels, no matter what the local publicity ads claimed. Mars, at least, was clean. There was nothing there but red dust and jumbled stones. On Mars, a man could stretch out his arms without banging the snotty nose of the man next to him. He squeezed into a security area. The mass of working folk formed into lines to pass the large X-ray panels. This was a bottleneck, costing him time, but couldn't be helped. There had been so much violence on the mass transit system that measures had had to be taken, and certainly he didn't want to be robbed or killed by some hophead freak on the subway, or be part of a group taken hostage by a nascent revolutionary cult. No metal or weapons-caliber plastics were allowed, unless they were plainly not weapons, and that did reduce incidents of violence somewhat. Having nothing better to do, he watched the line ahead of him as it turned to pass the panels. Each person lost clothing and flesh to become a walking skeleton, then returned to full human form beyond the panel. He saw an attractive young woman approach and watched closely as she paraded on the panel, but it was no good. All that showed was her bones, not her bare body. He always hoped that someday something would go wrong, and the X-rays would be diminished just enough to abolish the clothing, leaving the naked flesh. Unfortunately, it never happened. The panels either worked or they didn't, full on or full off. Still, those were nice bones. His turn came. He passed through, feeling like a stripper on stage. As he passed beyond the panel, he glanced back at the line behind him and saw a young woman staring at him, the tip of her tongue playing across her lips, her eyes fixed. She had been trying to see his naked flesh. That pleased him, in a minor way. He knew he had good bones, too. What did he care what some strange woman thought? He had a lovely and attentive wife at home, and a lovely and adventurous dream woman on Mars. He didn't need any other affairs. Yet, foolishly, he craved them. At least he craved some way out of this dull existence. Maybe it was adventure he wanted, whether of far travel or of sexual conquest. Anything except this damned daily rat race. He continued onto an escalator and rode it down to the subway. This was another bottleneck, because there were never quite enough cars to hold all the people crowding in. He was too far back to make the first train that came, and had to wait for the second, which was a good 6 minutes later. They were supposed to run at 3-minute intervals, but they never did. Probably some high official was skimming from the transit fund, leaving less money for train procurement and repair. So it was the passengers who paid for it, in extra 3-minute delays, helplessly. If he hit one more bottleneck like this, he'd be late for work and get his paycheck docked. The train finally came. Quayle squeezed on, feeling like a sardine in a monstrous can. What a contrast to Mars! Video screens were mounted everywhere, each playing its commercial. It was like the multiple windows of their home screen, except that here it was unremittingly hard sell. This was a captive market, and the sponsors were merciless. He tried to tune out the nearest screen, but the alternative was to listen to the labored breathing of those packed in around him and smell their body odors. Besides, there was a sex pot on the screen. His eyes moved there of their own accord. A happy fellow lay on a round bed, next to the sex pot. He had evidently just made love with her, or was about to. They were under a glass dome at the bottom of the ocean. Colorful fish swam around outside. Quayle knew that most of the pretty fish were up near the surface, not 3 miles down, and that they had better things to do than pose for the eyes of tourists who paid them no attention anyway. Not when there were sex pots to be stroked. But, hell, it was their commercial. It was foolish even to expect realism in a commercial. "Do you dream of a vacation at the bottom of the ocean?" the narrator said, in that deafeningly loud voice that advertisers insisted on inflicting on their victims. Quayle winced and tried to nudge away from the screen, but the other passengers refused to give way. They didn't want to be deafened either. The screen jump-cut to a poverty-level apartment, much worse than Quayle's own Connaught, where the fellow of the underwater dome sat alone, surrounded by a towering pile of bills. He looked woebegone. "But you can't float the bill?" the narrator continued from off-screen. He was scoring there. If Quayle just had the money to move to Mars. That was the real reason Laurie opposed it. She knew there was no way they could afford it. Oh, there was the bonus for new colonists, but he knew that was quickly dissipated in moving expenses. There had to be a sufficient cushion so that a man didn't have to be a miner to survive there. So she made the best of their real-life situation, and he had to admit she did a good job of it, and that he should be grateful. But he was like the poor schnook in the commercial. He longed for a distant planet instead of the crowded, mundane life he could afford. Except that the guy in the commercial couldn't even afford a decent Connacht. The scene jumped again. This time a sophisticated woman was skiing to a stop next to a flock of penguins. She was attractive in her snow outfit, and seemed to be on top of the world, or the bottom of it, as the case might be. "Would you like to ski Antarctica?" Then the same woman was in an office, surrounded by 10 employees, all of them demanding decisions. She looked properly harried. Her hair was mussed, and she no longer looked attractive, just tired. Quayle had seen executive women just like that. "But you're snowed under with work?" Despite himself, Quayle was responding to these ads. Antarctica was a long way away, or a forbidding, desolate region, similar in its fashion to Mars. "Have you always wanted to climb the mountains of Mars?" Quayle jumped. His attention was abruptly riveted to the screen. There, a sportsman was climbing a rugged pyramid-shaped mountain that looked startlingly like the one in Quayle's dream. Was he imagining this? Was his dream taking over the mundane world, or his perception of it? No, this really was the commercial. It was not himself, Douglas Quayle, in the scene, but a smaller man in a tourist-type spacesuit, the kind that was made more for comfort than efficiency. Then the sportsman became an old man creeping up a staircase. "But now you're over the hill?" the narrator continued, blithely ignorant of Quayle's disappointment at the change of scene. "Then come to Recall, Incorporated, where we offer the memory of your ideal vacation, cheaper, safer, and better than the real thing." There was a quick reprise of the 3 prior nice scenes: Sexpot under glass, Southern skiing, and Mars Mountain. "So remember, when you want to buy a memory you'll never forget, call Recall." The commercial concluded with a signboard displaying their number and a jingle. "We can remember it for you wholesale." Quayle was intrigued. He was held in thrall by a foolish dream. That was what this outfit seemed to be selling, a dream in the form of a memory. Would that be good enough? He knew he needed some way to resign himself to his ordinary life. Maybe this was it. The commercials blared on, exploring intimate toiletries, supposedly excellent investments, nostril suppositories to denature the pollution, and other products, but Quayle didn't notice. Maybe he had found a way to visit Mars after all. In due course he arrived at his job. He wasn't late, quite, and soon he was out on a roadway, doing what he did best. He was a construction engineer, site preparation specialist, longhand for the class of low-level laborers who broke up old artifacts to make way for new ones. In fact, he was a jackhammer jock. But he was a good one, a veritable artist with his machine, working twice as fast as anyone else. When the demolition execs wanted something broken up fast and well, he was the first man assigned. He never slacked off. He used the work as exercise, building his muscles unceasingly. After all, Laurie was turned on by muscle, and maybe the dream woman of Mars was, too. He was hardly conscious of the passage of time as he reduced his section of the roadway to quality rubble. But suddenly the coffee break whistle sounded. All the hard hats laid down their machines and headed over to a snack wagon. Almost reluctantly, Quayle followed them. The thing about working hard was that it took his mind off foolish dreams. He focused exclusively on the job to be accomplished, as if it were the center screen of a truly fascinating video, tuning out all else. There was a certain joy to the breaking up of surfacing. It was as if he were pounding away at the strictures of society that kept him here on dull Earth instead of on some more interesting planet. He was accomplishing something. But now the dream returned, refusing to give up. He tried to ignore it, but it hovered by him. Recall. Was there anything to it? A bunch of the workers had already gathered around a naked girl who was wriggling seductively. She was perfectly formed, as that type always was. It was her job to be. But the whole thing was as pointless as the commercial showing the sex pot under glass. What good was a girl a man couldn't touch? "Hey, honey," one of the hard hats exclaimed. "You can sit on my face any day." The girl danced on, her anatomy rippling on every side as she turned. It was evident that the man didn't agree with Quayle's private assessment. He was happy with a woman he couldn't touch. But the man didn't have a wife like Laurie. "Hey, Harry," another hard hat called. "Can I borrow her Saturday night?" Harry, the amiable, balding operator of the snack wagon, tossed a little black box to him. The hard hat caught it and tucked it carefully into a pocket. "Just don't get her pregnant," Harry said warningly. He spoke with a Brooklyn accent. The nude girl was between Quayle and the snack wagon. He didn't fear. He walked into her and through her. She was a hologram, as he had known. He had played with such toys before. They didn't compare with the real thing. The others moved off to the side and continued playing with the holo, making the lady do increasingly erotic dances. None of them cared if she was literally untouchable. She was a lot better than nothing. Quayle arrived at the wagon. Harry handed him a cup of coffee and a donut. "Lucky bastard," Harry remarked with appreciative envy. "If I had a wife like yours, I wouldn't need that either." Precisely. Quayle knew he had no complaint coming. What was the point in getting rich if he already had the kind of company wealth could buy? Yet he remained unsatisfied. He slid his ID card into a slot in the cash register, and it automatically rang up the sale. He was the last customer, so there was time to talk. "Harry, you know anything about this recall business?" Harry's brow furrowed. It was obvious that he didn't place the reference. "They sell these phaco memories," Quayle clarified. "I saw a commercial on the subway. We can remember it for you wholesale. Sort of makes you think you've had a great time, cheaper than the real thing." Now Harry remembered. "Oh yeah, sure. I knew a guy went there." He chuckled. "Nearly got himself lobotomized." Quayle felt a chill. "Really?" He saw Harry's gaze change focus, looking over his shoulder. Quayle turned and saw that the naked hollow girl had grown to some 40 feet in height. One of the men was standing directly under her spread legs, staring up. Disinterested, Quayle turned back to Harry, wanting an answer. If the man knew something bad about the process— "Don't fuck with your brain, pal," Harry said. "It ain't worth it. Stick to harmless stuff, like sexy hollows. They'll just tease you, not make you believe." Good advice, surely. "I guess you're right." Quayle dunked his donut and walked away. But when he got off work, he went to a phone unit. He ran his finger down a long list of businesses and their office numbers, stopping at Recall Incorporated. He wasn't sure yet that he was going to do it, but he was going to find out more. Maybe it was the only way to deal with the dream. Chapter 5. Recall. Quayle paused before the attractively inviting doorway. He studied the shifting-colored neon sign. Recall Incorporated. We can remember it for you wholesale. Was this the answer? Harry had warned him off, but Harry wasn't subject to chronic dreams of Mars. Mars was an incubus he simply had to get off his back, one way or another. He had to either banish the notion, which was impossible, or go there, which might also be impossible, or find a compromise. This just might be that compromise. He knew that an illusion, no matter how convincing, remained nothing more than an illusion, objectively at least. But subjectively, that could be quite the opposite. Well, he had an appointment. Within the next 5 minutes. Now was a point of decision. He had to either go in and be subject to their sales pitch or leave, chickening out. He would have flattened any man who called him chicken. Fortunately, none had since he got his adult growth, but now he was accusing himself. He felt the crazy lure of Mars, but also his terror of falling down that mysterious pit. Did he really want to make that dream seem real? There was only one way to know. Taking a deep breath of smog, he walked through the dazzling polychromatic shimmer of the doorway and up to the receptionist's counter. The receptionist was a nicely articulated blonde, painting her fingernails by tapping each nail with a white Q-tip. Red pigment instantly saturated each nail. For a moment she looked bare-bosomed, her breasts sprayed blue, but then the light shifted and he realized that it was the effect of one of those now you see it, now you don't, variable translucency blouses. Seen from one angle, in one light, she was fully covered. Seen from another angle, in another light, she was nude. Mostly she was somewhere between, the effect changing intriguingly as she shifted position. He would have to mention that to Laurie. She would probably get a similar outfit for herself. The woman hid her paraphernalia without embarrassment. She smiled in a practiced manner. "Good afternoon. Welcome to Recall." Was he doing the right thing? He felt like a schoolboy approaching an adult gambling joint. "I called for an appointment. Douglas Quayle." She checked a list. He was sure this was a pose. He did have an appointment, and there was no one else in the office. She looked up. "Right through that door, Mr. Quayle. Mr. McLean's expecting you." "Thank you." That part of it was easy enough, but he still hadn't made the key decision. He walked to the indicated door and entered the office. McLean seemed to be a jovial hustler. He looked middle-aged, wearing the latest Martian frog-pelt gray suit. The frogs weren't native, of course. There was no surviving native life on Mars. But imported terrestrial frogs, raised in special Martian farms, had developed unusual characteristics in the reduced gravity and increased radiation, and now there was quite a market for their hides. He approached and vigorously shook Quayle's hand. "Glad you could make it, Doug. Have a seat, sit down, make yourself comfortable." Quayle lowered himself into a sleek, futuristic chair that adjusted itself subtly to accommodate his weight and configuration. This, too, Laurie might like to know about. These people were right up with the times. McLean sat behind his big pseudo-walnut desk. "Now, you wanted a memory of—" "Mars," Quayle said, realizing that the line between doubt and commitment had somehow already been crossed. But the man's reaction surprised him. "Right, Mars," McLean said unenthusiastically. "There's something wrong with that?" McLean frowned. Honestly, Doug, if outer space is your thing, I think you'd be much happier with one of our Saturn cruises. Everybody raves about 'em, and it's nearly the same price. Oh, so this was a bait-and-switch operation, to jack him up to a higher price range. I'm not interested in Saturn, Quayle said firmly. I'm interested in Mars. McLean put the best face on it, his ploy having fallen flat. Okay, Mars it is. Now hold on a second while I... He typed on his computer keyboard, and figures came up on his screen. All righty. Our basic Mars package goes for just 894 credits. That's for 2 full weeks of memories, complete in every detail. He glanced up. A longer trip will run you a little more, 'cause you need a deeper implant. More bait and switch. I just want the standard trip. Actually, he wanted the real thing, but even the fancier memory trip would be out of his price range. McLean put on the expression of a reasonable man faced with an unreasonable or slightly ignorant customer. We have no standard trip, Doug. Every journey is individually tailored to your personal tastes. He was a slippery one. He was going to push up the rates one way or another. I mean, what's on the itinerary? The man got down to business. First of all, Doug, when you go to recall, you go first class. Private cabin on an interworld spaceways shuttle. Deluxe accommodations at the Hilton. Plus all the major sites. Mount Olympus, the canals, Venusville. He leered with the same polish as the receptionist's smile. You name it, you'll remember it. And how does it really seem? Quayle had heard about Venusville, one of the most notorious sleaze dens in the solar system. He doubted that he would find his dream woman there. As real as any memory in your head. Quayle did not bother to conceal his skepticism. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, Doug, your brain won't know the difference, or your money back. You'll even have tangible proof. Ticket stubs, postcards, film, shots you took of local sites on Mars with a rented movie camera, souvenirs, and more. You'll have all the support you need for your memories. We guarantee... What about that guy you almost lobotomized? Quayle interrupted. Did he get a refund? McLean managed not to wince. That's ancient history, Doug. Nowadays, traveling with recall is safer than getting on a rocket. Look at the statistics. He scared up a list of statistics and graphs on Quayle's video monitor. They were, of course, confusing in their suddenness and complexity, as they were no doubt meant to be. The client was supposed to be impressed with their number and be convinced of their validity. So what do you say? He was very fast on the clincher, but Quayle didn't want to be glad-handed into the commitment. I'm not sure. If I have the implant, I'll never go for real. McLean leaned forward over the desk. Doug, can we be honest? You mean you've been lying up till now? But Quayle kept his face straight, wanting to see what the next ploy was. You're a construction worker, right? McLean continued. This character was stroking him the wrong way. So? How else are you going to get to Mars? Enlist? McLean grimaced, evincing disgust at the notion. Face it, pal. Recall's your ticket, unless you'd rather stay home and watch TV. Unkindly put, but unfortunately accurate. This was about the only feasible way to do it for a construction engineer, site preparation specialist, Jack Jock for short. Before he could get discouraged, McLean stood, leaned over the desk, and put a hand on his shoulder. Besides, think what a pain in the ass a real holiday is. Lost luggage, lousy weather, dingy hotel rooms. With recall, everything's perfect. He was scoring again. Quail had experienced just those problems, and he hadn't had to go to Mars to do it. Okay, it's been my lifelong ambition, and I can see I'll never really do it, so I guess I'll have to settle for this. Don't think of it that way, McLean said severely. You're not accepting second best, Doug. The actual memory, with all its vagueness, omissions, and ellipses, not to say distortions, that's second best. Once more, a score. What difference would it make after he was home from a real trip? All he would have would be the memories and a depleted bank account. The recall memories were guaranteed better. Still, there was a niggling doubt. But if I know I've been here, to your office, I'll know it isn't real. I mean, Doug, you will never remember seeing me or coming here. You won't, in fact, even remember having heard of our existence. That's part of the package. There will be no contrary indications. Everything will point to the validity of your recent experience. He was sold. I'll take the 2-week trip. You won't regret it, McLean said warmly. He touched a button, activating Quail's keyboard. Now, while you fill out our questionnaire, I'll familiarize you with some of our options. Quail started filling out the multiple choice items on his video screen. Details of his preferences in many minor things, such as colors of clothing worn, and in some middling ones, such as measurements of approachable women. Never mind the options, he said, becoming impatient with it all. Just answer one question, McLean said earnestly. What's the same about every vacation you ever took? Quail didn't care for any guessing games. I give up. You're the same. He paused for effect. No matter where you go, there you are. Always the same old you. He grinned enigmatically. So what I want to suggest, Doug, is that you take a little vacation from yourself. It's the latest thing in travel. We call it an ego trip. This sounded fishy. I'm really not interested. But McLean was intent on the sale. You're gonna love this. He straightened up, as if unveiling something special. We offer you a choice of alternate identities during your trip. This still seemed fishy. What was the point in taking a trip, or in remembering a trip, if it happened to someone else? McLean preempted Quail's questionnaire on the video monitor with a list. A-14, millionaire playboy. A-15, sports hero. A-16, industrial tycoon. A-17, secret agent. Come on, Doug. Why be a tourist on Mars when you can be a playboy, an athlete, Despite his doubt, Quail was interested. Secret agent. How much is that? Let me tantalize you, Doug. It's like a movie, and you're the star. Thrills, chills, double identities, chases. You're a top operative, back under deep cover on your most important mission. He trailed off. Go on, Quail said, not wishing to be teased. McLean sat back. I don't want to spoil it for you, Doug. Just rest assured, by the time it's all over, you'll have got the girl, killed the bad guys, and saved the planet. He smiled victoriously. Now would you say that's worth 300 credits? Quail reluctantly smiled. McLean's final bait-and-switch ploy had gotten him hooked. Chapter 6 41A. There were other routine details that Quail tuned out in much the way he did irrelevant windows of a multi-screen. It turned out that once the decision was made, there was no need for delay, as this was a purely internal procedure. Internal in the head. A couple of hours, and he'd be back from Mars. It was that simple, as far as his part in it was concerned. McLean had promised that he would have a ready explanation for the lack of missing time. How could he have been at work today, yet be returning from 2 weeks off-planet? Not to worry, there would be no apparent incongruity. He would keep his memory private because he didn't want to make his co-workers jealous, and they would not mention his absence, supposing it to have been an embarrassing illness. He would never be inclined to check the actual dates of his trip against the dates of his employment, because his memory had them firmly recorded. A direct challenge, with assembled evidence, would of course turn up discrepancies. But who would want to do that? Not his co-workers, not Laurie, who would be relieved to see him get the notion of going to Mars out of his system. She would be notified what he had done, because she was next of kin and needed to know where the money had gone, but she would go along with it. They would even throw in a bonus for her, a token memory of seeing him off at the spaceport and being lonely while he was gone, so that she could properly appreciate the impact of his experience. No problems, guaranteed. In fact, if he remembered any of his visit to this office, he could come in for a refund. There had to be no problem, or they took the loss. The system was self-correcting. Now it was evening, and they were ready. McLean guided him to another office in the rear of the complex, where there was something resembling an old-fashioned dentist's chair. The chamber looked like a cross between an operating room and a sound-mixing booth. A nurse put a green surgical smock over his street clothes. "Don't worry, Mr. Quayle," she said as McLean departed. "This is only to protect your clothing from any staining from the IV. We're not into surgery." "IV?" he asked, startled. "We must put you just a little bit under, Mr. Quayle, so that your mind is receptive to the memory implant. It really wouldn't work if you were fully conscious." She smiled. She was not as pretty as the receptionist, and her blouse was fully opaque, but her smile was pleasant and reassuring. Yes, of course," he agreed, taking his seat in the chair. It was pleasant having a woman fuss over him. Any woman. Any time. Laurie was good at that. Very good. But the one on Mars... The nurse made sure he was comfortable, placing his arms on the armrests just so, and adjusting the headrest. She rolled back his left sleeve and swabbed his forearm with cool alcohol. "My, you must be a powerful man, Mr. Quayle," she said, noting the musculature of the arm as she dabbed on a surface anesthetic. Most women claimed to be more interested in character than appearance, exactly as most men did, but appearance always got in its innings. "I'm a construction engineer, a jack-jock." "Oh ho! That explains it. You must be very good at it." He knew she was just teasing him along to distract him from her preparations, but he liked it anyway. It was easy to imagine being in bed with such a woman, as he half lay in this supremely comfortable recliner and felt her gentle touch on his skin. He didn't even feel the prick of the needle when she set the IV. He just felt increasingly relaxed as the tube began its flow. He wasn't aware of the nurse's departure and didn't care. He just seemed to float, perfectly relaxed. A young man entered the chamber. He moved quickly, as if hyperactive. He was thin, with nondescript brown hair and rapidly darting gray eyes, reminding Quayle a bit of a foraging mouse. "Hello, Mr. Quayle," he said. "I'm Ernie, your technical assistant. Dr. Lull will be with you in a moment. Are you comfortable?" "Yes." Indeed he was. Any more comfort, and he'd be asleep. "I'll just set the space helmet here," Ernie said with a jerky smile as he drew the device out on the end of a metal elbow arm. "Sort of a joke, that. You see, it resembles..." I get the joke, Quayle said. They were treating him like a child. It was fun when a woman did it, but not when a gawky adolescent man did. Ernie lowered the burnished metal bowl over Quayle's head. This your first trip? Mm-hmm. Actually, it was reminiscent of a space helmet, and he could easily imagine himself stepping out on the barren landscape of Mars with such a device on his head. But it was actually a brainwave scanner, he knew, used to read and modify that portion of his mental activity that related to memories. This helmet was probably worth thousands of credits. Ernie carefully aligned the complex scientific instrument and locked it in place. Quayle scowled slightly as a strap chafed his head. Too snug. Don't sweat it, Ernie said, adjusting the strap. I've been on 1,000,000 of these trips. He laughed awkwardly. We get a discount. Just get on with it, twerp, Quayle thought. He was ready for Mars. The door opened and a bird-like middle-aged woman entered. She wore a stylish pantsuit that didn't do enough for her. Her body was too skinny and her hair too red. This was an artificial woman in the bad sense. She was trying to make herself look competent and successful, and succeeding mainly in making herself look ungainly. Good evening, Mr. She paused to check the video chart, obviously at a loss for his name. She found it. Quayle, I'm Dr. Lull. She spoke with a Swedish accent, and treated him with an impersonal conviviality that would have grated had he not been sedated. Pleased to meet you, he said insincerely. The amenities over, Dr. Lull donned a surgical smock, then flipped through Quayle's computer chart. Ernie, Pachin Matrix 62B, 37, and... She looked at Quayle. Would you like to integrate some alien stuff? Little green men? He asked doubtfully. She laughed with something approaching actual feeling. We're a little more sophisticated than that, Mr. Quayle. She located the matrix and read the title. Proof of Alien Civilization. Oh. Sure, why not? The notion intrigued him. Maybe that was one reason he was so interested in Mars. He hoped to explore, to discover the remnants of some vast lost alien complex, superscience, stun the world with the discovery, bathe in the notoriety of his achievement. Dr. Lull tossed the matrix to Ernie. That suggested what she thought of such notions, just a bit of fiction on a cartridge. You got it, Ernie said. As Ernie plugged in the proper cartridges, Dr. Lull fastened straps over Quayle's arms, legs, and torso to hold the rest of him securely in place. This alarmed him slightly. Did they think he was going to go into convulsions? Been married long, Mr. Quayle? Dr. Lull inquired, actually seeming interested. Maybe a woman of her contours was attuned to the notion of being married, having trouble achieving it. 10 years. That surprised him as he heard himself answer. Oh, it was true, but he realized that Laurie still looked no older than 25. She had aged hardly a whit. His mental picture of her on the day of their marriage was unchanged from his memory of her session with him this morning. Odd that he hadn't noticed this before. Not that it bothered him. He'd be happy to have her keep her appearance for the next 40 years. Yet, even so, that woman of his Mars dream, how old was she? Not out of her 20s, surely. Slipping away for a little hanky-panky? Dr. Lull asked, licking her lips. She was definitely interested in the subject. Her tone was positive rather than condemning. Quayle realized that even unattractive, middle-aged women had dreams. She was indulging in hers by playing a muted verbal footsie with him, perhaps picturing herself in bed with him, just the way he pictured himself in bed with any young and sexy woman he encountered. For the first time he realized that this sort of fancy might be an imposition on the other party, even when unvoiced. At times he had bantered with a young woman, only to have her turn away as if affronted, when he hadn't meant anything by it. Now, picturing himself as the object of Dr. Lull's lust, himself strapped down in this chair while she slowly stripped off his clothes and handled him in whatever way might titillate her, he understood the woman's side of it. He did not care to be victimized by her imagination. "Not really," he replied shortly. "All systems go," Ernie said. Dr. Lull was all business again. "Good. Then we're all set." She stepped on a lever, and the back of Quayle's chair lowered to a fully reclining position. "Ready for dreamland?" Quayle nodded. It suddenly occurred to him that the helmet might have been reading his thoughts all this time. Did she know what he had been thinking about her? He hoped not. She reached to the tubing and opened the IV drip. Quayle was startled again. He had thought it was already on. Had all that relaxation been strictly imagination? "I'll be asking you a few questions, Mr. Quayle," Dr. Lull continued, "so we can fine-tune the wish-fulfillment program. Please be completely honest." "Not likely." But he was sure he could handle her questions, which wouldn't approach his secret thoughts. Now he really was beginning to feel the effect of the anesthetic. He wasn't floating, he was sinking. His mental barriers were descending. He no longer cared if she knew his opinion of her. Dr. Lull did not ask a question immediately. Instead, she checked his vital signs. She was being careful with his health. That much he appreciated. That business about a poor sap getting lobotomized had bothered him. He didn't want any such accident. Now she was set. "Your sexual orientation?" "Easy." "Hetero." She was just zeroing him in, making sure his reactions aligned with their indications. She nodded. "Now take a look at this monitor." He gazed drowsily at a vague female outline on a computer screen he hadn't noticed before. "How do you prefer your women?" she asked. "Blonde, brunette, redhead, Negro, Oriental?" "Brunette." But Laurie was a blonde. It was the Mars woman who was brunette. Still, it was the truth. More than he hoped, the doctor realized. There was no doubt that Laurie was all that a man could ask for. Did his reservation about her stem solely from the color of her hair? He would have to think about that, when he had time to think without being spied on. He heard soft typing to the side. That would be Ernie, putting the specs into the system. The schematic image adjusted to match Quayle's taste. The woman became brunette, with dark hair, dark eyes, and a slightly olive skin. Not quite like the one in his dream, but he didn't care to have that match perfectly. He wasn't sure why. Maybe it was just that some things were too private to be programmed. Maybe it was that he didn't want his true dream woman distorted by an artificial memory. Let this be some other woman, similar, but not so close as to be confusing. The memory might not be as nice, but caution was best. "Slim, curvaceous, voluptuous?" Dr. Lull asked crisply. He was really getting sleepy now. That stuff in the IV didn't fool around. "Voluptuous." "Demure, aggressive, wanton? Be honest." Why shouldn't he be honest? Well, there was a reason, but he couldn't quite recall it at the moment. Wanton and demure. Let them wrestle with that conflicting matchup. 41A, Ernie. So much for conflict. Maybe if he wasn't so sleepy, he'd have been able to mess them up a little. As it was, he had spoken true, with someone in mind, even though he had thought to keep her a bit removed. He was vaguely aware of Ernie slipping cassette 41A into his console. The computer image became a schematic version of the woman in Quayle's dream. The likeness was so close it was startling. Oh no. Did they know? They couldn't. Yet, boy, is he going to have a wild time, Ernie chortled. Won't want to come back. That 41A is a chick who just won't let go. Quayle faded out. He was on his way wherever. Chapter 7. Problem. McLean was interviewing another prospective client, a lonely middle-aged woman. These were fairly common customers. Women seemed to have more suppressed dreams than men, and to be more depressive. They weren't necessarily poor either, just tired of being stuck at home while their husbands got all the action. What he offered was ideal for them. So you see, Mrs. Killdeer, we really can remember it for you wholesale. This will be the best experience you ever had. But there won't be any souvenirs, she complained. Not true, McLean said earnestly. For just a few credits more, we supply postcards, photographs of you at the sites, letters from the handsome men you met. The intercom buzzer sounded, interrupting him. Damn! He'd told them not to do that when he was closing a deal. He activated the intercom. What is it? He asked impatiently. Dr. Lull's voice spoke, distorted by the system. This is Renata. You better get down here right away. McLean rolled his eyes in the full view of Mrs. Killdeer, as if in league with the customer against the company. It was hardly an exaggeration. Good sales were not all that common, and he hated to have his clincher speech messed up. I'm with a very important client. Looks like another schizoid embolism, Dr. Lull said. McLean was shocked. Worse, so was Mrs. Killdeer. She understood the reference. This was all too likely to cost him 2 clients, Quayle and Killdeer. What an awful break. He stood and attempted a reassuring smile. I'll be right back. But he very much feared she would not be there when he returned. Damn, damn, damn. He strode out of the sales office and down the hall to the rear memory studio. The fools, to interrupt him with an announcement like that, in the hearing of a client. He was going to kick some ass. Did Renata Lull think she could pull a stunt like this and... But as he entered the studio, he pulled up short, his ire forgotten. He stood appalled at what was happening. The client, Douglas Quayle, had gone crazy. He was shouting and thrashing about in the chair, struggling violently to break the straps that held him down. He was a powerful man. Just how powerful, McLean hadn't properly appreciated before. And the IV connection was in danger of being separated. Indeed, the whole chair was rocking. What had happened? An adverse reaction to the sedative? Quayle was like a different person. He wasn't crazed so much as enraged. His eyes were flinty, and his voice was cold and menacing. "You're dead meat! All of you!" he shouted with perfect clarity. "You blew my cover!" Dr. Lull and Ernie were cowering against the far wall, trying to keep a safe distance from the struggling man. But McLean had had more experience with cases gone bad. They were more common than he allowed the records to show. Every client was an individual with different synapses and reactions. There were bound to be some mismatches. "What the fuck is going on here?" McLean demanded, aggravated. "You can't install a simple goddamn double implant?" Politeness was for prospective clients, not for errant employees. "It's not my fault," Dr. Lull protested. "We hit a memory cap." "Untie me, you assholes!" Quayle roared. "They'll be here any minute. They'll kill you all." "Huh? What's he talking about?" McLean snapped. "Stop this operation now!" Quayle yelled. How could the guy be talking so clearly? A reaction-induced berserker might scream and froth at the mouth, but his words would be mostly blasphemy and gibberish. Quayle sounded alarmingly coherent. "Mr. Quayle, please calm down," McLean said, trying to be soothing. Maybe they could change the mix, get him sedated all the way down, then explore the problem. A memory cap? Who would have expected that? "I'm not Quayle!" Multiple personality? That just might account for this, and react like a memory cap, because of the memory taken by the alternate personalities. But Lull should have caught that. McLean nervously walked closer to examine Quayle's eyes. "You're having a reaction to the implant," he said, though he was by no means sure of that. Anything to get this thing muscled down so they could work their way out of it. But in a few minutes... Quayle strained again at his bonds. Suddenly the strap holding his right arm snapped. That arm shot up and grabbed McLean by the throat. What devastating power the man had! "Untie me." Quayle's words were softly spoken now, but the quiet menace was all too apparent. McLean, choking, tried to pry Quayle's hand from his neck, but even his two hands couldn't loosen the iron grip. Construction workers had strong arms. He had known that. Why hadn't he told them to double the straps? He was going to faint before he could even talk. Ernie came out of his stasis. He rushed over and tried to wrestle Quayle's arm down, using his full body weight. He might as well have pushed against the branch of an oak tree. McLean felt his consciousness wavering as he struggled unsuccessfully to breathe. Dr. Lull hastily readied a syringe gun and frantically jabbed it into Quayle's thigh. She fired dose after dose of narcodrine until the man finally released his grip and passed out. McLean fell to the floor, gagging, the studio and the world reeling. Ernie clung to him, managing to slow his fall. Dr. Lull came over to help. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously, putting a hand down to check his forehead. McLean shoved her hand away and gasped for breath. What a mess this was. "Listen to me," Dr. Lull said urgently. "He's been going on and on about Mars." Now it was evident that she was genuinely frightened. "He's really been there." The world slowly ground down and fell into its proper place, but McLean still felt the pressure of those terrible fingers against his throat. He was bruised, for sure, but lucky it was no worse. What a monster! "Use your fucking head, you dumb bitch!" he rasped. "He's acting out the secret agent role from his ego trip. You should have strapped him securely enough to hold him, so that when he thought—" "That's not possible," Lull said coolly. She didn't like strong language, but this time her carelessness had invited disaster. "Why not?" he inquired condescendingly. She wasn't going to get away with any pseudo-medical jargon to talk her way out of this foul-up. "We haven't implanted it yet." McLean stared at her, his oncoming retort abruptly stifled. Oh, shit. Suddenly he was terrified. No implant. And the man had been talking about an actual Mars experience? This was no longer weird. It was dangerous. I've been trying to tell you, Dr. Lull said significantly. Somebody erased his memory. The man really has been to Mars. And that's not all. Somebody, Ernie cried hysterically. We're talking the fucking agency. Shut up, Dr. Lull snapped at him. McLean tried to think. The world had stopped whirling, but the situation hadn't. They had walked into the worst possible rat trap. The agency, a semi-secret government outfit, was bound by no civilized law. Anyone who crossed it was all too apt to wind up dead. It did indeed have agents like Quail, brute killers who could be stopped only by others of their kind. The fact that this exposure of one of their agents was unintentional would count for nothing. The three of them could literally be dead meat, exactly as Quail had threatened. McLean was no killer, but now, horribly, his life was on the line. They could kill Quail simply by increasing the sedative to lethal level. They could do it right now. But could they get away with it? What would they do with the body? The three of them could hardly move it, let alone get it safely out of here unobserved. Was it bugged? He greatly feared it was, which meant that the agency would be in motion the moment Quail's life blip dropped from somebody's monitor screen. Could they drug him down to near death until they got him to somewhere that he couldn't be found? There was nowhere he couldn't be found, if they were tuning in on a bug. They would trace his route and nail recall without asking questions. No answer there. Then it came to him. They didn't have to kill him or hide him. All they had to do was hide themselves, hide Recall Inc. from Quail and the agency. Divert him from here, erase all memory of his visit here, just as they would have done for the regular treatment, but with a difference. Okay, this is what we're going to do, he said. Renata, cover up any memory he has of us or Recall. I'll do what I can, she said nervously. It's getting messy in there. McLean turned to the youth. Ernie, dump him in a cab, around the corner. Got it? Ernie nodded. He would walk Quail to the cab and give the cabbie Quail's home address. It would be hard to track back to the actual point of pickup, and if Dr. Lull did her work well, no one would ever try. For certain, the agency hadn't sent Quail here. He had done it on his own, because of some leakage in their conditioning shield. He had had Mars on his mind. No wonder. If they got him clear of Recall, there should be no repercussions, if nothing went wrong. If nothing went wrong, there was the key. But Lull knew that her life as well as his was on the line here. She would do the job right. She did know her trade, as he knew his. I'll destroy his file and refund his money, McLean said, even as his thoughts raced through the details. He got back to his feet and paced the limited floor space. And if anybody comes asking, we've never heard of Douglas Quail. They all looked at Quail, sprawled unconscious in the chair. McLean sincerely hoped he never saw the man again. He returned to the front office. Sure enough, Mrs. Killdeer was gone. He no longer begrudged the lost sale. In fact, he was relieved. He had more urgent business to do at the moment. He had to clean up those records and notify everyone who had seen Quail that they hadn't, beginning with the receptionist. Actually, he could use her in back, because they couldn't process Quail properly while he was all the way under, and he might recover a bit too far while they made the delicate adjustments. The receptionist was excellent at pacifying people, especially males. She could help keep the man quiet. Also, that refund. Maybe he could null the payment before it was permanently recorded in the main computer system, so that there would never have been any payment. That would be much better. No payment, no refund. Nothing happened. If this worked, life would continue much as before. If it didn't, they might all be dead before they realized it. McLean knew he wasn't going to sleep well tonight, or any night this week. Chapter 8. Harry. Quail, befuddled, found himself in the back seat of a vehicle. Rain was beating against the window beside his head. He tried to orient, but his brain barely functioned. How had he come here? In fact, "Where am I?" he asked of whoever might be within hearing. "You're in a Johnny cab," a cheerful voice responded. A cab. A car. He had surmised as much. "I mean, what am I doing here?" "I'm sorry. Would you please rephrase the question?" Quail blinked and looked, swiveling his dull gaze from the wet window to the driver in front of the cab. It wasn't a man. It was a fixedly smiling mannequin in an old-fashioned cabbie's uniform. Now Quail remembered. This brand of cab sported the pseudo-human touch, supposing that a fake man was better than none at all. Quail normally used the verbally programmable, fully automatic cabs instead of the semi-automated mannequin interface models. The mannequins tended to be a pain. One reason was because they were prone to misunderstand directions, being relatively unsophisticated machines. Impatiently, he enunciated carefully. "How did I get in this taxi?" "The door opened. You sat down." There was a second reason. They tended to take things with infuriating literalness. Exasperated, he sat back as Johnny raced to beat a red light. Would it make any sense to ask the idiot machine where he was going? Probably not. It was easier to wait until he got there. Meanwhile, maybe his woozy head would clear. What had he gotten into? The last thing he remembered was quitting work for the day and blank. In due course, the cab pulled up at a place he recognized, his apartment building. So he had been going home. But why so late? It was night now. He had lost hours. The cab door opened. Quail climbed out, still woozy. The rain fell on him, wetting him, helping him recover somewhat. He went to the main door as the cab moved away, brought out his key card, but had trouble inserting it in the lock. "Let me help you with that." Quail looked up and saw Harry, from the snack wagon, at work. He was pleased, but puzzled. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Harry took the card and inserted it in the lock. The door yielded. "You went to recall, didn't you?" Quail, confused, tried to remember. "Did I?" "Yeah, you did." Harry held the door open for him, and Quail passed through, recovering his card from the man's hand. Maybe he had. They had discussed it briefly at work, and Harry had told him about the lobotomy effect. Then he had... Or had he? He must have been somewhere, for sure. "How did you know?" They were walking toward the bank of elevators inside the building. "I told you not to, but you did it anyway." "What are you, my father?" Quail demanded, annoyed. The lingering effects of the drug or whatever it was they had given him, if that was where he had gone, made him testy. The elevator arrived. It was going down, the wrong direction. Elevators always seemed to know what a person needed and to go the opposite way. "I think we better take a little ride," Harry said grimly. He took Quail by the elbow and started to lead him onto the elevator. "I'm going up," Quail said, annoyed again. There was something funny about this business, both Harry's presence here and the man's attitude. He had no patience with it. He just wanted to get home and let Laurie take care of him. "No, you're not." Quail pulled back, refusing to take the elevator. Suddenly, 3 large men in business suits were behind and beside him, hustling him roughly in. "Hey!" He was groggy, but it was impossible to ignore this. He struggled to get out of the elevator, but already the doors were closing. He was only a jack-jock, but he did know something about manhandling objects or men. This was evidently an abduction. He took hold of one of the men and heaved him against the wall. Then he felt something. He glanced down. Harry was jamming a gun in his ribs. "Relax," Harry said evenly. Quail stopped resisting. "What's going on, Harry?" There was no answer as the elevator descended. Quail tried again. "Are you with the police?" The elevator ground to a halt at the basement. The doors opened. They were at the underground parking garage. Quail's head was clearing, thanks to the action and the nervousness of the mystery. His memory was starting to fill in now. He had gone to recall, and what? The agents marched him over to an unmarked van parked directly opposite the elevator. Evidently they had planned this. It wasn't any spur-of-the-moment thing. That meant it must relate to his visit to recall, where he had seen a pretty receptionist with blue... Fade out. Blue what? Eyes? They were trying to force him inside the van. He held on to the doorframe. He knew he didn't want to go where they had in mind, but he also knew that the drug had not yet worn off sufficiently to enable him to fight well. Not well enough to overcome 4 men. "What have I done?" he asked, both afraid and angry. "You couldn't leave well enough alone," Harry said. He bashed down Quail's arm, and the goons shoved him into the back of the van. He had to go. He knew that otherwise they would simply knock him out and toss him in, or worse. He had to recover more of his physical control, which was lagging behind his mind. When he acted, it would have to be by surprise, and fast, and effective. So for now he kept both his body and his speech slower than it had to be, so that they would misjudge his abilities. They rode in silence as Harry drove through a seemingly endless maze of underground parking garages and service tunnels. Where they might be going no longer mattered. What counted was how to avoid getting there. He concentrated on his memory again, hoping to find some clue to what was going on. There had been this receptionist, with a sea-peak blouse and sprayed blue breasts beneath. "Mr. Quail, you are a good-looking man, and it spoils your features to become angry," she said. "If it would make you feel any better, I might, let you take me out." No, that wasn't it. He hadn't been angry with her, and she hadn't offered. That must have been a daydream, or an implanted memory. That was the place of implanted memories, of dreams that seemed to have come true in the past. He had wanted a memory of Mars. He had talked with a man, but the memory faded again. "Harry, I don't understand," he said plaintively. Actually, it was clear now that someone didn't want him remembering something. "You blabbed, Quail," Harry said angrily. "You blabbed." "Blabbed? About what?" There was no answer. "This is crazy," Quail exclaimed. "I don't know anything. Go to recall. Ask them." "We did," Harry said, his lips thinning. "And?" "They've been taken care of." Taken care of? Because he had told them something? Even that blue-breasted receptionist? What could he have told them? Quail didn't have any good answer, but now he was thoroughly aware of the danger he was in. If people who hardly knew him had been killed, what then of him? It didn't matter what he remembered. They were going to kill him anyway. He had thought Harry to be a friend of his. Now he knew that was not the case, and perhaps had never been the case. When he made his break, he had to take out Harry first. He was evidently in charge. But not yet. Not until a better opportunity opened up, or until he had to. Every minute that passed was giving him better control of his body. If only they didn't catch on to that. At last the van pulled to a stop. He saw the city nightscape twinkling through the windows. They were outside somewhere. Ah, he recognized it by the seeping smell. A garbage dump. They were going to kill him and dump him here, probably burying him under a mountain of garbage so that he could decay to bones and never be noticed. 2 goons got out and went to the back. They opened the rear doors. The 3rd goon held a gun to his head and forced him out. These were evidently pros. They were taking no chances. But not complete pros, because they hadn't killed him yet. It would have been smarter to put a bullet through his head in the van, than simply haul his body out. So maybe he had some sort of chance. "You should have listened to me, Quail," Harry said with what seemed like genuine regret. "I was there to keep you out of trouble." Out of what trouble? Something to do with a memory? How could a memory hurt anyone? Surely it wasn't because of any daydream about a sexy receptionist. He had gone there only because of his fascination with Mars. Mars! Could that have something to do with this? Yet why would anyone want to kill a man for dreaming of Mars? No matter which way he reasoned it out, it just didn't make sense. There had to be some mistake. Harry was leading the way to a pit half filled with trash. The goons forced Quail to follow. 2 were right with him, the 3rd a few steps back. No way to take all 3 out at once, even if he knew how. He had thought he might shove one of them into the other 2 and run for it, but he saw that this was impractical, even without considering Harry and his gun. "Harry, you're making a mistake," he said, knowing that if he didn't make his case now, he would never have another chance. "You've got me mixed up with somebody else." Harry didn't crack the slightest trace of a smile. Pal. You've got yourself mixed up with somebody else." They came to a stop at the brink of the garbage pit. Here in the darkness, with the faint light from the city illuminating mostly the upper rim, it reminded him of the dark pit of Mars. Only it hadn't been garbage there, at least not human garbage. He had been falling down. Mars did have something to do with this. Suddenly he was sure. That dream was too real, too persistent. Maybe he really had been there. No, that couldn't be, because he remembered never being there. He had been all his adult life on Earth, with Laurie. His memories of that were as clear as his notions of Mars were foggy. Still... Harry raised his gun to Quail's temple. His finger slowly tightened on the trigger. He looked as if he really was sorry to be doing this, as if he might have regarded Quail as some sort of friend who had gone unfortunately wrong and had to be set straight. It was that "this hurts me worse than it does you" look. Quail's expression hardened. Like the errant kid in the woodshed, he had his doubts about whose hurt was worse. He was also aware, on another level, that the grouping of men had become perfect. It was time to knock down the dominoes. Harry had made the classic mistake of putting the gun too close to the target. Quayle's fist came up so suddenly it was a blur and deflected Harry's arm. The gun fired into the sky. Quayle's arm smashed across Harry's neck, crushing his windpipe. Harry hardly had time to collapse, trying to gag, trying to breathe, before Quayle whirled and caught the nearest goon with a sledgehammer fist to the heart. The man was still standing, though dead on his feet, as Quayle leaped at the next. He caught the man's head between his hands and twisted so savagely that there was an audible snap, and the face was looking out from the wrong side of the body, the eyes wide open, startled. The last goon had had 3 seconds to react. He was lurching forward, his gun coming up. Quayle's knee rose to meet his head, smashing the man's nose straight back into the brain. Flat-faced, the goon fell. A total of 5 seconds had passed since Harry's finger tightened on the trigger. 4 men were dead. "You're slowing down, pal." "What?" Quayle shook his head. There was no one there. Just himself and the dead men, gruesomely strewn beside the garbage pit. One of them might have been his friend, once. He stared in amazement at the bodies. How? What? He looked at his bloodied hands. Were these his? Had they committed this mayhem? It was as if they belonged to somebody else. He remembered thinking about groupings and dominoes. Then, this. He gathered his wits. Whatever had happened here, he would get the blame if he remained. He had to get away from this nightmare and safely home. He jumped into the van. The ignition was there. He started the motor and got the vehicle moving. In a moment, he was careening wildly around the garbage pits, heading for the exit. Chapter 9. Wife. Or should I say, quote, wife, unquote. Ha! Chapter 9. Wife. He made it home safely despite his wild driving. He left the van double parked a block away and ran for his building. The police would haul away the vehicle, which couldn't be traced to him anyway, if that mattered. He had wiped his prints from the wheel automatically, not realizing the significance of that reflex until after it was done. He jammed his card in the lock, his coordination better than it had been before the drug wore off. He charged inside, heedless of other residents in the hall who stared as he passed. They let him have an elevator all to himself. Upstairs, he barged into his Connaught, breathless. What a relief it was to be here! But he couldn't rest yet. If there had been one gaggle of goons after him, there might be another, and they did know where he lived. Laurie was sitting on the sofa, dressed in a spectacular outfit, ready for a night on the town. He had to admit it, even in this hour of his distraction. She was the best-looking woman in the city. "Where the hell have you been?" she demanded, outraged by his tardiness. "Bob and Kathy are waiting for us at the restaurant." He had forgotten. She had had that on the calendar. They had an ongoing deal. She did what he wanted in the morning. He did what she wanted in the evening. She had performed with grace, indeed seeming eagerness this morning. She expected the same from him for the dull dinner engagement. But something funny had happened on his way home. He darted around the Connaught, keeping his head below the window level. He switched off every light in the place. He turned to find Laurie staring at him, as well she might. "Some men just tried to kill me," he explained. She froze. "You were mugged?" "They were spies of some kind." Laurie, confused, got up and walked toward him, passing in front of a window. She opened her mouth, "Get down!" he cried, grabbing her and pulling her to the floor. He covered her with his body so that any bullet would not reach her. Flabbergasted, Lori drew herself out from under, brushing ineffectively at her crumpled outfit. She seemed to be trying to make sense of it all. "What happened? Why would spies want to kill you?" "Excellent question." He peeked out the corner of a window. "I don't know," he whispered. "It may have something to do with Mars." The magic word. Lori frowned. She was starting to question Quayle's sanity. At this stage, he could hardly blame her. "Mars? You've never even been to Mars." "I know. It's crazy. I went to this recall place after work, and on the way home—" She was incredulous. "You went to those brain butchers?" "Let me finish." But considering what had happened, he couldn't deny that some sort of butchery had occurred. Before recall, his life had been normal, even dull, except for that dream of Mars. After recall, his life had been confused and just about over. Yet how could even the most realistic implanted memory account for Harry and the goons? "What did you have them do?" she demanded, worried. "Tell me." "I got a trip to Mars." That memory had settled into place somewhere during the drive home. Not the Mars memory itself, which seemed to be absent, but his agreement to have them implanted. Something must have gone wrong. But would that have been his death warrant? "Oh, God, Doug!" She must have thought she had gotten him off the Mars kick. She seemed appalled. "That's not important. These men were about to shoot me." He trailed off, realizing more clearly what had happened. "But I killed them." It seemed impossible, yet he was sure that memory was real. For one thing, there was the blood on his hands, and now smeared on Lori's lovely outfit, too. But Lori was beyond caring about that, at this stage. She forced herself to be calm. "Doug, listen to me. Nobody tried to kill you. You're hallucinating." "This is real, goddammit!" he exploded. He dashed to another window and looked out. Lori came after him and grabbed his shoulders. "Stop running around and listen to me." Quayle kept still, glaring at her. "Those butchers at recall have fucked up your mind," she told him earnestly, "and you're having paranoid delusions." He held up his blood-stained hands. "You call this a paranoid delusion?" She was stunned, evidently uncertain whether to be afraid for him or afraid of him. It was pointless to try to argue with her. He was hardly that certain of the situation himself. He ran into the bathroom, ducking out of the line of sight of the windows. Their Connaught was high up, but a good sniper could handle the range, especially if he fired from another building at this level. He shut the door behind him, turned on the light, and began to wash the blood off his hands. It had probably come from the goon whose nose he had smashed in, though how he had done a thing like that he still wasn't certain. He knew how to fight, sure. Stand up with 2 fists weaving before the face, and try to get past the other worker's guard to tag him on the shoulder or head. But he had done this with his knee. And the others, he had twisted one head just about off, and smashed a larynx. There was no place in clean fighting for that sort of thing. Even if there was, where had he learned it? The sheer speed with which he had acted. Instead of a clumsy shoving, he had struck 4 times, each strike so brutally efficient it appalled him in retrospect. He had been scared, sure, but this had been more like a killing machine. While he pondered, he finished washing the blood off his hands. He splashed cold water on his face, then glanced at himself in the mirror. He wasn't even scratched. Now it was beginning to seem like a fantasy. But he knew it wasn't. He dried off his face and hands, switched off the light, and opened the bathroom door. For some reason he didn't quite fathom, he stood at the side of the door instead of standing squarely before it, as if to let someone else pass through first. Tracer bullets ripped into the dark bathroom, smashing the mirror, walls, and fixtures. Glass showered out around him. Quayle dived forward and scrambled into the living area. The goons were back! Another squad! Somehow he had suspected, and his caution had saved his life. They were no longer pussyfooting by shoving him unhurt into a vehicle. They had gotten smart, and were blasting him on sight. "Laurie!" he cried from the floor as he rolled behind the sofa. "Run!" The living room was in total darkness, except for the pale rectangles of the windows, beyond which the lights of the city flickered. Quayle moved, his knees making a sound as they scraped on the floor, and bullets tore into the upholstery, inches from his head. He lurched up and across and dived under the coffee table, rolling silently in a fashion he hadn't known he could do. He froze in place, listening. He heard his assailant moving around, across the room. The gunner was right here, using the darkness for cover. There had been no answer from Laurie. She must have been taken out silently while Quayle was in the bathroom. There would be a separate score to settle for that, if she had been harmed. But first he had to save his own life. In the darkness he felt his features hardening into a familiar expression. His memory might be blank, but he realized that this was not the first time he had been under fire. He knew how to handle it. He fetched a pillow from the couch, noiselessly. Then he tossed it across the room. Tracer fire blasted the pillow. Quayle launched himself. He leaped over a chair at the source of the tracers, again moving with a speed and surety that amazed him. He made contact. Bullets were fired wildly, scoring on the wall and ceiling. Then he got the gun away, and it skittered across the floor. Already he was working on the assailant. He pounded a shoulder, a leg, trying to get the range on the struggling figure in the darkness. Then he scored on the torso and heard the pained grunt as the other person's breath whooshed out. The gunner was small, depending on speed rather than strength. He applied a quick chokehold with one arm, just tight enough to keep the other subdued, and reached for the light switch on the wall. The light came on. Quayle blinked, his eyes adjusting. He looked at the person he held. It was a woman, her fair tresses in disarray. In fact, it was Laurie. He was astonished and devastated. His wife had been gunning for him? How could this be? "Laurie," he began. She stomped on his foot with her spiked heel. Even through the shoe, it was effective. Pain flared. For a moment his grip on her relaxed. She spun a sharp elbow into his face, forcing him to pull back, but not to release her entirely. She turned, bracing against his arm, and pummeled him with a rapid barrage of chops and punches to chest, neck, and face. She knew what she was doing. There were no dainty slaps, but well-aimed and surprisingly strong blows that were doing damage. In fact, they could have knocked out a lesser man. Only his greater mass and conditioning protected him. He automatically tensed his muscles and turned his head, resisting the strikes and causing them to slide off without full effect. Dazed more by the identity of his attacker than by the blows themselves, Quayle did not retaliate. How could his lovely, loving wife be doing this? Just this morning she had been so soft and sexy, her hands so gentle and evocative. Had it been a strange man, He would have countered almost before the first blow landed. But against Laurie... But she had only been warming up. Now she had proper working room. She wound up for the coup de grace. This one would not be avoided or resisted. He punched her in the stomach. The blow was powerful rather than fast, and she was light. He had pulled his punch somewhat, still loath to really hurt her. Also, he had been shaken by her violent attack on him, and for the moment weakened. The effect of the drug had not yet worn off entirely, which made it worse. Even so, the punch launched her all the way to the kitchen. She kept her feet, by no means downed. She was in better condition as a combatant than he had ever suspected. In fact, it seemed that there was a whole lot about her that he hadn't known. But how could she be in on this conspiracy to kill him? She wasn't even interested in Mars. He staggered toward her, knowing that he had put her down and questioned her. It had never occurred to him that she would know anything about this astonishing situation, but now that he knew she did, he had to learn whatever she knew. Laurie grabbed a carving knife from the holder on the wall. Now she stalked him, moving with more confidence than he did. He retreated, realizing that he was up against no amateur. He looked around for her gun and spied it on the floor across the room. He started toward it, but she intercepted him, deftly slicing his reaching arm. He tried to dodge aside and make for the gun again, but she whipped the knife across his chest, opening a thin gash. She kept him at bay, tagging him whenever he focused on the gun instead of on her, but wasn't able to make a lethal score on him. He was becoming a mass of shallow wounds and dripping blood. He feinted toward the gun once more, with his left hand. She stabbed at the arm, inflicting another injury, but was caught by his right fist. It was a solid blow to her jaw. Laurie fell back, stunned. Quayle quickly picked up the gun and aimed it at her. "Talk!" She remained stubbornly silent. He shoved the gun barrel in her ear. He meant business, and it showed. The hard, alternate personality had taken over again. "Why is my own wife trying to kill me?" "I'm not your wife," she said. "Don't lie to me," he snapped, furious. "It's the truth. I never saw you before 6 weeks ago." She smiled briefly and without humor. "Our marriage is just a memory implant." Quayle found that he had absolutely no idea how to react to such a wild statement. How could she claim that 10 years of marriage hadn't existed? He remembered. God, we should all get a memory implant like that. I mean, the opposite of that. That's what I meant. Sorry. Yet she had tried to kill him, and it had been no accident of misidentification. She knew who he was and wanted him dead. That suggested that there was something in what she said. "Did you say I'm hallucinating?" he demanded, not wholly disbelieving. Laurie swept back her tousled hair with one hand. Her gaze hardened, and her posture suggested something more like contempt than love. She seemed to have become a cold bitch, as different from the loving woman as Quayle was from the killing machine that seemed to be taking over his body. Her outfit was in ruin, and there would be a bruise on her face, yet she seemed haughty rather than humiliated. She brought out a tissue and dabbed at his cut arm, seeming blasé rather than caring, as if she merely didn't want blood dripping on her clean floor. "The agency had to watchdog you, make sure the erasure took. A wife seemed like a good idea." "This is bullshit," he said. "I remember our wedding." "Implanted," she said flatly. "And falling in love." Then now he realized that he did not truly love her. He remembered loving her, but somehow he had a truer feeling for the woman of Mars. Oh, Laurie was a lot of fun in bed, but that wasn't the same. This preposterous notion was beginning to make sense. Implanted. Our friends, my job, 10 years together. I suppose all that's implanted too, he inquired sarcastically. The job's real, she said evenly. You've had it since you got dropped here. He tried to remain skeptical, but his belief was eroding his unbelief. There were too many little and big mysteries that this resolved. Her disparagement of his dream of Mars, because he was supposed to be kept away from Mars? Harry's effort to steer him clear of recall, because he wasn't even supposed to remember Mars? Real experience or false? There was a whole lot here that he still didn't understand, but at least this gave him some basis to make sense of it. He had perhaps been led astray by the life he thought he had. A wife like Laurie, a friend like Harry, so had not been able to fathom the life he might really have. It was as if the old structures had to be torn down before new and more solid ones could be built. Sorry, Quail, she said, her tone belying any regret. It's all a fabrication, your whole life. He slumped against the wall. The fact that it was starting to make sense didn't make it any easier to take. Before, it had been only a dream that bothered him. Now his whole life had become a dream. If I'm not Doug Quail, who am I? She shrugged. Beats me. I just work here. How callous could she be? Yet her attitude supported her statement. Her love for him had been the pretense. This was the reality. He went to stand in front of a video monitor and tried to figure out what to do. The realization that his memory life was only a pretense did not restore his real life. That remained blank. He had no idea where to go or what to do. His foundations had been knocked out from under, and he was still falling. What kind of a landing would it be? Laurie suddenly became much friendlier. Her face softened, and her figure lost its indifference. She became more like the woman he had known. I'm going to miss you, Quail, she said. You were the best assignment I ever had. Really. I'm honored, he said, distrusting this. She had shown him convincingly enough how little she truly cared for him. What was she up to now? He took her by the elbow and pulled her with him, the gun still at her head, as he looked out the window. He was alert for any false move on her part. She would not knock aside the gun the way he had knocked Harry's gun. He didn't even need to watch her directly. He could sense her motion. Where were the others? He was sure they were out there, somewhere. Though he could not remember any details, he knew the nature of these things. Operatives did not work alone. They always had interlocking networks, the one covering the back of the other. He might have set them back momentarily by killing 4, and by nullifying Laurie, but that was no victory, only a foiling of 2 of their ploys. Do you have to leave now? She asked. She reached out to him affectionately. Quail's jaw tightened. He might have been fooled once, but he wouldn't fall for the same thing twice. She withdrew her hand. It's not like we're strangers, you know. He looked out a second window, more to focus his mind than his eyes. He knew the goons would not be visible out there. In fact, if they were there, they'd soon take him out with a snipe scope. He had to act swiftly. But how? If you don't trust me, you can tie me up, Laurie said, tugging at her décolletage to show more breast. What was she up to? He knew she wasn't interested in sex with him. He turned back to her and caught her looking at the video screen. Uh-oh. One square of the screen was a security monitor showing the lobby of the apartment building. 4 agents were entering an elevator. The evident boss was enormous, solid, and looked vicious, like an attack dog trained by repeated beatings. Quayle glared at Lori and pressed the gun to her head. "Clever girl," he said through his teeth. "You wouldn't shoot me, Doug, would you?" she asked, maintaining her friendly and somewhat helpless pose. "Not after all we've been through." He hated to admit it, but she was moving him. He didn't want to hurt her, though she had certainly tried to kill him. "You're right, Lori. Some of it was fun." She smiled. "Yes, it was, Doug. If you want, we can." Almost like his fake memory of the recall receptionist offering sex to distract him. He was not that much of a fool. He knew he had scant time. "Who are they?" "Who?" "Don't make me do something I don't want to do." She dropped the pretense. "The big one's Richter. He's as mean as they come. His partner is Helm. Not much better. Look, Doug, I confess I tried to distract you. It's my job. But I can help you avoid them if—" He lowered the gun and touched her breast. She smiled encouragingly, inhaling. Suddenly he raised the gun and clubbed her on the head, knocking her out. "It's been nice knowing you," he said, surprised by his own action. His other self had taken over again, doing what was required. Well, he hoped it knew what it was doing, because he certainly didn't. Well, sorry, that one. It's fucking littered with exclamation marks. Well, he hoped it knew what it was doing, because he certainly didn't. Okay, here's where we get into the drunk shit. Chapter 10. Subway. Quayle raced down the corridor, past the other Connaught doors, avoiding the elevator. He heard it rising, slowing. That was the goon squad, for sure. If they saw him, he was dead. He had the gun, but they would have 10 times his firepower. He ducked through an exit door barely before the elevator door opened. He held his breath and flattened himself against the wall, listening. He heard them boil out and charge to his Connaught. 1, 2, 3, 4. How could he count them with such certainty by the thudding of their feet? He didn't know. He must have had very special training somewhere, sometime, back in the erased portion of his memory. Maybe it was like the man who tallied a herd of cows accurately at a single glance. He counted the legs and divided by 4. No joke in this case. He could hear only the footsteps, which outnumbered the men walking them. 4. The same number he had seen on the monitor. That meant they had left no man below to intercept him. That was another tactical error on their part. But what could you expect of goons? They weren't true professionals, just hirelings whose brains were dispensable. Good enough. He got moving again, having paused only a few seconds, and resumed breathing. He bounded down the stairs, taking several at a time, down around the endlessly twisting, squared-off spiral that went to the street level. It was easier to climb a stair 2 or 3 steps at a time than it was to descend it the same way, but he evidently had training for this too. He virtually sailed down, 4, 5, 6 at a time, bounding like a ballet dancer, touching the rail for guidance. He did have the technique for it, and this was good, because he had a long way to go. One reason he had taken time to question Laurie when he knew the goons were on the way up was that he knew how long it would take them to arrive. Even the fastest elevator could not cover 200 stories in an instant. The elevator was fast, a virtual rocket, but limited by the acceleration normal residents could handle, even when set on, quote, priority, unquote. So there had been time. But now he had to cover those 200 levels himself, fast. Thanks to his technique, he was traveling at top running speed. Straight down, it would have been a 2,000-foot fall. As it was just about a mile of stairs. Could he cover a mile in 5 minutes? He'd better, because it would take the goons maybe 1 minute to ascertain that he had fled, maybe 2 more to catch a swift down elevator, and 3 more to make it to the ground floor. 6 minutes max, less if they got a break on the elevator schedule. He would have no more than a minute's head start on them, with luck, and maybe none with no luck. So he bounded down at a seemingly suicidal rate. It would be suicidal not to. Could he duck out at one of the intervening floors and hide? No. The doors were locked from the other side. This was an emergency escape, not an entry from unauthorized intruders. If he happened to encounter someone coming out here and caught the door before it closed, it still would be no good, because all the conapps would be locked, and the hall monitors would show his presence for the building security, and therefore for the goons too. So this was it for him, his escape not from fire or some other routine emergency, but from assassination. 5 floors, 10, 15. He lost count, and it didn't matter, because all that counted was the bottom. 1 minute, he thought. Give me 1 minute's head start, and they'll never find me. Which meant 6 minutes for them. Would they be stupid enough to dawdle longer at the Connaught? Pray that they were. Page break. Beer break. Richter led the way into the Connaught. There was the dame, sprawled on the floor in one of those sexy, high-class get-ups, showing the kind of legs he'd have killed for, ha-ha, and unconscious. Some guys had all the luck. It grated that this damned turncoat was given a piece like her, while Richter himself had to settle for whichever whore he could afford. For a moment he was tempted to take her right there, before she came to. She was nominally under his authority, taking orders from him. But that would mean the others would rate their turns too, and that would take too long. Also, the agency had ways of enforcing discipline that made him sweat to think about. Dolls like this were untouchable by mortal man. They went only to the top brass, foreign dignitaries, and that lucky asshole they were chasing. He could give her orders about business, but she'd scream hell and damnation if he touched one tit. He'd have to play it straight, as usual. Maybe someday a chick like this would fall out of favor, and he'd get to have her before putting her down for the long count. It was a prospect to dream about. "Bring her to," he snapped, checking the Connaught. The pigeon had spooked and flown, sure enough. Trust the bitch to mess up. She had been supposed to hold him here until they came. Helm fetched water from the kitchen sink and dashed it in her face. She sputtered, sat up, and rubbed her head. It was some time before her eyes focused. She must really have been hit. Richter squatted before her. "What does he remember?" he demanded. She gazed at him as if he were a diseased rat from the sewer. Nothing. Could he believe that? Hardly. Either the quarry was smart enough to keep his mouth shut, or she was covering for him. He hoped it was the latter, because when the agency found out, she would be declared surplus. Then, maybe, he would get the assignment. Those legs. Meanwhile, Helm had produced a small tracking device and touched a button, activating it. He held it up and turned around in a searching pattern. Suddenly, a red dot started to blink as it swept past the window. He kept it pointing in that direction and pushed another button. Now the tracker's little screen came to life, displaying a three-dimensional plan of the building from the point of view of this spot. It was as if it were a model made of transparent glass. Down near the bottom, the blinking red dot was moving in a crazy spiral, like a poisoned fly. He was going down the stairwell and making damn good time. Richter hesitated. Could they have the building security shut off the stairwell? No. By the time they reached the security chief and established their authority, the quarry would be down and out. In fact, he was already doing it. The dot was now separating from the building. They had dawdled too long, checking the conapt and reviving the bitch. It was those damn legs. He had been looking at them while he questioned her, not wanting to quit. He ran to the window and peered out. Way, way down, he saw a tiny figure running over the sidewalk. Shit! The subway! But what had he expected? The quarry wasn't going to stand waiting for them on the street. Richter bolted for the door. The others followed. The dame stayed behind, looking at her swelling face in the mirror. Sure, that was what she cared about, her looks. The truth was, her face could have looked like a Gila monster's snoot, and her boobs and gams would still have carried the day. She had gotten what she deserved. Quayle breathed a silent sigh of relief as he made it safely to the subway station. He had had his 1-minute start, maybe more. What had the fools been doing up there? Making time with Laurie? If so, he owed her a vote of thanks, ironically, though he was sure it wouldn't have been voluntary on her part. He was sorry he had had to knock her out, but it had been the only way to keep her from sounding the alarm before the goons even got there. He hadn't loved her, though he had liked her, and wouldn't have hurt her for the world, before this business broke. She had seemed too good to be true, and now he knew that she was too good to be true. She was just on an assignment. 6 weeks. No wonder his 10-year memory of her hadn't changed. It was actually a 6-week experience. He had thought his life dull. It sure wasn't dull now. But at the moment, he would gladly have traded to have it back. At least he would be safe, instead of fleeing for his life, with no notion where he was going or who he was. If he had it to do over, he'd stay the hell away from recall, keeping his eyes and ears open and quietly investigating his situation, until he knew enough to act without bringing the goons down on his head. People were staring at him. Quayle slowed down, glancing occasionally over his shoulder. It was better to be lost in the crowd, if the goons weren't right on his tail. How close were they? He had hoped for a minute's start and gotten it, but he knew they wouldn't just let him go. He had to catch a train to nowhere and lose them completely. Naturally, the minutes passed before the train came. He waited beyond the security area, not wanting to commit himself before he had to. 3, 4 minutes. How long could this hold? He was a sitting duck here. He had gotten a break by escaping the building, but the luck was turning the other way now. Then he heard the train. He was going to make it. He headed for the entry passage. He realized that he'd better get rid of the gun. It could be traced, and might have a marker in it they could orient on. Certainly it couldn't pass through the security area, so he couldn't get on a train with it. He glanced back one more time and saw Richter and company run into the station. Damn! Another 30 seconds and he'd have been clear. His plan changed instantly. He stayed in line, but kept the gun. What did an alarm matter when the killers had spotted him? He stepped past the panels. He glanced at the little monitor screen facing the customers in line. He was a walking skeleton, and the gun in his bony hand was glowing bright red. The alarms wailed and red lights flashed. Guards sprang forward to intercept him. There was nothing careless about this security section. He couldn't run yet because of the people ahead of him in the narrow channel. He had thought they would clear out when the alarm went off, but they were confused and standing still. Meanwhile, the guards were rounding the screen, their own guns glowing red. Could he go the other way? On the monitor, his skeleton stopped and turned, echoing his indecision. He saw Richter and Helm coming. That was worse. There was no way out, forward or backward. He turned to the side, jumped the guide rail, and charged the X-ray panel itself. On the monitor, his skeleton loomed suddenly larger. Then he crashed through his own skeletal image, shattering the screen. There was screaming from the ladies in the station. That got him out, but not to the train. He had not escaped the goons. Where next? His hidden other self took over. He sprinted forward, dodging around gaping people, and reached the escalators. But he didn't get on. He put his hand on the rail and swung right, then powered down a narrow corridor that dead-ended at a large open elevator. That would take him to the trains traveling at right angles to the ones here, on the next level down. There was a break, finding one ready. Or was it? The elevator was almost full, and there were some 40 people backed up waiting. If he waited his turn, he'd be dead before it came up. He bowled his way on, shoving others aside, creating an uproar. "What's the idea?" a man demanded. "Hey, I was here," another exclaimed. "You can't do this," an older woman objected primly. But he was doing it. His feet landed in the elevator. He had reached out to hit the close button inside, instead of waiting for the machine to make up its mind. The doors closed, but hit his sides and bounced open again. Damn! He wasn't quite all the way in. It was too crowded. "Wait your fucking turn," a man said. There was general agreement. "Get the hell off," another said. They tried to shove him out. Richter and his goons came into view down the hall. They were approaching fast, guns aimed. Quayle grabbed the two loudest complainers and threw them off. He hit the close button again. Richter fired. The powerful shells blasted craters in the outer doors at chest level, but didn't stop the doors from completing their closure. The elevator started down. Holes sprouted in the inner doors, appearing at progressively greater heights as the descent continued. The bullets didn't have quite enough force to carry into the elevator chamber itself. The remaining passengers, realizing that something much worse than a man cutting into line was involved, were quiet. They stared at the rising holes as if mesmerized. Quayle breathed another silent sigh of relief. That had been close. But he still didn't know where he was going. He could catch a train, sure, but to where? Richter saw the doors close. Damn! The quarry had slipped the net again. Now they'd have to take the long way around and try to intercept him below. They ran for the escalator. Frightened people gave way before them. They boarded it, running down, not waiting for the escalator's slow movement. At the foot, they took a moment to check the tracking device. The flashing red dot that was the quarry appeared on the screen, in the outline of the descending elevator. Richter panned the device, checking the surroundings. Near the elevator landing were several up escalators. The quarry would take one of those, trying to sneak back to the street level and lose himself. He wouldn't want to take a train, because he had nowhere to go. Instead of chasing after him and being just too late, they could intercept him at the top. Then he'd really have nowhere to go. It was a messy job. It was awkward as hell trying to take a man out in a public place. But soon it would be done, and they could disappear. Quayle tensed as the elevator slowed and stopped. The goons shouldn't have been able to get down here first, but if they had others posted at strategic points, there could be a reception party. In any event, he would have to move fast, since they would waste no time going after him. He needed to get far enough clear so that they could no longer track him by sight or sound. Only then could he relax. The doors slid open, scraping as the bullet craters tried to hang up on the sides. Quayle was the first one off. He saw no goons. He ran forward, saw an escalator flowing up, and headed for it. Still no goons. But he didn't trust this. At any moment they would come charging around a corner, guns blazing, determined to take him out. Because he dreamed of Mars? No, because he wasn't who he thought he was. None of this seemed to make much sense. He needed time to work it out, to explore every last corner of his fragmented memory and pull out anything that was there. Maybe he'd discover he was a criminal who... But no, they wouldn't have given a criminal a nice con-apt, a decent job, and a woman like Lori. Unless they were keeping him on ice until the time came to testify at a big trial. Yes, that just might make sense. They didn't want him remembering prematurely because he might go back to his pals instead of testifying against them. That would explain why Lori, who as it turned out hadn't cared for him at all, had been so actively friendly. It had been her job to keep his mind occupied. Or his pecker. Same thing, they had figured. They might have been right, but for his Mars dream girl. He was on the escalator now, riding the stairs up. He glanced behind, seeing nothing but routine citizens. Where were the goons? They should be here by now. He glanced forward, and there they were. 4 agents arriving at the top landing, looking below. He tried to shrink down, hiding amidst the commuters, but he was too big to manage it. His only hope was that they wouldn't see him before he got close enough to... They were peering down, checking the whole region. They saw him! There was no pause, no call for surrender. They simply started shooting. Quayle feinted to the side. An unlucky commuter caught a door-piercing bullet in the head. He fell backward into Quayle. His face was gone. There was screaming as the others realized what was happening. All the commuters crouched on the stairs, trying to get out of the line of fire. That left Quayle exposed, the only one standing. He couldn't duck down like the rest. They'd riddle him in seconds, now that they had him spotted. Indeed, his other self had no intention of allowing it. He was already in motion, mounting the escalator, using the faceless body as a shield. His gun was in his hands, firing up at his enemies. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 4 goons went down in order, each holed by a single bullet. Quayle didn't know who his other self was, but he was beginning to like him. That man was a survivor. He was safe now, for the moment. He could get out of the subway station and... A bullet zinged by his ear. From behind! He twisted to look back. There were Richter and Helm running up to the escalator, firing as they went. Now they were on it, climbing over the prostrate commuters, still firing. If they had paused to take proper aim, Quayle would have been dead before he knew they were there. Quayle heaved up the corpse he had been using as a shield, turned, and hurled it down at the two agents, bowling them over. Then he charged the rest of the way up the stairs. He reached the landing and ran down the hall. He had maybe a 10-second lead if those were the only ones on his tail. Where could he go? On up and out to the street? There might be more goons posted at the exit. If he made it, he'd still be right in the area. They'd be casting around for him in cars and maybe aircraft. He couldn't go back to his Connaft. Laurie would report him immediately if she didn't shoot him first. That left the subway trains. They went all over the city and to outlying points, making connections everywhere. The agents couldn't cover every exit in the entire subway system, so if he could make it onto a train without them following, his 10-second lead should become a 10-minute lead, and he could be out of the city before they had much notion where he was. His body already knew this. It was pounding down the passage, heading for another train. He tucked his gun into his pants. He was now inside the security area, so it wasn't setting off any more alarms. He came to the landing where there was a train. The last commuters were just squeezing on. He sprinted along the platform, which was mercifully clear at the moment, and for the train. The last commuter boarded. The departure signal sounded. The door closed. Quayle made a flying leap and squeezed onto a car at the last second, beating the closing doors by a hair. He had made it. He stumbled, trying to avoid bumping into the other passengers. He was doubled over, but managed to keep his feet. Bullets shattered the glass of the door just above him and plowed the far side. Richter and Helm had arrived. Had he been standing upright? "Get down!" he shouted at the other passengers, knowing what was coming. The train started moving. A series of windows shattered. The passengers decided to take his advice. They ducked down as well as they were able. The train picked up speed. Quayle peered out a window hole. He saw Richter and Helm watching, disgusted, as the train left the station. He had beaten them, for now. He turned to find the other passengers staring at him. He realized that he was covered with blood from the corpse he had used as a shield. Well, he was not about to offer them any explanation. The less they knew about him, the better for him and them. Richter seemed to have no compunctions about his methods. If he thought any other person knew where Quayle was, he would force that person to talk at gunpoint, and then maybe shoot him anyway. He avoided their glances and oriented instead on the commercial on the nearest screen. It was a huckster, standing in front of a spaceship. "Don't settle for pale memories. Don't settle for fake implants. Experience space travel the old-fashioned way, on a real-life holiday you can afford." The travel agency's answer to recall. Quayle shook his head and sighed. He wished he could take them up on it. Because one thing that hadn't changed in this almost complete demolition of his lifestyle was his fascination with Mars. He still wanted to go there, one way or another, and to find that brunette, if she existed. Did she exist? All he could do was hope that she did. His tangible life with Laurie had become illusion. Maybe his dream of the other woman could become real. Chapter 11. Help. Richter and Helm strode angrily out of the station and stepped through the rain to their car. Richter was fuming. They had lost the quarry after all, and then gotten nabbed by the subway security men because their guns had set off the alarms again. They had had to show their IDs to get out of it. That would look bad on the records. Not to mention the 4 additional lower echelon agents lost. That made 8 total, plus a civilian or 2. What a smell that would make for all concerned. The first takeout had been bungled by Harry, obviously a duffer who shouldn't have been assigned in the first place. But this time it was Richter himself, and he would get no credit for just about succeeding. Quote, just about, unquote, was just about good enough for a demotion. He owed that man who thought he was Douglas Quayle. He owed him twice as much now as before, and it had been enough before. He would see the man's brains splatter across the landscape before he was done, and it still wouldn't be enough. If he was lucky, maybe he'd get the chance to see the man sweat before he died. They climbed into the car. Helm took the driver's seat, Richter the passenger seat, where the equipment was. The rain on their clothing quickly steeped the interior with its pollution, contributing to his foul mood. The dashboard was filled with elaborate tracking devices, electronic maps, and communications equipment. Richter furiously turned knobs and punched buttons, trying to get a reading on the quarry. Damn it, the tracking was supposed to be continuous. What was fuzzing it? Was the equipment glitching? Guess who'd get the blame if a bad tracker let him down? He knew Cohagen didn't see eye to eye with him on this procedure, and if the man got a pretext to take him off the case. The radio came to life. 6 Beta 9, we have a transmission from Mr. Cohagen. Richter looked at Helm and groaned. Think of the devil. But he couldn't avoid it. This is Richter. Patch it through. He wiped the rain from his face and smoothed his hair, though it didn't do much good. Modern science was wonderful, but at the moment he wished they hadn't invented a way to set aside the limitation of light speed, making virtually instant communication between planets possible. Then Cohagen would not be able to second-guess him on this mission, while a chase was in progress. The video monitor lighted, flickering, then showing a grainy image of Cohagen's face. The man was neither as handsome nor as well-spoken as he was on broadcast interviews. No surprise. He fixed on Richter, scowling. What the fuck are you doing, Richter? Richter put on an ingratiating smile he knew fooled no one. It wasn't meant to. Trying to neutralize a traitor, sir. And that's the correct term. Chew on that, sir. Cohagen's scowl expanded into open anger. If I wanted him dead, I wouldn't have dumped him on Earth. Richter smoothed out his own features, playing the obsequious underling, again without any concern for belief. We can't let him run around, Mr. Cohagen. He knows too much. The girl says he can't remember jack shit. Static interfered with the reception. Good. He could take advantage of that. I know you were fond of him, sir. In fact, you loved that asshole, sir. And I know you hated his guts, Cohagen responded evenly. Richter knew that Cohagen's thoughts were no more polite than his own, but all dialogues between them were recorded, so neither could speak more than a part of his mind. Maybe that was just as well, for now. There might come a time when that changed, and Richter hoped he had the upper hand then. A blinking red dot appeared on the console tracking device. Helm nudged Richter, who was delighted to see it. They had locked in on their man. Which is why I'm telling you to, Cohagen was continuing. Richter twisted a dial, causing the reception to break up. It would be impossible to tell from the other end what had caused the disruption.
"What was that, sir? We've got sunspots."
How glad he was that such transmissions were unreliable when anything happened on the solar scale. Cohagen glared.
"I said extra little Roger."
Richter intensified the interference, deliberately preventing himself from hearing Cohagen's orders. Helm gazed out the windshield into the rain, affecting not to be aware of anything. He didn't like having Quarry slip the noose any better than Richter did.
"I'm sorry, sir," Richter said. "I can't hear you."
So polite, with a touch of perplexity. The recording would show that he had no idea that his orders had changed. Assuming that they had. Ha ha. On the screen, Cohagen got exasperated as communications broke down. Finally, he threw up his hands and ended the transmission. He wouldn't be able to prove anything. Interplanetary transmissions were notorious for interference, especially when the planets weren't in good alignment. A price was paid for violating light speed. There had been just enough genuine interference to cover him. Richter allowed himself a small, grim smile. He turned to Helm, snapped his fingers, and pointed forward.
"He should have killed him when he had the chance," he said.
Now he, Richter, would do it instead, with pleasure. They had locked onto the quarry, and no sunspots, real or fake, would interfere. Helm gunned the car into traffic, splashing water on commuters walking out of the subway station. Their protests carried faintly, music to Richter's ears. He put a hand up over his shoulder and hoisted one finger, signaling them, though he knew they couldn't see inside the car. The gesture gave him satisfaction anyway. Too bad he couldn't show the same signal of respect to Cohagen. Quayle had decided not to go too far. They would be expecting him to flee the city, so would be racing to cut off the exit points. Therefore he remained close, but not too close. His alternate self had deserted him. It manifested only when immediate, effective action was required, such as killing several men in several seconds. He was on his own, and that satisfied him for now. He got off the train a few stops down and went into a lavatory. He looked a mess, all right. He slopped water across his face and hands and dabbed at the worst of the stains on his shirt, though not much could be done about that. He had a bright idea, squatted, scraped his fingers along the floor near the wall, and got a good load of dirt on them. He rubbed this into the shirt, covering the remaining bloodstains. Now he looked mostly filthy, like a tramp, not like a refugee from a slaughterhouse. It would have to do. He combed his hair back and assumed an expression of dullness, as if he were just a tired laborer returning from a hard day in the sewer. He boarded another train, trying to make it difficult for the goons to trace his route. But he couldn't do this forever. He needed to get into some other region. For that, he needed money. He paused at a money vendor near the end of the subway line and got as much cash as he dared, enough to pay for a plane to another continent. The transaction would be traced, and in minutes the goons would be on his tail again. That was why they hadn't cut off his ID card already. But though he lacked the deadly expertise of his hidden self, he did have some native cunning. Instead of going to the airport, he caught the next train back toward the center of town and rode almost to where he had started. That should catch them by surprise, he hoped. They might figure that he wasn't counting on the ID tracer and was innocently going his way and wouldn't do anything unpredictable. He hoped again. He got off and took an escalator up. He emerged from an archway marked Subway onto the ground floor of an ancient 1980s shopping mall which had degenerated into a barrio street scene, complete with bars, flophouses, pool halls, pawn shops, and massage parlors. The mall was crowded with kids on skateboards and bikes, and there were even bums sleeping in doorways. It was like stepping into the past, and he almost felt nostalgia. Life must have been simpler before the planets were colonized. This was the ideal place to hide. He spied a Fleabag hotel across the mall. Cash would be accepted there without question, and he wouldn't have to show his ID. He'd be able to rest and wash out his shirt, or maybe pick up other clothing at a second-hand outlet. He was catching on to survival as an anonymous fugitive. He was about to saunter over to the hotel when two cops patrolled by on motorcycles. He turned toward a display window until they passed. Too late, he realized that he hadn't made the best choice. The window showed dummies with ladies' bras and panties. Well, maybe it would seem he was a voyeur. Some of those dummies did have pretty good shapes. The coast was clear, as it were. He resumed progress and entered the hotel. Helm drove the car rapidly through the rainy streets. Richter consulted the tracking device, which zoomed in on a quadrant of a map, then further zoomed into a quadrant of the more detailed map.
"The old Galleria," Richter said. "He thinks he can hide by dodging back into the slum."
He smiled.
"Know something? I think he hasn't caught on that he's bugged."
Indeed, it had been that bug that first alerted them to Quayle's visit to Recall. The alarm had sounded when the man went off his normal routine. They had had to make a quick trip there to question the Recall staff and dispatch them. Too bad there hadn't been time to do anything with that sexy blue-boobed receptionist. Helm skidded the car around a corner, smiling. Quayle went to his hotel room. It was about what he had expected, which wasn't much. It was separated from other chambers mainly by plasterboard. If he cared to listen, he could hear what was going on in nearby compartments. The clinking of glasses, a shrill argument, an all-night poker game, the thudding of heavy sex, and plenty of video noise. That made this the perfect place to hide in. But he had no sooner closed the dirty curtains at the window than the phone rang. He didn't answer, but it bothered him. Why should anyone be calling here? Was it for last night's tenant? In which case maybe he'd better answer it and try to pretend to be that man, in that way concealing his own presence. Still, on the fourth ring he stepped to the side of the screen so he couldn't be seen and hit the answer button. He didn't speak. If they asked for a name, he'd use that name. He peered slantwise at the screen, staying clear of its pickup. All it showed was a man's hand blocking the lens. Well, that was another way to do it.
"If you want to live, don't hang up,"
a gruff male voice said. This didn't sound like a wrong number. Quayle stood still, not hanging up, but also not speaking.
"They've got you bugged," the caller said, "and they'll be bursting down the door in about 3 minutes, unless you do exactly what I say."
Quayle, staying clear of the pickup, searched his clothes for the bug. Like a damned fool, he had never thought of that.
"Don't bother looking. It's in your skull."
Quayle looked around, spooked. "Who are you?" His identity was obviously no secret from this caller.
"Never mind. Wet a towel and wrap it around your head. That'll muffle the signal. It's not a strong one."
"How do you find me?" He had to assume that this was a friend and not an enemy.
Why should an enemy warn him? I'd advise you to hurry. Quail saw the sink on the other side of the room. He walked in front of the video phone to get there. There seemed to be no point in hiding now. That'll buy you some time, the caller continued approvingly. They won't be able to pinpoint you. Quail felt like a fool, but he wetted a large towel and began to wrap it around his head. He managed to form a clumsy turban, though it dripped down the back of his neck. Helm guided the car, homing in on the signal generated by Quail's bug. I never liked him, Richter was saying. There was something about him, but Cohagen just couldn't see it. Then this son of a bitch gets promoted over me? He snorted with deep disgust. And he turns out to be a fucking traitor. The tracking device changed from a detailed map to a general map of an area. The blinking light grew dim. Richter stared. What the fuck? What is it? Helm asked. Richter fiddled with the tracking device and whacked it a few times. Interference! This close? How the hell? Maybe he's taking a shower. Water can mess it up some. Keep driving for the last sighting. Helm kept driving. Quail rewrapped the wet towel, making a better turban, but it still dripped down his neck. That's good enough, the caller said. Now look out the window. Quail went to the window and cautiously pulled aside the curtain. He peeked outside. This was no skyscraper. He was not far from the pavement. See the phone booth by the bar? The caller inquired from behind him. He looked across the limited landscape and located the bar, then the booth. A mustachioed soldier of fortune was looking right back at him, holding up a small piece of cardboard. I'm leaving this pawn stub in the corner, the soldier said, gesturing outside as his voice came from the phone behind Quail. It might save your life. Now get out of there and keep moving. Quail saw the man begin to hang up. Wait! The soldier paused. What? He asked impatiently. It was evident that he wanted to get away himself. Who are you? Quail asked again. You're helping me. I've got to know. So far, every friend I thought I had has turned into an enemy. The soldier hesitated, then spoke abruptly. We were buddies in the agency. You asked me to find you if things fucked up on Mars. So here I am. Goodbye. Wait! What was I? The phone went dead. The soldier left the booth. No more information there. Yet what he had told Quail was invaluable. If he had belonged to the agency and left it. But he had no time for conjecturing now. He dashed out of the hotel room, holding the wobbly turban on his head. Richter and Helm circled the mall in the car. The rain continued unabated, stinking worse than ever. Richter banged the tracking device, but it didn't help. He's here! Fuck it! Somewhere! Helm didn't comment. He just kept driving. Quail ran out of the hotel. He looked for the soldier of fortune, but the man was gone. Damn it! Maybe the stranger had saved his life, and maybe he hadn't. Could he trust him? Suppose he had been safe in the hotel room, and this had smoked him out to where Richter could gun him down. That didn't seem to make a lot of sense, but then very little of the past day did. If the man was a friend, he might be the only one Quail had now, the only one who had known him in his past life. He had to learn more. But he was forgetting the pawn ticket. He started for the phone booth.
An old lady was about to step into it. He lurched in ahead of her, prompting an elderly outcry. There was the ticket, in the corner. He grabbed it and looked at it. Jake's Jewelry and Loan. He jammed it into a pocket. He stepped out of the booth. "Sorry, lady, I didn't see you," he said. "Please go ahead of me." Surprised, she did that. He left the booth. At least now he had somewhere to go, and a hope for the future. From a concealed vantage, the soldier of fortune watched. He saw Quail take the pawn stub and walk away. Reassured, he left the Galleria. He had made a promise to a friend, and had honored it at great personal risk. Now he could lose himself, his promise fulfilled. He moved to a parking lot, acting like an ordinary commuter. He was nervous. He knew that the agency was after his erstwhile friend and would stop at nothing to nail him. He had helped a friend, but that act would put him on the agency's surplus list if it ever found out. That was why he had concealed his identity. The less known about him, the better. Cruising around the Galleria, Helm saw someone familiar. "What the fuck's he doing here?" he demanded. Richter looked where Helm pointed. He recognized the man. His eyes condensed to points. "We'll sure as hell find out." "Weren't they buddies on Mars?" "Sure were. I think one little mystery is about to be solved." Helm cut the car into a parking space. Quickly and silently they got out, stalking the man. The soldier of fortune reached his car. He opened the door and sat behind the wheel. Soon he would be far from here, and no one would be able to trace him even if they suspected his part in it. He put his hand on the doorframe to pull it shut. Suddenly the door smashed closed, pinning his hand. Youch! The pain was horrendous. His fingers must be broken. He looked wildly around. There was Richter, the agency enforcer, a man of no mercy. He was doomed. "Hey, Stevens," Richter said, in the manner of a cat toying with a mouse. "Visiting your old buddy?" From the other side another man spoke. Helm, almost as bad. "Know where we can find him?" He was finished, but he didn't have to take his friend down with him. Evidently the ploy with the towel had been successful, and they had lost the quarry. "Can't say," he gasped, the pain in his hand making speech difficult. "Classified." Richter leaned on the door. Pain flared again, seeming to extend right up his forearm. You can tell us. We're on the same team." Stevens, in agony, shook his head. "Authorization," he wheezed. He was correct about that protocol, but knew they wouldn't honor that. These men were thugs, the kind that gave the agency a bad name. "No problem," Richter said. "Here's my authorization." He bounced heavily against the door. Stevens yelled. He couldn't help himself. Now the pain seemed to radiate all the way to the shoulder. He hated himself for it, but he couldn't take it anymore. He knew that these men delighted in inflicting pain. They would be happy to torture him as long as it took. The only way to get out of it was to tell them. "Pawn shop," he gasped. "Jake's." The pressure on the car door eased. Stevens pulled in his hand. It was crushed and purpling, and blood was dripping from the mangled fingers.
He took it with his other hand and held it, but the pain subsided only slightly and grudgingly. "Thanks for cooperating," Richter said. There was something in his tone that penetrated even the awful pain of the hand. Stevens looked up. A gun was pointed at his head. "No!" he cried. "Call Cohake!" The gun fired. He felt pain flare in his head, then merciful darkness. Chapter 12. Johnny. Jake's jewelry and loan wasn't far. Quail plowed through the rain toward it and entered without pausing. He suspected that time was more critical than caution now. He had to redeem the ticket and get out fast. He marched to the desk and handed the pawnbroker the stub. The man glanced at it incuriously and went into the back. Quail glanced around. Other customers were staring at his makeshift turban. He smiled, put his hands together, and bowed, Indian style. They looked away, embarrassed. In due course the pawnbroker returned with a doctor's satchel that opened at the top. He set it on the counter. 100 credits, he said. Quail knew the shyster was overcharging, but the money hardly mattered at this stage. Still, it might attract more attention to let it pass than to protest. "Where do you get that?" he demanded. "Interest." "Listen, Mac." The man picked up the satchel and started to move away. Okay, Quail said quickly. He fished out 2 50-credit bills. "But you won't get much more of my business." The proprietor shrugged and picked up the money. He had heard it before. Quail took the satchel and departed, scowling. That had been perfect. No one would remember this entirely typical transaction. He walked down the street in the rain, no longer noticing it. He hoped the satchel had what he needed, whatever that was. It seemed like a very slender thread on which to hang his life. He ducked into a doorway and opened the satchel, but before he could examine the contents, he heard a screeching. A car careered around the corner and stopped in front of the pawn shop. In it were 2 goons who had become unfortunately familiar recently. They had traced him here despite the towel. Quail flattened himself, avoiding the line of sight. He heard the 2 men get out and charge into the shop. Suddenly he realized that his effort to play the part of a normal client had been a waste of time. The turban! Everyone in the shop would remember the crazy turban, and it would give him away right now. But if he removed it, the bug would function again. He ran down the street and plunged into a Johnny cab that was parked at a Johnny cab stand. He slammed the door of the taxi and ducked down, trying to hide his head. Johnny turned to the back seat and smiled mechanically. "Welcome to Johnny Cab," the mannequin said. "Where can I take you tonight?" "Just drive," Quail snapped. "Quick!" The mannequin paused, then spoke with the same friendly tone. "Would you please repeat the destination?" Quail glanced back through the rear window. He saw Richter and Helm run out of the shop. They looked up and down the street. How long would it take them to catch on to his location? "Anywhere!" he exclaimed, still watching back. "Go! Go!" He saw Richter peering into his car, where he evidently had the tracking device. Or maybe the heavy artillery was there. He brought something out. This was point-blank range. Would the wet towel still be effective? "Shit!" Johnny did not move, and neither did the cab. "I'm not familiar with that address." Richter looked in Quail's direction, evidently clued in by the tracking device. He saw Quail. "McDonald's!" Quail cried desperately. "Take me to McDonald's!" Johnny paused, reflecting. There are 14 McDonald's franchises in Greater Metropolitan. Quail had had enough. If he didn't get moving in seconds, he'd be done for. He grabbed the mannequin and wrenched it from its moorings, dragging the thing into the back seat. Then he leaned over the driver's seat and took hold of Johnny's forearms, which were still attached to the steering wheel. Johnny's head spoke. Please fasten your seatbelt. Richter ran toward the cab, shooting. The rear and left side windows shattered. Quail wished briefly for the old days, when all vehicles were required to use shatterproof glass or plastic. He pressed the proper lever, and the cab started moving. Thank God the mannequin didn't use its feet. He couldn't have reached the pedals. Richter's car pulled up, with the other thug, Helm, at the wheel. Richter jumped in. It was car chase time, and Quail barely had control of his vehicle. How was he going to manage? As well as he had to, he thought grimly. He gunned the car, cut across 3 lanes of traffic, and speeded up a freeway ramp. He narrowly avoided a number of pedestrians, barely keeping the cab under control. After he passed, the pedestrians assumed the right-of-way. They walked out into the road as other cars halted. Richter's car didn't stop. It ran them over and remorselessly pursued the Johnny cab onto the freeway. That made Quail feel better, oddly. He hadn't liked killing his pursuers, but now he had more evidence of just how bad they were. Richter and Helm and all their ilk needed to be eliminated. It would be a favor to the cosmos. Quail weaved through traffic, brushing perilously close to other cars that had the right-of-way. He was on the middle level of a multi-tiered freeway. Heads turned in the other cars as people were amazed by his damaged cab, his turban, and his mode of driving from the rear seat. It was getting harder to handle the vehicle as his speed increased. The pouring rain and those damn mannequin arms. He ripped Johnny's arms from the steering wheel and threw them out the shattered window. They bounced on the roadway, causing minor havoc as the following cars tried to avoid them. He heard a faint feminine scream. Some girl thought those were real human arms. Johnny's head spoke again, unconcerned. Terrible weather we're having. Well, the mannequin was right about that. Meanwhile, Richter's car was gaining. It jammed against other vehicles, ruthlessly shoving them to one side or the other, squeezing up toward the cab. Richter poked his gun out his window and fired. The cab's right side window shattered. Quail swerved, trying to present a more difficult target, attempting to pick up some cover from the other cars. It didn't work. Richter got smart and aimed for the tires. 2 of them blew. Suddenly, Quail's car was out of control. The cab headed straight for a pier supporting the upper level. Prepare for a collision, Johnny said calmly. Prepare for a collision. Again, he was on target. A crash was unavoidable. Quail reached for the satchel. Johnny's separated body got in the way. He shoved it aside and grabbed the satchel. Then he opened the door and rolled out. This, too, his body knew how to do. A stunt that might have killed an amateur hardly bruised him as he tumbled clear. Behind him, the cab crashed into the pier and burst into flames. Yep, they still weren't making no-blow cars. The car industry evidently had a better lobby than the aircraft industry did, so was able to stave off any safety reforms. Quail tumbled under the guardrail of the middle level and dropped onto the roadbed below, hanging on to the satchel. He managed to get his feet under him,
and to tense them to take the shock of landing before he bounced onto his back in the middle of the road. Oof! This wasn't the same as landing on the soft bed with Laurie. He fought to reorient, sitting up and looking around. A truck was barreling straight at him. Quail rolled to the side. He had seen it in time to get clear. This was, after all, a busy highway. He had to expect to share it with the vehicles. Then he realized that the satchel was still in the middle of the road. He had dropped it as he landed. The truck was about to flatten it, and whatever hope for his future it contained. He reversed course, lurched to his feet, and dived for the satchel. He was passing right in front of the truck. The truck's horn blared. The thing was too massive to swerve on a dime without wrecking. It couldn't get out of his way. He had to get out of its way, or be flattened along with the satchel. He caught the handle with one hand and used the other arm in a forward rolling brake fall, tumbling over his shoulder and out of the way. The monster wheel missed him by inches. He was safe, for the moment, but Richter would soon be after him again, when he discovered that there was no corpse in the Johnny cab. Quail had to lose himself better than he had before, and stay lost. He climbed to his feet and started back across the road, watching out for the swift traffic. Richter's car pulled to a stop behind the burning ruins of the taxi. The rain was still coming down, but not at this spot, because the upper level of the freeway intercepted it. Thus the fire blazed unimpeded. They gazed at it a moment, savoring the destruction. All kinds of mayhem were nice, but a fire had its own special appeal. Then Helm picked up a fire extinguisher and opened his door. Richter held him back. "I like my meat well done." Then the taxi exploded. Flaming pieces flew up and out and littered the road, causing motorists to swerve wildly. Specks of fire slid down across their windshield. They could have been tagged by one of them if they had gotten out before. Richter hoped the lesson was not wasted on Helm. Experience counted when things were happening fast. "That should do it," Richter concluded, satisfied. Helm nodded, appreciating the lesson. They opened their doors simultaneously and piled out. Meanwhile, below, Quail was climbing over the guardrail, satchel in hand, unobserved. This was the industrial section of town. He headed into the comforting concealment between two brick buildings. With luck, the goons would be distracted by the smashed car above long enough, and would lose his trail entirely. He ran on, gaining confidence. Now he needed to find a private place, out of the dreary rain, to check the satchel. He put a hand to his head, holding the ragged turban in place. He was lucky he hadn't lost that during his encounter with the truck. Helm's small but powerful fire extinguisher doused the flames in a few seconds. Richter stepped forward to survey the charred remains of the car. The smoke and vapor cleared. He peered into the remnant of a window. Everything was charred black. The cab was empty, except for the partly melted head of the mannequin driver. "Thank you for taking Johnny Cab," the ghastly head said brightly. "We hope you enjoyed the ride." The quarry had slipped the noose again. Enraged, Richter smashed his fist into the Johnny head, cracking its jaw and shutting it up. Ouch! The damned thing was hot.
Then he activated his radio. 9 Gamma 4. This is Richter. I need 2 more cars in the old manufacturing district. His voice was even, but he was seething. They had wasted enough time here to let the quarry get clean away. It was that damned Johnnyhead. It had looked as if there were somebody still in the cab. Damn, damn, damn.
Chapter 13. Hauser. Quayle zigzagged through the industrial complex, trying to stay out of sight while exploring for a suitable building. He wanted something that was deserted, but not too obvious as a hiding place. Finally, he spotted it, a single-story structure that might sometimes be used for storage, but was empty at the moment. Later, it would be scheduled for demolition, to make room for a new parking garage, but right now it was deserted. The windows weren't even locked. There must be nothing in here worth stealing. He climbed through a window and finally out of the rain, ducking his head to avoid getting the turbine knocked askew. He found himself in a cavernous industrial ruin. Water dripped through holes in the roof. Ideal. He wasted no time. He set the satchel on a corroded assembly line apparatus and removed the contents. He had no idea what to expect, only hope that it would solve all his problems. A big order. There were packets of Martian money, lots of it. He whistled to himself as he flipped through the red banknotes. Since Martian currency was valid on Earth, just as Earth credits were valid on Mars, this would solve any financial problems he might have. But at the moment, it wasn't what he needed. He needed something to save his life. There were a couple of false identity cards with photos. Well, that would help. But Richter knew him by sight, and had the tracker tuned to the bug in his head, so that didn't solve the immediate problem. There was a weird sort of surgical instrument sealed in clear plastic. Well, the satchel looked like a doctor's black bag, so maybe this was to make it look more authentic. He could claim to be a specialist of some kind. There was a strangely shaped rubbery mold that seemed to contain the negative impression of a face. Maybe the face on the IDs. Also yards of a slimy plastic fabric. What that was for, he hesitated even to guess. He delved deeper. There were only a few items left. He pulled out a package of candy bars. He peered at them, surprised. No, they really were garden-variety candy. Mars bars. Someone must have had a warped sense of humor. Still, they did remind him that he was hungry. Were they safe to eat? There was a pair of strange galoshes. Huh? He delved again and came up with a combination wristwatch and numerical pad. He examined the little instrument, touching one of its buttons. Suddenly he was startled by the appearance of a dangerous-looking man. The man was staring at him from the shadows about 30 feet away. There was no time to think. Quayle drew his gun and fired. The man simultaneously aimed and shot at Quayle. Who was going to drop? Quayle felt no injury, but that could be deceptive. A man could be severely injured and never feel it until he had dealt with the one who had given it to him. He couldn't examine himself until he knew what the other was going to do. The other man seemed to have the same idea. Guns extended, they held each other in check. Quayle took a step forward. So did the man, stepping into the light. He wore a crude, floppy turban on his head. Quayle was astonished. The man was himself, or rather, a mirror image hologram of extremely high fidelity, like the nude dancing girl the construction workers had been enjoying, perfectly realistic until approached too closely. He walked toward the hologram, which of course matched him step for step. Quayle raised an arm, the holo raised an arm. Quayle made a sudden movement, as if trying to catch the other off guard, the way they did in the old joke routines. The hollow wasn't fooled. The watch! He had touched a button, and the image had appeared. He touched it again. The hollow man disappeared with a bzzzt. This could be a nice device. If Richter came gunning for him, yes. He strapped the watch onto his wrist, careful not to touch the button again. Helm drove slowly through the abandoned industrial district. The two of them were directing searchlights onto the buildings from the roof of the car. So far, all they had spied was rain-soaked desolation. Richter spoke into his radio. "Any sign of him?" There were 4 agents in 2 cars on other streets, paralleling Richter's car. "I heard a gunshot at the old Toyota plant," one reported on the audio. "Ha! Meet me at the loading deck," Richter said. It was an odds-on bet that was their quarry. Maybe he had shot a rat for food, or one of the starving hounds that roamed the region. Quail shooed away a rat that was trying to get to his Mars bars. That was a good sign, actually. The rats were canny and wouldn't go for poisoned food. There was one more item in the satchel. He brought it out. A miniature video disc player/TV set. There was a disc in it, which meant there might be a recording for him. That was what he needed most. Information. He set down the player so that its screen faced him, and turned it on. His own face, minus the turban, appeared in close-up. It addressed the camera. "Hello, stranger. This is Hauser. If things have gone wrong, I'm talking to myself, and you've got a wet towel wrapped around your head." Quail jumped, touching the turban. Hauser laughed heartily. He had an air of complete self-confidence. Well, it was nice to know that someone thought he knew what he was doing. Quail tore open a Mars bar and ate it while he listened. "Whatever your name is, get ready for a big surprise," Hauser continued, becoming serious. "You're not who you think you are." Quail chomped on his bar. "No shit," he said ironically. Richter's car converged with the other cars at the gates of a huge abandoned factory, topped by a decaying, quote, Toyota, unquote, sign. Richter checked the tracking device, which registered a pale glow. "Bingo!" Inside, Quail continued watching the little screen with rapt attention. He was finally getting some answers. "All my life I worked for Mars Intelligence," Hauser said. "Hell, my own parents were selected to produce me. Then a few weeks ago I met somebody, and learned a few things. Like I've been playing for the wrong team." He put on a guilty expression. "Now I'm trying to make up for it." Quail threw a piece of his candy bar to a persistent rat. It was foolish, but he felt some sympathy for any creature who had to hide out in a place like this, hated and hunted by man. The rat picked up the morsel and scurried away. Hauser tapped on his head. "There's enough shit in here to fuck Cohagen good, and that's what I'm planning to do. Unfortunately, if you're listening to this, he got to me first. And here comes the hard part, old buddy. Now it's all up to you." Quail chewed, not so sure he liked this idea. If his image on the screen knew what he had been through so far, and thought that was the easy part. "Sorry to drag you into it, but you're the only one I can trust," Hauser said apologetically. Richter sprang up a set of stairs, leading Helm and 4 agents inside the building, out of the rain. This time there would be no subway passages, no elevators or trains for the quarry to use for escape. This time they would nail him. Richter wanted to hear the bastard scream before he died. 2 rats came back, looking for handouts. News traveled fast in this rat race. Quail grinned briefly. What the hell? He tossed each of them a chunk of candy. Now, if he could only get rid of the human rats who were after him this readily. First things first, Hauser said on the screen. Let's get rid of that bug in your head. He tapped his head right between the eyes. Take the thingy in the plastic bag. He held up the bag, exactly like the one Quail had, and stick it up your nose. Up his nose? What joy! But probably better than a bullet in the head, which was what that bug would summon. He opened the plastic bag and removed the surgical instrument. It looked like the metallic tentacle of an alien. He pressed the plunger. Out came an inner tentacle with a tiny, grasping claw. He thought of a snake striking from a hole in the wall, catching something and dragging it back into the wall. Up his nose? Don't worry, it's self-guiding, Hauser said reassuringly. Just shove real hard, all the way up to your maxillary sinus. Quail remembered an ancient joke. When my dog misbehaves, I give him a steak. But surely he likes steak. Not up his nose, he doesn't. That dog wouldn't like this torture instrument up his nose either. But Quail had a stake in it. His life. Oh, that's a play on words. The first stake is S-T-E-A-K, and the second one is S-T-A-K-E. It had to be done. Gingerly, he stuck the instrument up his nose and started to push. He grimaced with the pain. He could handle regular pain, as of clobbering his fist into a wall, but there was something peculiarly discomfiting about an intrusion deep in the nose. It wasn't just the snot. It got perilously close to the brain, up in there. He pictured one of those rotary drain cleaners, worming into the pipe, set to chew up any obstruction. But the obstruction here wasn't a jammed turd. It was his nasal tissue. And be careful, Hauser said from the screen. It's my head, too. No shit! Quail warily sat down and continued the procedure. The metal snake was indeed self-guiding. It seemed to know where it was going. All it needed was thrust. Damn! He hated this. Richter and his men fanned out inside the cavernous factory, commencing the search. They used small but powerful flashlights. They were quiet, but rats and pigeons fled from their path. Richter hoped that wouldn't give the quarry warning. He wanted to catch the man by surprise. For one thing, that might save some lives. He had to give that to him. 8 agents taken out in one day, by a man who literally didn't know who he was. It spoke well for agency training. Too bad they couldn't afford to train them all that way. Grimacing horrendously, Quail shoved the instrument farther in. It moved the last painful distance up his nose. He pressed the plunger. There was a crunch of cartilage, and the pain was forgotten. It was replaced by blossoming agony. Quail reeled, feeling faint. Would a bullet have felt worse? It would have been faster, anyway. When you hear the crunch, you're there, Hauser said encouragingly. Gee, thanks for telling me that, Doctor. Quail leaned back against the wall and rested, with the alien tentacle still wedged up his nose. He felt blood trickling through the sinus cavity, somewhere in there, like boiling brine percolating through cold limestone caves. Ooh, suffer! His nose felt so swollen that it seemed his eyes must be pushed to the sides of his face, like those of a frog. Meanwhile, Hauser was still talking. He walked into a close-up on the screen. Now this is the plan.
Get your ass to Mars and take a room at the Hilton. Flash the Brubaker ID. There was a flash shot of the fake identification in the satchel. That's all there is to it. Just do what I tell you, and we can nail the son of a bitch who fucked us both. Hauser's tone became more personal. I'm counting on you, buddy. Don't let me down. The TV turned itself off. Quail was left in the dark, overwhelmed by more than the pain. He had gotten his information. He was, or had been, Hauser, a Mars intelligence agent. That explained his special abilities with hands and guns. An agent was a cleaned-up name for killer in the name of the mission. He had been on the wrong side, and now was on the right side, so his former pals were now his enemies. But if they had caught him after he changed sides, as obviously they had, why hadn't they simply killed him? Why go to such extraordinary trouble to set up a man they would consider to be a traitor on Earth, with a doll like Lori and a decent, if dull, job? He had thought it could be to protect him until he testified about something, but it seemed to be his enemies who had set him up like this. That knocked the sense right out of him. So there was still a hell of a lot he didn't know. Well, at least he knew where to find the answers. He took a deep breath, took hold of the tentacle, and yanked it from his nose. It came out, streaked with blood and mucus, while the agony flared again. Dizzy with the pain, he looked at the glistening silver pea held in the gory little claw. So this was the bug! His first thought was to throw it away, but then he had a better notion. He unwrapped the towel from his head and used it to mop the blood from his hands and face. Then he fished out a Mars bar. He had no appetite at the moment, but didn't need it. He saw rats in the shadows. The word had spread again. Free food. Well, he was in an obliging mood, though his nose felt as if it had been crushed in a big rat trap. Get in line, fellows, he murmured to the rats. I want every one of you to have an equal chance. Beep! A bright red dot flashed on the tracking device. I got him! Richter exclaimed. He led the agents through the factory at a run. Quail slid all his devices back into the satchel and ran from the room. On his way out, he tossed a Mars bar with a torn wrapper to the 10 rats that had assembled for their chocolate fix. The rats pounced on the package, fighting over the blood-smeared candy. Talk of delicacies! That was a la mode for them. Richter and his men swung left and right like heat-seeking missiles. The tracking device showed the quarry's exact location. The fool must have forgotten how to mask the signal, if he had even been aware of it. Maybe he had done something to interfere with it without realizing, and now was doing something else. He's moving, Richter said. In here. He sprinted through a door into the designated room. Their flashlights cut through the dusty air. Something moved. They unleashed a firestorm of bullets that tore up the room. The shooting stopped. Suddenly it was very quiet. There was no body in sight. What the fuck? Richter checked the tracking device. The red dot was there, moving. There was a sound, loud in the silence. There! Richter cried. The automatic rifles fired another burst. A tin can flew up, riddled. He checked the tracker again. The red dot was moving away. No! There! He pointed under a stalled assembly line. They ran along the line, firing under the belt. Still no body. And still the dot was moving on the tracker, just beyond the place they had fired at last. Did the man have 9 lives? There was a skittering sound.
moving across the floor in the darkness. They fired at the sound, blasting into a pile of junk. Richter passed his light over the pile. Quayle's body was not there. He looked at the tracker yet again, puzzled. The flashing dot clearly indicated that Quayle was directly in front of them. But he wasn't. There was only the junk. Richter slid his light beam over the rubble and illuminated a terrified rat with a fragment of a Mars bar wrapper in its mouth. The tracker was pinpointing the rat. Now he caught on. The asshole had fed the bug to the rat, maybe in the candy. They had been chasing the rat, while the quarry got away. They had been outmaneuvered again. Infuriated, he blasted the rat to smithereens. Chapter 14. Ship. Helm drove again. Richter, fuming, composed himself for a formal report. He set the video phone on record and watched as his own image appeared on the screen, as if it were a reflection. "It's not looking good," he said. "He remembers all his field techniques, and he's been getting help from, get this, Stevens, and God knows who else." He grimaced, in the manner of a good man beset by incompetence. Let Cohagen make of that what he would. "I put all spaceports on highest alert, but if he doesn't turn up by takeoff, I'll grab the first shuttle and be waiting for him on Mars." He pressed a button. The disc reversed, then replayed, "Waiting for him on Mars." Good enough. He ejected the video disc, turned to an agent in the back seat, and handed him the disc. "Beam this to Cohagen, after I'm gone." The man nodded. He didn't need to know why the message was being handled this way. He just had to follow orders. By the time Cohagen tried to countermand, it would be too late. Richter intended to nail his quarry, no matter who stood in the way, even if it was his boss. Through the moving windshield wipers he saw the spaceport coming into view. Well, one thing about going to Mars, it would get him out of this fucking rain. Mars was dry, desert dry. There would never be any rain there. Next day, Richter strode through the empty lounge section of the vessel. Several security guards rushed to keep up with him. The space cycler vibrated and rumbled in preparation for takeoff. "We've looked everywhere," a security man said. "Baggage, the galley." "Staff quarters," the second security man put in. "What about the landing gear housing?" Richter asked tersely. The two security men looked at each other. Obviously, this had been overlooked. "I'll check it out," Helm said. He headed down some stairs. Richter passed a porthole. Through it he saw the complex engines and wings of the space cycler. It was a heavy-duty passenger craft, slower but more comfortable than the shuttles. Tourists were fussy about things like acceleration and free fall, though it was more efficient to accelerate quickly and then coast. Anything for the damned tourists. He continued on into the sleep area. This was a long, narrow hallway lined with sleeping capsules stacked 5 rows high, like a mausoleum. He started opening doors. The captain of the ship charged up, confronting him angrily. "Not again? Security's been through here twice." Richter ignored him. He walked on down the aisle, looking through rows of portholes at the faces of passengers who presented themselves for inspection. He came upon the back of one passenger's head. He slammed his fist on the porthole. The startled passenger turned and faced the window. "Nobody's gotten on or off," the captain said. He was obviously fed up with this, but powerless to stop it. Continuing to ignore the captain, Richter came across a few portholes with their shades down. This was more promising. He flung open the doors. None of the passengers was Quail. "We're over 2 hours late," the captain protested. Richter moved on. He yanked at another capsule door with the shade down. It was locked. He knocked in peremptory fashion. "Open up!" he shouted. "Open up!" There was still no answer. He bashed his rifle butt against the lock, broke the mechanism despite the anguished protest of the captain, and ripped open the door. A couple was caught having sex. The woman saw Richter and screamed, showing breasts. The man, caught up in his own activity, never noticed. Why did some other man always get the girl? Richter wished he could trade places with that tourist. The captain had had enough. He picked up the wall telephone. "Start the engines. We're leaving." Not till Richter gave the okay. He continued checking capsules. A hugely fat lady waddled from the back of the ship toward the front. She carried several packages. As the captain hung up, she squeezed past him. Her vanity was such that she even wore high heels, though they jacked her up to above the height of most men, and did absolutely nothing for her sausage-like legs. "Excuse me, madam," the captain said with forced civility. "You'll have to return to your capsule." "Where's my cabin?" the lady wheezed, shoving a boarding pass in his face. "Number 19, straight ahead." "Thank you." She waddled on down, taking her time. The engines, responsive to the captain's directive, revved up more noisily. Richter emerged from one cabin and pushed the fat lady out of the way, disgusted by the brief contact. "What's that noise?" "We're taking off now, or we'll miss the lunar sling," the captain said. "You're welcome to come along for the ride." "You can't take off until I say," Richter said. "Security takes precedence over schedule." "Really? I shall have to recheck the manual. Now I suggest that you take one of the vacant berths if you don't want to handle the acceleration on the floor here. We have sealed the entry port." Richter realized that the captain was pulling the same deal on him that he had pulled on Cohagen. He would be unable to prove that the captain didn't know that security took precedence, and by the time he got hold of the space manual, it would be academic. They would be in space. He glared at the captain, about to say something acid. Helm rushed up. "I checked the landing gear. It's clean." The captain collared a passing stewardess. "Charlotte, show these gentlemen to some cabins," he said briskly. Then he headed to the fore. "Right this way," the stewardess said, smiling prettily. Richter had to follow her, grinding his teeth. His only consolation was that he was sure that Cohagen was grinding his teeth with even more anger. Richter and Helm went with Charlotte toward the rear. The captain moved on toward the cockpit in front. He passed the fat lady, who was still struggling to climb into her upper berth. "Where's my cabin?" the fat lady asked. "This is it, ma'am," the captain said patiently. "You've found it." He shook his head as he got past her. It had been a long day. Richter, glancing back, smiled briefly. He was glad that the captain had his problems too. Served him right. Charlotte showed them to their capsule. She smiled without a trace of guile, which meant she was as professional in her capacity as Richter was in his. What did pretty stewardesses do in the long, dull hours of travel, in their time off. Maybe it would be worth finding out, as long as he was stuck here. Also, she could be a useful ally, because she interacted with all the passengers. If he asked her to report anything odd, it just might help him a lot. Richter put on his most charming smile, as hypocritical as Cohagen's own. "Thank you, miss," he said. "Perhaps we shall see more of each other soon." Her smile congealed, as if she had just spied a tarantula in her purse. "I doubt it, sir," she said, beating a hasty retreat. "Damn!" The fat lady hurriedly locked the door and lowered the shade on her porthole. "Where's my cabin?" she asked, though there was no one else there. She put her hands up, took hold of her ears, and pulled. As she jerked, her face split in the middle. The skin peeled away from the nose on either side, taking with it the fat cheeks and chins. Underneath was the face of a man. It was Douglas Quayle. He drew the artificial face the rest of the way off. Even the hair was fake, and the small earrings. As it came free, it sprang shut, resuming its original aspect, somewhat deflated. This gift of Hauser's had really come in handy, as well as the bunched-up dress and galoshes. "Where's my cabin?" the face asked querulously. "Where's my cabin?" He held it in his hands and poked at it with a finger, but it kept talking. "Where's my cabin?" Annoyed, he slammed the face against the wall. It was quiet. He relaxed. Then, after a beat, the face spoke again. "Thank you." He had to smile. At least the mask had done its job, fooling the goons. He left the foam padding in place about his body. It would further cushion the force of the acceleration. But his feet were uncomfortable, so he reached down and pulled off the galoshes. They were painted on the outside to look like extremely sturdy high heels, though inside his heels were flat on the bottom. This gave the effect of subtracting 3 inches from his height, because people allowed for the height of the heels. He was still one big, tall figure of a woman, but able to pass. He would have to be careful never to let his knees show, though, because his calves would seem shortened. Fortunately, this fat woman wasn't eager to show her gams. Her skirt came down almost to her shoes. There was more she was hiding. Realizing that he would need a gun, but that he wouldn't be able to smuggle it aboard a subway, let alone a spaceship, he had shopped at a black market outlet for a special one. It was made entirely of plastic and other non-metallic materials, guaranteed to set off no alarms. Plastic could be made as hard as metal, as its bullets showed, and bullets used plastic explosive for their detonations. Such guns had been outlawed for decades, but could be had for a price. This one was even fancier. It disassembled into camouflaged parts. The buttons on the fat lady's dress, the decorations on her shoes, the combs in her hair. Everything served some other purpose, so that even a physical inspection would not betray its larger nature. The gun would be a job to assemble, but it could be a lifesaver. Just so long as he didn't need it while he was in costume. Actually, now that he had passed the boarding check, he could assemble the weapon and keep it ready in his purse. Then, when he reached Mars, he could disassemble it into a few major components and stash them in his purse and the spaces in his galoshes. Mars didn't have the fancy X-ray sensors Earth did. It depended on routine physical inspection, which he understood was cursory. So he could sneak the gun by and put it together again quickly thereafter.
He would have to rearrange his clothing to make it hang together without some of its buttons. But women were known to change outfits all the time. It would be all right, as long as he didn't encounter any tornadoes. There really was small likelihood of that on almost airless Mars. The engine's roar increased. The vessel shook violently. These clunkers were lucky if they didn't shake themselves apart during takeoff. He hurriedly strapped himself into his bunk as the ship heaved itself up. He leaned back, relaxing. It was the only way to handle acceleration. Now he could sort out his slowly recovering memories, aided by what he had learned last night. So he was Hauser, a turncoat agent with a conscience. He liked that. He had seen enough of agency methods to know that he didn't want to be associated with it. But what was the secret he knew that made him so dangerous to them? That remained blank. Why had they gone to so much trouble to keep him alive and healthy, despite having to detail a crew to keep watch on him and to keep him pacified? They must have wanted him for something, but that, too, was blank. At least he was on the way to Mars, where the answers were. To Mars, where the woman of his dreams was. He was now certain she existed. He had dreamed her because he remembered her, on a level suppressed by the implant that had rendered him into quail. Somehow some of that memory had leaked, giving him a desire to return to Mars and an image of the woman. If he could find her, he could find the rest of his past. But first he would have to deal with Cohagen. Hauser had told him that, and it rang true. He would not be allowed to live if Cohagen and his deadly minions remained free. The acceleration pressed him back, making breathing labored. He found himself thinking of 3 things: smashing Cohagen, loving the Mars woman, and something else of overwhelming significance. But it wouldn't come clear. Not yet. He oriented on that 3rd thing, knowing that in it lay the key to all the rest. It was what he had been going after when he was with the woman, when he fell into the pit. It was there, under the ground of Mars. But what was it? Its physical aspect was only part of it. There was so much more. He lost the thread. He let it go for the moment and pulled the curtain aside to gaze out the porthole. He imagined himself turning ghost-like, a hologram, flying through that port and out to pace the ship, then around to see the fiery, noisy exhaust of the engine. He zoomed right into it, until all his world was blazing red. If only he could burn away the whole of his false existence, and recover his real identity, and know what it was that haunted his deepest mind, that was so significant as to change the fate of a world. Chapter 15. Spaceport. It was dark and silent. Then Phobos, the larger of the 2 potato-shaped moons of Mars, floated into view. It was about 17 miles long, 13 across, and 12 deep, which was pretty small as moons went, but still about twice the size of its companion, Deimos. It was as ugly as a barren rock could be, hardly more than a fragment torn from some larger body and frozen in its irregularity. But it was an excellent spot for a rendezvous, because it was solid without having any significant gravity of its own. The space cycler came into view, closing on the moon. The ship looked tiny in comparison, a mere speck. Then, above the 2, was the huge red mass of Mars, so large in proportion that only its arc showed. Yet Mars was one of the smallest planets, barely over 1/10 the mass of Earth. How perspective changed things! Quail, aboard the small shuttle, watched Phobos and the space cycler recede. The other passengers paid no attention,
bored with this as they had been with the rest of the journey out. All they wanted was tourist trophies and the gaming tables. But he was fascinated. The riddle of his life was here, and not just in the people here. There was something about the landscape of Mars. The shuttle thrust up, closing the distance. Gradually, Quayle's orientation altered, until he no longer saw the planet as above, but as below. That was a bit more comfortable. The shuttle crossed the landscape, ragged and pocked by craters of every size. Quayle was locked into it, unable to tear his eyes away. This was almost like his dream, only... He shook his head. It just wouldn't quite come. What had been done to his memory was like a thick rope wound around his body, tight, chafing, giving only a little in places, hurting him when he struggled. He needed more than just his thoughts to free himself. The terrain was violent, as befitted the planet named for the god of war. He saw part of the enormous equatorial canyon called Valles Marineris, or in Spanish, Valles Marineris, Marinaris, the better part of 3,000 miles long, dwarfing Earth's Grand Canyon. In some sections, its walls had collapsed, evidently washed out by flooding. Mars had once had water on its surface, a lot of it. Now that water was locked in buried ice, in virtual glaciers under the dust and sand of the surface. No one was sure just how much water there was, if it could only be released, or what might lie below it. He saw the 3 great shield volcanoes sitting atop the Tharsis Ridge. He knew this region. It was coming back to him as he gazed down at it. But where was the thing buried deeper in his memory? It had something to do with the ice. ... Now the shuttle approached the peak of Olympus Mons, some 15 or 16 miles high according to his memory, a magnificent mountain unlike any other in the solar system. It might have seemed odd that a planet much smaller than Earth had a volcanic mountain much larger than any on Earth, but this was because the gravity was less, and the mantle of the planet did not constantly shift. On Earth, such a structure would have been brought down long ago by the forces of gravity and weather, and the shifting mantle tended to cut volcanoes off from their sources before they could do much. The retro-rockets fired for the shuttle's vertical descent. On the boulder-strewn plain of Chryse, the spaceport roof opened up, revealing a landing pad inside. The shuttle dropped into the spaceport, and the roof closed over it. Such mechanisms were necessary because the air of Mars was far too thin to permit external unloading. Quayle, in the guise of the fat lady, exited with the tourists. He showed his passport, the one provided by Hauser in the satchel, and an official seal stamped down on it. The imprint said, Mars, Federal Colony. No one was really checking the papers. Mars wanted both tourists and colonists, so kept the red tape to a minimum. That meant that a person could normally be processed through within a couple of hours. It would be better, of course, if they got it down to 2 minutes. But bureaucracy was incapable of that. Even if there was only one little bag to check, containing no more than a Mars candy bar, that justified an hour's delay. On other planets, where they didn't care about making a good impression, it would justify 4 hours' delay, and more if the victim fussed. Bureaucrats were little tyrants in their domains, never able to understand why visitors didn't like them. Fortunately, the Mars gravity made standing in line easy. Even a fat lady like him could handle it. In the immigration hall of the spaceport, the travelers were queued up in 3 long lines, waiting to be processed by the 3 immigration officers on duty. Why didn't they have a dozen officers there, doing other chores between ships? Richter smiled knowingly. Because that would be too efficient. Visitors needed to feel the power of the bureaucracy, which was demonstrated by wasting their time. He approved of this. It was right that civilians be constantly reminded who had control. He looked around. An imposing picture of Cohagen hung on the front wall, greeting all visitors. Soldiers stood ready, armed, in case anyone should think of protesting. He remembered seeing a video about the ancient days, when the Nazis added vicious attack dogs to the lineup and loosed them if anyone gave them a pretext. Lovely! He saw the fat lady standing in line behind a mother with a baby slung over her shoulder. Now there was one broad he'd like to set dogs on. What business did the fat bitch have on Mars? He could imagine them ripping huge hunks of flesh off her monstrous limbs, chomping into her sagging boobs. He could almost hear her gurgly screams as she went down. Soldiers appeared. They shoved people aside to make room for Richter and Helm, who were escorted to the front of the nearest line. The people, familiar with the ways of these things, did not protest. "At least you don't age on these trips," Richter remarked. "I feel like I died," Helm said. They jostled the fat lady, who was playing coochie-coo with the smiling baby. Richter recoiled at the touch. He hated fat, ugly old women as much as he liked slender, pretty young ones. Unfortunately, he usually had to settle for closer to the latter category. I think he means the former category. He hadn't been able to get close to that damned stewardess the whole trip. 2 agents in suits approached, greeting Richter and Helm like VIPs. Well, why not? "Welcome home, Mr. Richter," the first agent said enthusiastically. "Mr. Cohagen wants to see you right away." Richter walked past the 2, hardly deigning to notice them. "What the fuck is that?" He pointed to graffiti on the wall. "Quato lives." A painter was in the process of cleaning it up. "Things have gotten worse," the agent said tightly. Richter and his entourage proceeded down the hallway. He was disgusted. The last thing they needed was messages from the mythical leader of the Mars Liberation Front. It was enough of a pain dealing with that traitor Hauser without running afoul of imaginary characters. The worst problem with non-existent folk was that they couldn't be killed. "Any news about Hauser?" he asked, reminded of his mission. "Not a word." Bothered about something he couldn't quite nail, Richter paused and looked back at the patiently waiting people. He saw the baby playing with the fat lady's hair. The fat lady had rearranged her outfit, but it still didn't do a thing for her. Then the baby pat-a-caked the woman's face with some force, not knowing its own strength. "Where's my cabin?" the fat lady asked incongruously. Richter focused on her, vaguely disturbed. Was that the only thing she knew how to say? The fat lady opened her mouth, seemingly horrified. The baby laughed. Oh, she was doing it for the baby. Richter turned away, dismissing his concern. The entourage had almost exited the immigration hall. "Where's my cabin?" the fat lady asked again. Richter stopped and turned again. Suddenly his vague concern was clarifying into a sharp suspicion. Was it possible? The fat lady was evidently trying to stifle herself, holding her face as if it were talking without her volition. The baby laughed and laughed at this exhibition. The other people were looking at her now, including the soldiers, who found her behavior strange but not dangerous. Women did tend to get sappy about babies. It was one of the annoying things about them. Then the fat lady looked his way. She locked eyes with Richter. Now he knew. "That's Quail," he rasped. "Stop him!" The fat lady broke from the line and ran to the front, moving with surprising alacrity for her size. She opened her face, which peeled away on either side. The soldiers were shocked, thinking she had some kind of loathsome disease. She charged them, and they almost fell over each other getting out of the way, not wanting to be infected. That enabled her to run away from Richter. Richter scrambled after Quail, drawing his gun, but couldn't get a shot.
The damn lines of stupid people, now scattering across the hall, ruined any decent line of sight. Another soldier pulled a gun at close range to the fugitive, but Quayle swatted his arm, shoved him into another soldier, then smashed a third soldier in the face. Richter would have admired the man's finesse if it hadn't been so important to nail him. Agency training sure showed. But Quayle couldn't steer clear for long. He was confined to the spaceport, and the people were clustering at the sides of the hall. In a moment he would be a fair target. Quayle ran down a corridor. Now, there was a mistake. He had lost his interference. 6 soldiers were racing after him, and Richter and Helm after them. They'd corner the rat in a moment. There was a large window by an intersection. Through it, the barren Martian landscape could be seen. It was near vacuum out there. The man couldn't escape that way. Quayle was about to dodge around the corner. Helm raised his gun. "No, you fool!" Richter cried. "You're aiming toward the—" Helm squeezed off a shot. The bullet shattered the window. It fragmented outward, driven by the pressure of Earth atmosphere. This created an instant tornado as the air funneled out. The spaceport was depressurizing in the manner of a balloon let go. Everybody grabbed onto anything handy and hung on for dear life. The idiot, Richter thought. They had just about cornered the rat, and Helm had to pull a stunt like this. Now they were all in trouble. He saw Quayle grab the railing around an open staircase leading down. Trust the man to be able to handle this better than most. He was going to haul himself away while the soldiers were helpless. One of the soldiers who had been closest to the window was sucked through the aperture into the near vacuum. Quayle's mask and clothes and padding were sucked off his body and followed the soldier out the window. Quayle was left in the short-sleeved shirt and rolled-up trousers he wore under the costume, and with the ludicrous high-heeled shoes. And clutching his purse yet. An immigration officer struggled to a control panel and managed to activate the emergency alarm. Metal barriers started sliding down in sequence, covering all the windows and doorways to the left, the right, behind, and ahead. Skrrr-chang! 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 Good. Not only would that stop the loss of air, it would trap Quayle inside, so they could finish the job. No careless bullet would smash any of those barriers. He saw Quayle looking frantically around. "Yeah, look, you shit. You're cornered now, and I'm the one who's going to—" A barrier started to lower over the staircase passage nearest to Quayle. Skrrr! Quayle pushed off and rolled under just before— Chang! He was through. No, Richter thought, anguished. A metal sheet slammed over the shattered window. Had the system had any brains, it would have closed that one first and saved them all a hassle. The tornado instantly dissipated. Now the tourists had breath to scream, gaspingly. Fuck them! Richter sprinted to the staircase barrier. Open it! Open it! I can't, the nearest soldier said. He was a young twerp, obviously inexperienced. They're all connected. Frustrated and furious, Richter backhanded him across the face with his gun. Chapter 16. Venusville. The noisy, old-fashioned train, probably a refugee from a condemned 20th century New York subway, pulled out of the station and entered a dark tunnel. Outside were clattering sounds and flashing lights, as if the thing were about to fly off the tracks and smash into a pillar. That, combined with the crowding, created a feeling of anxiety. Quayle looked around, alert to potential danger. He wasn't exactly well-dressed at the moment. He had barely been able to hang on to his purse when his unsecured clothing got blown off. He was doing his best now to make that purse seem like a package, but no one seemed to notice. Blasé Mars natives.
anyone who had been here more than a year was a native, were talking among themselves, and he overheard snippets of conversations. "While you were gone," one Martian said, "they raised the price of air." "Again?" his companion asked, resigned. Red light flooded the car. The clattering diminished as the subway emerged onto the surface of Mars. Quail peered out the window at the weird landscape, drinking it all in. It was barren. It was awful, but it was the land of his dream. He crossed to the other side of the car as the reverberations faded. He stared, fascinated, experiencing a rush of emotion. There was the pyramid-shaped mountain of his dream. There was a mining facility on its side. His dream was real. The things in it really were here on Mars. After a moment he turned and tapped the nearest Martian on the shoulder. "Excuse me, what's that?" The man glanced at him, then out the window. "You mean the pyramid mine?" Then he saw Quail staring fixedly at it. "I used to work there, till they found all that alien shit inside. Now it's closed." Alien artifacts? Then that, too, was true. He had been there, and his dream was a true memory, not idle fancy. But if he had fallen in, how could he have survived unscathed? Unless the fall had been broken, and he had taken a bash on the head that gave him amnesia. But that wouldn't explain why others wanted to kill him, or why Hauser wanted to get even with Cohagen. He still knew far too little. "Can you visit?" he asked, rapt. "Ha! Can't get within 10 miles. So there was some secret there. Why were they keeping people away? Certainly they weren't going to keep him away. One way or another he would get there and unravel his past and find his woman. The pyramid mine was as impressive from another angle as seen from Cohagen's office. Richter stared through the glass wall at the mining complex, wishing that he raided a stunning facility like this. That he was the top man, with everything going for him, and with subordinates to chew out at will, and luscious secretaries. Instead of what he was right now, an underling getting lectured. "I should have you erased!" Cohagen exclaimed. Richter put on his most dutiful expression. "I tried to reach you, sir, but I couldn't get through." The man couldn't prove otherwise. Cohagen sighed, shaking his head. He knew what had happened, but was a realist. "Now that you're here, I want you to help me get Quail back to Earth." "For shit's sake!" "Would you explain one thing for me, sir? The man is a fucking traitor. You caught him red-handed in the pyramid mine. Why not just kill him?" "We had a deal," Cohagen said tightly. "Any other questions?" Richter realized that he had stepped into a sensitive personal area. He had to back off. "No, sir." But if Cohagen ever changed his mind and decided to erase Quail after all... ... Quail stepped from the subway station and emerged into the dazzling downtown section of Chryse Planitia. This was where sophisticated, wealthy people conducted business. The beautiful public square overlooked the spectacular Martian landscape. There was a great deal of airspace here, and the geodesic dome was clean. In fact, this was the kind of place where he would like to be, even if he didn't have his past to recall. It might be crowded in the subway, but it would never be crowded in the great outdoors of Mars. Not only was Earth crowded all over, it was also polluted, while here... But he couldn't dawdle. There were agents on his trail, and they would catch up to him all too soon. He needed to disappear into his assumed identity. He looked around and spied the entrance to the Hilton Hotel. He walked inside. It was as fancy inside as outside. This was truly a paradise for tourists. He approached the desk, where a clerk sat at a computer terminal. The clerk looked up and smiled with recognition. "Oh, Mr. Brubaker, nice to have you back." "Well now, Hauser had really set this up well." "Nice to be back," he said. "Would you like the usual suite?" "Of course." This was almost too good to be true. Of course it wasn't true, technically, being an assumed identity, but where identities could be set up, they could also be tipped off to enemies. He would play along, yet keep alert. The clerk checked the monitor. Seems you left something behind on your last visit." Quail tensed. He had left a slew of murderous goons behind, but also his memories and his woman. The clerk walked to the mailboxes and returned with a sealed manila envelope. He handed this to Quail. "There you go." He studied the monitor. "Now, that'll be suite 280 in the Blue Wing. The key card will be ready in just a minute." The clerk turned away to encode the key card. Quail tore open the envelope and pulled out a sheet of red paper folded into a small square. He unfolded the paper and found an advertising flyer for a bar. The Last Resort in Venusville. Oh, yes, the notorious Sleaze Den, a magnet for tourists. There was a Marsville on the planet Venus, too, with a similar reputation. He focused on the flyer. It contained a drawing of a naked girl. Scribbled at the bottom was a handwritten message. Quote, "For a good time, ask for Mel." Unquote. A special envelope for this? Impossible. Unless this was a message that only he was supposed to understand. He thought of the woman of his dreams. Was it possible? No, of course not. Yet, before he knew it, he was on his way out. As he opened the door, he glanced back. The desk clerk was turning back. "Here's your key, Mr. Brute." Then the man realized that he was speaking to emptiness. He looked surprised. The door closed behind Quail. He emerged at the front of the hotel and stepped toward the cab stand. A black man in an outfit reminiscent of the ancient jive era approached him. The man looked to be about 40, but was spry. "Need a cab, man? I'm Benny, and I'm what you want." Quail nodded toward the first cab in line. "What's wrong with that one?" "He ain't got 6 kids to feed." Quail saw that the driver of that cab was a punk in his 20s. That wasn't any more appealing than Benny. He nodded. "It's right around the corner," Benny said eagerly. As Quail followed to the bootleg cab, the punk cabbie saw his fare being stolen. "Hey!" he protested. Then he realized that it was no use. "Asshole!" Mars wasn't much different from Earth, after all. But for the kind of business Quail might have here, with agents on his trail, a scoundrel cabbie might be better than a legitimate one. Benny wouldn't be eager to turn him in to anyone, and probably knew the back alleys of Mars as well as anyone did. The cab was dilapidated. Well, what had he expected? He climbed in. "Where to, man?" Benny inquired as he took the driver's seat. "Venusville." Benny gazed at him. "How's that again, man?" Quail pulled out the flyer. "Venusville.
Benny shook his head. Man, this is Venusville. The upside part of it, anyway. Then make it the downside part of it. Oh ho! You know what you want. He put the car in motion. Any special? The last resort. Mister, you can do better than that. That's the address I have. Right, man, Benny agreed dubiously. He guided the car toward the edge of town. Quail took this opportunity to shuck the clumsy galoshes. He wore his own shoes underneath. 2 segments of the plastic gun were nestled in the toes of the galoshes. He stuffed these in his pockets, then added 2 more segments from his purse. He didn't want to carry that purse around anymore. He would ditch it somewhere along the way. He was just glad that he had been able to hang on to everything that counted when the fool shot out the window at the spaceport. Soon they entered one of several big tubeways that crossed the chasm separating the 2 sides of town. Ah, now it was coming clear. The slum section was on the other side of the tracks, as it were. First trip to Mars? Benny inquired conversationally, in much the way an updated Johnny Cab mannequin might. If he had noticed Quail's business with the galoshes and purse, he was too discreet to mention it. Tourists could have peculiar ways. Quail was staring out the window, still distracted by the view. Such colossal mountains, rifts, rubble-strewn plains. The perfect desolation, yet enthralling too. He could look at the stuff for hours, for days, yet that wasn't the half of it. He had dreamed of Mars, longing to travel there. Now he was here, and he was fascinated by it, but the longing remained. For his real identity, and for the woman, and for something else. But try as he might, he never quite got the whole picture. It was as if under all his superficial concerns lay a deeper one, like basalt under topsoil, signifying some horrendously significant past event that he ignored at his peril, as if the matter of whether he survived were inconsequential compared to what that buried layer meant. He came out of it, realizing that the cabbie had spoken to him. Well, no. Sort of. Benny absorbed that. Man don't know if he's been to Mars or not, he muttered. Quail realized that it did sound confused, but it was true. Someone in his body had been to Mars before, but Quail himself had not. When he recovered his memory, then he could claim to have been... He shook his head. The more he learned, the less he seemed to know for sure. The tubeway emptied into a plaza in the poor section of town. The contrast with the affluent neighborhood was shocking. The upside had broad, clear streets and lovely views. This downside had grim, claustrophobic streets tunneled into the mountainside. It was in perpetual night. There were dim street lamps, but the only natural light flowed through a distant archway. This was not because of a change in the hour. The Mars day, coincidentally, was about half an hour longer than Earth's, and so easy to adapt to that most people hardly noticed the difference. It was because of the subterranean nature of the city. This was like living in a mine. It was no pun to call this the shady neighborhood. People moved listlessly under low ceilings. A significant proportion of the population, if what was visible was typical, was deformed in some way. Quail shuddered. All the buildings were dilapidated and covered with signs and graffiti. Psychic parlors seemed to be quite popular. Numerous "wanted" posters proclaimed a reward for Quato, but they had no pictures. Quato, the fabled leader of the Mars Liberation Front. Quail could see how the denizens of a place like this could long for liberation.
If they put their hope into a non-existent figure, well, maybe that was better than having no hope at all. Something almost floated to the surface of his mind, but it slipped away before he could catch it. Did he know something about a way to liberate Mars? Liberate it from what? The fact was, poverty was endemic. There was plenty of it on Earth, too. There was no magic wand to wave to free the downtrodden masses of Mars. Or was there? He saw soldiers patrolling the streets in pairs. The hostility between them and the people was palpable. Could there be a way to get these poor folk out of the dark ghetto and into the sunside? To provide enough daylight land for all of them? He shook his head. He was no social worker. As long as domes were required to provide a livable atmosphere, the common folk would be captive to those who built and controlled the domes. It was just the way Mars was. The cab gained on an attractive woman with a sexy walk, seen from behind. She held a small child by the hand. "Not bad, eh?" Benny inquired. Quail had to concede that even this hellhole had its bright spots. As they passed the woman, he turned around to see her face. She was horribly deformed. Her child had the same congenital defect. Darkness and poverty weren't the only afflictions here. Quail turned to Benny. "Tell me something. Why are there so many—" "Freaks," Benny supplied helpfully. "Cheap domes, man, and no air to screen out the rays." Oh. No doubt the material of the domes, when properly placed, screened out harmful solar radiation while admitting the good part of the light. But a cheap dome would simply let it all through. Mars was farther from the sun than Earth was, so the light was less intense, but it still had harmful components. On Earth, the ozone layer served to filter out a lot. There had been trouble when man's carelessness had depleted that ozone, and nothing had been done about it until the skin cancer rate quintupled. That finally got the attention of the politicians, and they started listening to the scientists who had been screaming warnings for decades and put in motion programs to restore the ozone. It had been expensive and had taken time, and the job was still being done, but the cancer rate was dropping. Here on Mars, it was evidently more than cancer. It was genetic damage. That was a tyranny that not even an enlightened social system could alleviate. It was inherent in the conditions of the planet. If only there could be one simple, universal answer, one change that would solve all the problems of the powerless. But that was dreaming, and not sensibly. The cab parked in front of the last resort. It was a seedy dive, even by the standards that obtained here. "You sure you want to go here, man? You're liable to catch a disease." A sensible caution. Quail did not find the place very appetizing. Yet where was he to look, if not where the confusing message had hinted? Maybe it made sense. If the wrong person got the envelope and saw the ad and came here, looking for the promised good time, he would get disgusted at this point and give it up. But the right person would not be dissuaded, so it was a good way to couch the message. "I know a much better house down the street," Benny offered. "The girls are clean, the drinks aren't watered, and—" "The boss gives kickbacks to the taxi drivers," Quail finished. Benny turned around and pleaded guilty with a broad smile. He had a mouthful of bad teeth, including 2 gold caps, one with a crescent moon design, the other with a star. "Hey, man,
I got 6 kids to feed." Quail handed him a large tip. "Take 'em to the dentist." Benny got excited as he counted the money. Quail opened his door and got out. By the time Benny looked up, he was walking away. "Hey, man," Benny called after him. "I'll be waiting for you. Take your time. Benny's the name." Yes, he remembered. Quail turned part way to wave the cabbie on, then entered the last resort. He hoped he wasn't making a bad mistake. Chapter 17. Melina. Quail stopped just inside the door and cased the joint. It was evidently a low-class whorehouse for minors. Girls walked in and out, picking up clients and bringing them upstairs. The flyer had suggested no less, and no more. He sat at the bar next to a couple of minors. The matter-of-fact bartender came over and waited for Quail's order. The man was big enough and ugly enough to warrant prompt attention. He probably moonlighted as a bouncer. "I'm looking for Mel," Quail said. Immediate suspicion clouded the man's face. "She's busy, but Mary's free." Mary, a sexy, well-built prostitute, appeared from nowhere and approached Quail. "Not free," she purred. "Available." He looked at her. He noticed that she had 4 full breasts, prominently displayed in a double bikini top. For any man who got his main kicks in that department, here was double measure. But he remembered Laurie, illusory though his marriage to her had turned out to be, and knew he would have been spoiled for this even if sex had been his object. "Thanks, I'll wait." "Earth slime," she said. It was the type of response he had expected. Then she farted and oozed over to another potential customer. That Quail hadn't expected. Maybe he hadn't had enough experience with this type of place. Etiquette, as he understood it, required a man to fart only in private, and a woman never to do it at all. Well, live and learn. He returned his attention to the bartender. This time he pressed a red banknote into the man's hand. The bartender became less unfriendly. "Thing is, pal, Mel's real picky. Kinda sticks to her regulars." If the woman could afford to be picky in a place like this, she had to be very special. "Get her. She'll like me." With some trepidation, which Quail noted with interest, the bartender called toward a table near the stairs. "Hey, Mel." There was a pause, as of someone ignoring the call. "Melina." Quail looked in the direction the bartender was calling. A woman sat at a table with some minors, laughing uproariously, her back to the bar. One of the minors, facing the bar, saw the bartender trying to get Melina's attention. He signaled her, and she turned around. Quail was stunned. She was the girl of his dreams. "She's with George," the bartender murmured. "Fair warning, mister, if you don't like to fight." "Some things are worth fighting for," Quail replied. "Then take it outside. My employer values his furniture." Seeing Quail, Melina and George looked at each other. They appeared equally shocked. Then Melina made a decision. She broke into a cheap, seductive smile and sashayed over. George remained at his table. Quail stood, waiting for whatever came. He knew already that he had made an invaluable contact, but what was its nature? This woman resembled his image girl only in appearance. There was no place in his dream for a whore. "Well, if it isn't the human hard-on," Melina said. She stepped into him and gave him a wet and sloppy kiss. Then she ground against him, feeling his muscles under the shirt. "Still bulging, I see." She looked down. "Ooh, what you been feeding it?" He realized that this was a public place, while anything between them was private. They couldn't say anything here, if there was anything to say. So he played along. Blondes. Literally true. Lori was a blonde. I think it's still hungry. She pulled him toward the stairs, past George's table. Where do you think you're going? George demanded. Relax, George, Melina said. There'll be plenty left for you. George wasn't satisfied. He grabbed Melina's arm and pulled her onto his lap. I was here first. He turned to Quail. Take a number, pal. Quail gripped George's wrist and leaned in close. This ain't a bakery. George looked as if he was ready to try the question, but Melina signaled him to back down. Reluctantly, he let go of her arm. Then Quail let go of him. Melina got up and resumed her progress toward the stairs. Quail followed, keeping a wary eye on George and the rest of the room. If any agents appeared. They didn't. The two of them went up the stairs to a hallway. Melina led him past a row of cribs. This reminded him of a barn with cattle stalls, which might not be a bad analogy. Melina glanced back at him. Her seductive leer promised a good time ahead. I missed you, Hauser. Where have you been keeping yourself? He had not spoken that name here, so she did know him. But her whole attitude, so tawdry and indifferent, turned him off. The woman of his dream was a fine and loving person, with a deep commitment to what? Certainly not to the last resort. Earth, he answered tightly. I thought you forgot all about me. She stopped at one of the doors, opening it. They entered. Melina carefully pulled the door closed, turned to Quail, and slapped him. You bastard, she bit out. You're alive? I thought Cohagen tortured you to death. Excuse me, Quail said, taken aback. Her tone of voice and bearing were completely different. The cheap whore had vanished with the closing of the door. This was suddenly an intelligent and motivated woman who even in her rage carried herself with a certain dignity. Quail didn't know what to make of this abrupt reversal. You couldn't pick up a goddamn telephone? You never wondered if I was all right? You weren't just a tiny bit curious? Quail was at a loss for words. He liked this woman 1,000 times as well as the one in the barroom, but he understood her no better than the other. He just looked at her innocently. Melina's anger seemed to have been vented. The pressure was off now. She gazed at him, her expression changing again, her mood opaque. Suddenly she flung her arms around him. She kissed him passionately. Quail remained baffled, too surprised to cooperate very well. She dragged him onto her bed. Oh, Hauser, thank God you're alive! Melina kissed him all over, pausing only long enough to pull off her clothes. And his clothes. Quail, still bemused, made half-hearted resistance. He hadn't come for this, yet he did desire her. Melina! Melina! Was that really her name? It seemed to fit, yet his memory did not leap. She continued to strip him, so eager that there was no longer much distinction between her and the whore she had seemed to be. She certainly had the body, but... He summoned the strength to push her away. Melina! She paused, flushed and panting, half naked. What? There's something I have to tell you. She waited, concerned. Quail continued with difficulty. I don't remember you. That was an oversimplification, but would have to serve. His dream image was just that, an image without substance. He didn't know this woman at all, any more than he knew the woman behind the hollow picture of a dancing starlet. Had he really been out on the barren surface of Mars with her, exploring the pyramid mine? She looked confused. What do you mean? I don't remember you. I don't remember us. I don't even remember me. Melina realized that sex was not his immediate object. She buttoned her shirt, half laughing, not really believing him. What are you saying? You got clonked on the head by a falling piano? Her gaze hardened. How did you get here? Now they could get into this. Hauser left me a note. What do you mean, Hauser? You're Hauser. Not anymore. Now I'm Quayle. Douglas Quayle. Melina obviously didn't take him quite seriously. Hauser, you've lost your mind. I didn't lose my mind. Cohagen stole it. He found out that Hauser switched sides, so he erased his identity and filled his head with a bunch of phony memories. He shrugged. And that's what I am. Melina stared at him suspiciously. Melina, you're my only link to who I really am. You've got to help me remember. You're lying, she said coldly. Why would I lie to you? Because you're still working for Cohagen. Because you never loved me. You were using me to get inside, just like the others said. So she did know at least some of what he was missing. What others? Now she was even more suspicious. I think you better go. She got off the bed and continued dressing. That was the last thing he wanted to do, and not just because of her sex appeal. However, he did put his clothing back together as he talked. Melina, Hauser needs me to do something. He pointed to his head. He said there's enough in here to nail Cohagen for good. It won't work, she snapped. I'm not falling for it this time. Help me remember, he said, standing. He stepped forward, but she stepped back. I said get out. Melina, he pleaded. People are trying to kill me. She bent to reach under her mattress. Quayle found himself staring down the barrel of a huge automatic pistol she swiftly brought up. Really? He studied her steely eyes. There was no hope there. Damn! This wasn't just a loss of information. It was personal. He had found the woman of his dream, and she hated him. With a sense of deep loss, he backed out of the room. As he closed the door, he saw her sit on the bed. It looked as though she was holding back tears. She had wanted to believe him, but couldn't. She had so much to tell him, but not when she thought he was deceiving her. How could this have gone so wrong? In the barroom, Benny had his hands all over Mary, who was fending him off expertly, but without real conviction. I said I'm available, not free, she reminded him. I'm not asking for freebies, honey, he protested. It's more like a commission. Then he saw Quayle walking down the stairs, despondent. We'll pick this up later, he promised. He rushed to intercept Quayle by the door. Hey, that didn't take long. Quayle scowled at him and walked out. Quayle sat in the back seat as the cab traveled through the red light district, which was now crowded with miners. Ever make love to a mutant? Benny asked. No. I know these hermaphrodite twins. Benny glanced over his shoulder. Man, you wouldn't know if you're coming or going. I'm not in the mood, Quayle said. How great it could have been, should have been, with Melina. But because she was what she was, instead of what she appeared to be, she refused to take him on faith. The whore he could have had, the true woman he could not. Yet how could he convince her when he couldn't remember anything about their relationship? Come on, man, you're on Mars, Benny urged. You want to get read by a psychic? I know this one bitch. She'll tell you what you ate for breakfast. Could she tell him how to make it up with Melina? Fat chance. Just bring me to the hotel. Benny shrugged as they left the dark slum and entered the bright, sunny tubeway. He had done his best. Somehow the brightness didn't do a thing for Quayle's spirits. Chapter 18. Edgemar. Quayle relaxed cautiously in his room at the Hilton Hotel. It was tourist room night, which was not the same as Mars night. The half-hour added length of the Martian day might not seem like much of a problem to the workers here, but tourists fresh from Earth could get all out of sync.
so each room could be set to whatever rhythm and particular time the occupant wanted. Quail hadn't bothered to reset it from the time the prior occupant had left it. After all, he was a fresh tourist, too. Thus it was night in here, while still late afternoon outside. Cohagen's minions still hadn't come after him. Had he truly given them the slip, or were they waiting till the time they thought he would be asleep? After their several unsuccessful attempts to kill him, they might have learned caution. More likely they just didn't want a big messy scene here in the tourist district of Mars. They might succeed in taking him out, but if it cost them a bad tourist season because travelers would be afraid of getting murdered in their hotel rooms, it wouldn't be worth it. So maybe he was safe, for the moment, and maybe he wasn't. He would take precautions when he slept, setting up a dummy in the bed while he slept elsewhere, just in case. But his mind really wasn't on survival at the moment. It was on Melina. What should he have done to make it right with her? He was now assured that she was the woman of his dream, for a setup would have played along with him, pumping him for information while she had supposedly spontaneous sex with him, then signaling the goons to come. Instead, she had thrown him out. That convinced him, painful as it was to take. So maybe he had played it right after all, because now he knew he could trust her, if only he could get her to trust him. Well, he would sleep on it. Maybe he would dream again, and the dream would be of her, and show him how to approach her. Meanwhile, he would try to relax. He had eaten, perhaps foolishly. He had loaded up on more Mars candy bars and a package of vitamins, just to keep things balanced. It wasn't that he was a freak for candy, but it made him feel closer to Hauser, and he hoped that he could get close enough to remember something vital. He wasn't any more of a psychologist than he was of a social worker, but it seemed to him that the more he immersed himself in the things associated with Hauser, the more likely he was to trigger some additional insight into the man. Such an insight could save his life, or give it more meaning. He turned on the video. The room didn't sport a wall-sized screen, as Mars didn't have much of a consumer industry, but it was possible to adapt to the smaller set. An in-house documentary about, what else? Mars came on. There were boring images of black rocks in the red desert. The same sort of scene had fascinated him earlier in the day, but now that he had blown it with Melina, anything that didn't look like her was dull. The first evidence of an alien presence on Mars was not uncovered until 40 years after the first manned expedition, the narrator said, off-camera, when glazed sand provided proof of visitations by non-human travelers. Quail lay on his bed in the dark hotel room, bathed in the pale blue glare of the screen and the pale red glare from the skylight. This should really interest him, he knew, but the image of Melina's angry face pretty much blotted it out. With her by his side, everything about Mars was wonderful. Without her, the allure was gone. He changed the channel. This time an Earth scene appeared. In Mexico, Chinese commandos made further advances. Worse yet! He changed channels again. The new scene was of an airlock in which 4 shackled prisoners were standing. The air was being slowly let out of it. It was evident that the prisoners knew this, and were helpless. Francis Aquado, defacing public property, the announcer said. Judith Redensick and Jeanette Weil, resisting arrest. Thomas Zachary, treason. The depressurization continued. The prisoners gasped, suffocating. Their mucous membranes bled. Their eyes bulged. The camera focused on each in turn, the close-ups showing all the detail a sadist could desire. This was obviously death by torture. Not only was it evidently standard here, it was so firmly established that it was done openly, televised for a mass audience. That said something ugly about the nature of the audience. On Earth, at least, The dirt was usually swept under the carpet. The screen went dark. He had turned it off involuntarily. He held his head, lost. If the penalty for defacing public property on Mars was an agonizing death, that meant that anyone who made graffiti was doomed if caught. If an innocent person was arrested on a trumped-up charge and resisted, that resistance became grounds for execution. Treason might be no more than stating an objection to such policies. He was already guilty of them all. He hated Cohaagen, and he had in effect defaced public property when he resisted arrest, because he would be blamed for the broken spaceport window. There was no doubt he was guilty of treason, because already he condemned the government of Mars. If there ever appeared before him a magical button labeled, "Abolish Mars Government," he would push that button in an instant. But the chances were that the Mars government would catch him first and push the button marked, "Abolish Hauser/Quayle." Yet there was supposed to be a secret locked in his head that could blow it all wide open. If he could just remember it! He was startled by a knock at the door. He froze, on the alert. Would the goons knock? The knocking was repeated. "Mr. Quayle." He hesitated, then decided to answer. After all, the goons would probably just have broken in, or fired bullets through the door. "Yes? I need to talk to you about Mr. Hauser." Quayle had used neither name at this hotel. He was registered under the name of Brubaker. That meant that this was no routine caller. But was it friend or enemy? If Melina had had a change of heart and sent an emissary... He couldn't take a chance. He got out his gun and cocked it. The first thing he had done, once he got private, was to assemble it from the various segments stashed in his pockets, which had in turn been assembled from the various items of apparel that its components seemed to be. He approached the door very carefully, from the side. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Dr. Edgemar," the muffled voice came. "I work for Recall, Incorporated." Quayle was stunned and incredulous. He had understood that Recall had been, quote, "taken care of," unquote, which meant destroyed. "How did you find me?" "It's difficult to explain," Edgemar said. "Could you open the door, please? I'm not armed." Quayle opened the door, carefully, ready to shoot. An unthreatening intellectual in a tweed jacket stood there. Quayle trained the gun on him and glanced down the hall. "Don't worry," Edgemar said. "I'm alone. May I come in?" He looked completely innocent. Quayle pulled the man roughly into the hotel room and closed the door. Edgemar held out a business card. "You can glance at this if you like." Quayle frisked him, finding no weapon. He took the card and glanced at it. "Johnstone Edgemar, M.D. Practice limited to psychoprobe consultation." "Big deal. You've got a card." Quayle flipped the card away. "Now what?" "This is going to be very difficult for you to accept, Mr. Quayle." "I'm listening," Quayle said tersely. "I'm afraid you're not really standing here right now." Quayle could not repress a chuckle, though he was tense. "You know, Doc, you could have fooled me." Which might be exactly what the man was doing. So far he had mentioned neither Cohaagen nor Melina, and Quayle would not be able to trust him anyway. He could claim to be from Melina, to lull Quayle and get him to go along peaceably into the trap Cohaagen had set. But this ploy was interesting, even in this nervous situation. What could Cohaagen stand to gain by convincing Quayle that he was somewhere else? It would be easier to send him somewhere else, such as to hell, riding on a bullet through the brain. "As I was saying, you're not really here," the man insisted, "and neither am I." Some delusion, if the doctor shared it with the patient. Quail squeezed Edgemar's shoulder with his free hand, verifying its solidity. Amazing. Where are we? At recall. Quail's cockiness wavered. Could this be making sense? He had gone to recall and suffered severe disorientation. In fact, his world had collapsed, making him a hunted fugitive. You're strapped into an implant chair, Edgemar continued, and I'm monitoring you at a psychoprobe console. I get it. I'm dreaming, Quail said sarcastically, and this is all part of that delightful vacation your company sold me. Only no prepackaged dream would have included that scene with Melina, where instead of fulfillment he had received a painful setback. Only reality did that kind of thing to a man. Not exactly, Edgemar said, not bothered by Quail's attitude. Doctors learned early not to be moved by their patients' reactions. What you're experiencing is a free-form delusion based on our memory tapes, but you're inventing it yourself. That made Quail pause. Suppose the tape had Melina scheduled as a joyful reunion and fully satisfying sex, but his cynical mind was not able to settle for that. So his suspicion became her suspicion in the dream, and she rejected him. He had heard that a person's mind could do that. It was called transference or something. He could have ruined it himself. Still, he didn't buy it. Well, if this is my delusion, who invited you? I've been artificially implanted as an emergency measure, Edgemar said without hesitation. Then, gravely, I'm sorry to tell you this, Mr. Quail, but you're experiencing a schizoid embolism. We can't snap you out of your fantasy. I've been sent in to try to talk you down to reality. And reality is that I'm not really here? Quail asked. Think about it, Mr. Quail. Your dream started in the middle of the implant procedure. Everything after that, the fights, the trip to Mars in a first-class cabin, your suite at the Hilton, these are all part of your recall package. Complete and utter bullshit, Quail said, beginning to fear that it was not. What about that girl? Edgemar asked evenly. Brunette, buxom, wanton, and demure, just as you specified. Is that bullshit? She's real, Quail said. I dreamed about her before I ever went to recall. Mr. Quail, can you hear yourself? Edgemar asked persuasively. She's real because you dreamed her? That's right. And indeed, he believed it, not expecting the doctor to understand. Edgemar sighed, discouraged. Perhaps this will convince you. Would you mind opening the door? Quail jabbed his gun into Edgemar's ribs. You open it. No need to be rude. The man straightened his shoulders and walked to the door. Quail shadowed him, ready for anything as the man opened the door. Anything except what he saw. Laurie stood on the threshold. Quail did his best to absorb this extra shock. Laurie was beautiful, in exactly the kind of wanton and demure outfit he liked, showing more breast than she seemed to be conscious of, her face evincing a trace of color where he had hit her with the gun, by the eye. He was abruptly sorry about that. He had never hit her before. Laurie put on a brave face, almost like holding back tears in front of a sick child. There was not the slightest indication that she had ever been anything other than Quail's adoring wife. Sweetheart. But she had blasted away at him with the gun. She had tried to knock him out and to kill him with the kitchen knife. His scratches from those slices were still healing. She had become seductive only to distract him while she watched Richter and Helm approach on the monitor. She had told him how their entire relationship had been implanted, except for the past 6 weeks.
Sweetheart? God help him. He wanted to believe her. If this was a dream, then her attack on him had never occurred, and she really was his adoring woman. Please come in, Mrs. Quayle, Edgemar said. Hesitantly, Laurie entered the room. Her hips still moved in that way that used to drive him crazy, and still did. He might not love her, but he sure as hell didn't hate her either. Then why would he have cast her as such a villain in his dream? To make a pretext to get rid of her so he could go after his Mars woman? That made ugly sense. A crazed mind. He could not afford to do that in reality. Neither could he afford to trust her. Quayle pulled Laurie to him and roughly frisked her. Even in this he hurt, because his traveling hands verified just how good her body was. He had caressed that body so many times, and had had such delight in it. How could he doubt her now? I suppose you're not here either, he said gruffly. He was coming across to himself as boorish, but what choice did he have? One mistake meant disaster. I'm here at recall, she said. Quayle laughed and pushed her away. But he was hurting inside. If only she would break, and curse him, and say she hated him. Then he would feel justified in treating her like this, whether this scene was dream or real. Doug, I love you, Laurie said, her large eyes moist. Right. That's why you tried to kill me. He had to maintain the pose, covering his awful doubt. No, she protested, breaking into tears. I would never do anything to hurt you. I love you. I want you to come back to me. Her despair was heartbreaking. Unbelievable, he muttered. But his certainty was shaken. It would be so easy to take her in his arms. What's unbelievable, Mr. Quayle? Edgemar asked. He assumed a reasonable tone. That you're having a paranoid episode triggered by acute neurological trauma? Or, now his voice was derisive, that you're really an invincible secret agent from Mars who's the victim of an interplanetary conspiracy to make him think he's a lowly construction worker? Quayle's certainty, such as it was being further undermined. The recent events he had experienced certainly did seem nonsensical now. The things that didn't make much sense. How better to explain them than as the product of a slightly deranged, dreaming mind? Edgemar looked at him with great sympathy and kindness. Doug, how many of us are heroes? You are a fine, upstanding man. You have a beautiful wife who loves you. Laurie beamed at Quayle with pure affection. You have a secure job with a bright future, Edgemar continued. Your life is ahead of you, Doug. He frowned benignly. But you've got to want to return to reality. It did seem to fit together. Quayle was almost convinced. Certainly he had wanted to be an adventurous hero, but this adventure had pretty well turned him off that sort of thing. He had wanted a beautiful woman, and in fact Laurie was that. So her hair wasn't dark. Was that cause to throw her away? Considering the way Melina had treated him. What do I do? He asked. Edgemar opened his hand, revealing a small pill. Take this pill. What is it? Quayle was not so dull as to miss the fact that an imagined pill could not do anything the imagination couldn't. It's a symbol of your desire to return to reality, Edgemar explained. Inside your dream, you'll fall asleep. And wake up in reality? That had happened before, when he had fallen down the alien tube on Mars and woken in bed with Laurie. That had its appeal. He picked up the pill and contemplated it. He could appreciate the rationale. In life, a person took a pill to get well. fucking ice cream man? He picked up the pill and contemplated it. He could appreciate the rationale. In life, a person took a pill to get well. In a dream, he took one to want to get well. The effect could be similar. You should know, Mr. Quayle, that recall will provide you with free counseling for as long as you need it. In addition, if you sign a release, we'll agree to a large cash settlement. How much? The question was automatic, though he hardly cared. The larger question was whether he wanted the reality he had known on Earth, or a continuation of this crazy quilt adventure on Mars. The answer should have been obvious, but the memory of Melina and the hint of something else, something so important that 100,000 credits, maybe more. Laurie brightened, becoming hopeful. Think about it, Doug. We could buy a house. Instead of the Connaught on the 200th floor. That, too, had its appeal. Maybe a vacation in an undersea dome. Of course, Edgemar said, this all hinges on your taking the pill. On the verge of succumbing to their logic, Quayle grew suspicious again. Why should it all hinge on his taking the pill? Why couldn't he merely declare, I'm through with dreaming. I want to return to reality and Laurie, and be there? On rare occasions he had had what he thought was called lucid dreaming, where he came to realize that it was a dream and could control it somewhat. Generally, when that happened, though, the dream lost its substance and he woke. So instead of hauling in a lucid sex pot, he woke with a hard-on and nowhere to put it. That had been back when he was a teenager, before Laurie. Still, the principle was there. If he couldn't break out of the dream without the symbol, why should it work with the symbol? Why were they so eager for that symbol? Let's say you're right, Quayle said. This is all a dream. He raised the gun to Edgemar's head. Then I can pull this trigger, and it won't matter. He started to pull the trigger. Here was a test that meant something. If this was not a dream, Edgemar would be exceedingly eager to avoid this test. Doug, don't! Laurie cried. But Edgemar remained preternaturally calm. His eyes and voice expressed his unselfish concern for his patient. It won't make the slightest difference to me, Doug, but the consequences to you would be devastating. In your mind, I'll be dead, and with no one to guide you out, you'll be stuck in permanent psychosis. Was it possible? Psychosis was a disease of the mind. Could his own act determine which way his mind went? Would shooting Edgemar be his decision to avoid reality, rather than any tangible act to embrace it, such as taking the pill? Doug, please let Dr. Edgemar help you, Laurie pleaded. His finger on the trigger, Quayle was torn with doubt. He knew he could do it, and splatter the doctor's brains. But did he want to? If that meant that he was locking himself into a dream of violence and uncertainty and frustrated love? The walls of reality will come crashing down, Edgemar said. 1 minute you'll be the savior of the rebel cause, then, next thing you know, you'll be Cohagen's bosom buddy, until finally, back on Earth, you'll be lobotomized. Quayle was totally demoralized. It had to be true. If he really was in a semi-coma back on Earth and could not be brought out of it, they would lobotomize him. There was no point in maintaining a vegetable. It was uneconomic. A lobotomized man might not be very creative, but he could handle a jackhammer. So he had better guess right. It was disaster to go with illusion, either way. So get a firm grip on yourself, Doug, Edgemar said firmly, and put down the gun. Hesitantly, Quayle lowered the gun. If this was a dream, and he shot someone,
He would die or be lobotomized. Same thing, instead of the other person. That's right. Now take the pill. There you go. Edgemar paused as Quayle's hand slowly took the pill. And put it in your mouth. Quayle put the pill in his mouth. It tasted exactly like a pill. But of course it would, in a dream as well as in reality. And swallow, Edgemar continued, as if talking to a blinded pilot down to a landing. Quayle hesitated. Edgemar and Laurie watched with great anticipation. "Go ahead, Doug," Laurie said. But he was racked with indecision. Suppose this wasn't a dream? Then the pill might be, in fact, probably was, a knockout dose, or even lethal. Then he saw a single drop of sweat trickle down Edgemar's brow. His Hauser reflex took over. Abruptly, he swung his gun at Edgemar and fired. The plastic explosive in the plastic gun sent the plastic bullet straight through the man's head. Blood splattered in a dense circle on the wall. Then the bloodstain exploded, blasting Quayle backward through the air. A big hole appeared in the wall. He had guessed wrong. His dream world was crashing down, exactly as Dr. Edgemar had said it would. Then he struck the far wall and sank to the floor, dazed. 4 Mars agents stormed through the hole in the wall and grabbed hold of him. But this wasn't the end of the dream. This was the confirmation of the Mars reality. They had not attacked him before because they were trying to catch him alive, to find out what he knew. When the pill didn't do it, they burst in to grab him physically. It made perfect sense. Reassured, he started to fight back. They were trying to handcuff him, but he elbowed a jaw, dislocated a shoulder, and shoved and kicked his way out of their grasp. He pulled clear of an agent who was holding his foot. They weren't using guns. They were trying to wrestle him down. Hands touching the floor for balance, he staggered toward the door. He was about to get away, and to hell with the dream. But there was someone before him. He looked up. Laurie blocked his path. "Oh, okay." He started to move again, and her foot smashed his face. He staggered, hurt more by her antipathy than by the blow. He didn't want to strike her again. It had been bad enough back on Earth. He had paused only momentarily, but that gave the others time to grab him and restrain him. He tensed, ready to heave the ones on his arms into each other, head first. Then Laurie kicked him in the testicles, and the planet went up in pain. He stopped resisting. There was nothing but the agony and her treachery. She had said she loved him. As if from a distance, somewhere beyond the radius of pain, he heard her talking. "That's for making me come to Mars. You know how much I hate this fucking planet?" No, he didn't. He had thought it was just a pose to discourage him from wanting to go there. Evidently not everything about her had been an act. The agents cuffed his hands behind his back. He was helpless. Then Laurie kneed him in the face, knocking away most of the rest of his consciousness. Vaguely, he felt himself being dragged to the door. He heard Laurie speaking into a radio. "We've got him. He's tame as a pussycat." She had, at least, done him one favor. She had finally convinced him of her true feelings toward him. He would never again be deceived by her. Not that he was likely to get the chance. His consciousness faded out. Chapter 19. Escape. Outside the Hilton Hotel, Richter and Helm waited in a car. Richter clenched his fist with satisfaction. He'd rather have killed the man, but at least the bitch had been able to take him alive, satisfying Cohagen's order. "Take the service elevator," Richter said. "We'll meet you." Already Helm was piling out of the car. Richter followed him, and they ran inside the hotel. Quayle came blurrily awake. He was being dragged to a service elevator. 2 guests and a bellboy with a luggage cart stood to the side, not interfering. He must have been out only a few seconds, just long enough for his balls to settle down to a bearable level of agony. They propped him up while waiting for the elevator. He stared at the floor, offering no resistance, just trying to get more of his consciousness back. His eyes focused on something nice. After a moment he realized that it was Laurie's legs. Too bad her heart didn't match the quality of her body. He also noticed that she wore an ankle sheath with a knife. There was no doubt now that she was a pro. How could he ever have been fooled by her? The elevator doors slid open. There was a burst of gunfire. Huh? Had they shot him after all? He didn't feel anything. Then the agent in front of him fell. The man's face was a study in surprise. Quayle hadn't been killed. The agent had. What was going on? Then a woman ran out of the elevator. She had legs as good as Laurie's, and a fuller bosom and long dark hair. Then, as his gaze made it to the face, he was amazed. It was Melina. Melina whirled, her gun blazing. In a moment she had mowed down the remaining 3 male agents, whose hands were occupied with Quayle. She managed to miss Quayle himself. Either he was lucky, or she was an excellent shot. Laurie dropped to the floor, swung her legs, and swiped Melina's feet out from under her. The gun went flying. Laurie grabbed Melina's hair and yanked back so hard she almost broke the woman's neck. She wound Melina's hair around her fist, anchoring the head, and smashed her face into the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Melina stopped fighting. Quayle knew the feeling, having just experienced it himself. He squirmed over the pile of agent corpses. His hands locked behind his back, he wrested a gun from a dead hand. The agents had guns, they just hadn't been using them on Quayle. This time. Laurie pulled her knife from the ankle sheath. She lifted it high, preparing to plunge it into Melina's heart. But she paused a moment. Melina's eyes came into focus. She saw the blade poised above her. That was what Laurie had been waiting for. She evidently knew who Melina was, his dream girl. She wanted Melina to see it coming. Maybe she also wanted Quayle to see her do it. She was out to hurt him any way she could, and she had found the perfect way. "Don't!" Quayle cried. He wasn't pleading. He was warning. Laurie turned and saw that he had her in the sights of his pistol. But she also saw that he was contorted, with his hands cuffed behind his back. Could he fire accurately from that position? Laurie's manner changed in the chameleon-like way she had. She evidently knew the answer to the question of his accuracy. "Doug," she breathed, "you wouldn't hurt me, would you?" He kept the gun aimed at her. Laurie lowered her knife and brought her hands together innocuously. "Be reasonable, sweetheart. We're married." Yes, so it had seemed, once. But he knew better now. Much better. His gun did not waver. Laurie subtly pulled the knife into the throwing position, holding the tip of the blade. He had no doubt of her ability to hurl it exactly where she intended. He had become her primary target. "Consider this a divorce," he said gruffly. Laurie swung her arm back for throwing. Quayle fired. The bullet struck her in the forehead. The knife dropped from her hand. Then Laurie dropped. He might have let her go, even after her attempt to kill Melina. He hated to kill women, but she had proved her nature right to the end. She was all agent, as brutal as any of the goons, and more dangerous than most. It had had to be done. Melina sat up, battered and shaken. She had evidently not expected to be bested in combat by another woman. "That was your wife?" Quail nodded. He had done it, and knew it was justified, but it still made him sick. Obviously, Laurie not only had not loved him, she hadn't even liked him. He had not loved her, but he had liked her. He had killed her with a far heavier heart than she would have had if she had killed him. "What a bitch," Melina said. That pretty well summed it up. 10 years, or 6 weeks' worth of it, had been wrenched from his experience. It hurt. Richter pounded impatiently on the service elevator call button. It finally arrived. He and Helm stepped inside. He remained sorry that Hauser hadn't made a break for it, so that there would be an excuse to kill him, in the line of duty. Melina painfully crawled over to Laurie and searched her pockets. Quail watched her. "Drop by on your coffee break?" He had been sure of Laurie, unfortunately, at the end, but he still wasn't sure of Melina. "Time off from work?" "This is my work," she replied. "And the last resort. That's your hobby." He knew he was being picky, but the truth was, his taste didn't run to whores. "That's my cover," she said. She found the key to the handcuffs. And she was a professional, just as Laurie had been. She did whatever she needed to protect her true mission. He could relate to that. "I thought you didn't like me." "I didn't," Melina said shortly. She unlocked his handcuffs. They grabbed rifles and ran down the hall. "What changed your mind?" he asked, as if this were a conversation instead of a desperate escape. "If Cohagen wants you dead, you might be okay." Actually, Cohagen seemed to have been trying to take him alive this time. The agents could have plugged him any time, through that wall, but instead waited on the little scene with Edgemar and Laurie. He refrained from clarifying that, however. Melina's reasoning was similar to his reasoning about her. If she refused to deal with him as long as she had any doubt about the nature of his loyalty, she was probably okay. Laurie had been opposite, and not just in the color of her hair. Sometimes it was necessary to see who a person's enemies were before deciding whether that person was a friend. Richter and Helm ran out of the service elevator. They saw the bodies. They looked down the corridor. Richter seemed oddly gratified. They shot at Quail and Melina. Quail and Melina started running. Richter and Helm charged after them. Bullets whizzed by their ears. Damn! He had feared there would be more goons erupting from the elevator, so that a gun battle would wipe him and Melina out even if they got Richter and Helm. But it seemed there were just the 2 men. Now any hesitation, any attempt to get into position to fire accurately, would put them at a fatal disadvantage. They had to keep running. They came to an exit door. Melina pulled at it. It refused to open. "Shit!" she exclaimed. They kept running, having no alternative at the moment. They headed toward the big window at the end of the corridor. Outside the window there was only the red sky and geodesic framework, with no indication of any surface to stand on. "Now what?" Quail asked, seeing the dead end coming. "Jump!" she replied succinctly. Had he been in better command of his wits, he might have balked, but he remained a bit unbalanced from the knockout. Maybe it was the same with her. Well, if he was going to take a fall, she was the one he wanted to do it with. He remembered the dream. They leaped together and crashed through the window. They sailed through the air and fell, and parts of Quail's life passed before his eyes, and he gained a new understanding of what was buried in his mind. It did relate to the welfare of mankind. Then he looked down and saw the rooftop just 6 feet below. Melina had known of it, obviously. The hotel was a series of terraces built right up next to the dome. They landed, bounced, scrambled to their feet, and resumed their running. Richter and Helm appeared at the broken window and fired down at them. Then Quail and Melina dashed out of range around a corner. Quail heard the crash as Richter and Helm jumped down to follow. This chase wasn't over yet. They ran from roof to roof, dodging to stay out of the line of fire. Fortunately, their pursuers couldn't fire accurately while running, so were wasting shots. But soon they found themselves boxed in, as if they had been in the hotel, except that this time it was drop-offs that surrounded them, not walls. Where now? Melina ran full speed toward the edge. Quail followed with dismay. Again? Evidently so. He hoped she still knew where she was going. Then he saw the dome ahead. He dropped the rifle he carried, knowing that there would be no way to hang on to it while using both hands to cling to the structure ahead. He tucked the other gun into his waistband. He was sorry he hadn't been able to keep the plastic gun he had worked so hard to bring. It was a superior weapon. They reached the edge of the rooftop, leaped, and grabbed onto the scaffolding of the geodesic dome. Again they had found an escape. As he clung to a beam, Quail glanced back. He saw Richter and Helm arrive at the edge of the roof. Helm raised his gun to shoot, but Richter smashed down his arm. "Idiot! You'll hit the dome!" True enough. It had been Helm's errant shot that had shattered the window at the spaceport. The man was a shoot-first fool, as likely to kill an innocent party as the one he was after. Quail followed Melina as she athletically edged along beams, slid down pipes, and swung from strut to strut. She might look like a woman of leisure, but now she was an acrobat. But his contortions dislodged the gun at his waistband. Quail couldn't catch it. With regret he watched it fall. Melina had either ditched hers on the roof or lost it similarly. Now they had no way to fire back. Meanwhile, Richter and Helm were climbing down the side of the hotel, a much easier and shorter task. They were gaining. Quail and Melina dropped to the ground next to a solid wall. Richter and Helm landed almost simultaneously. They ran forward, shooting. Quail looked around and saw nowhere to hide. He searched frantically for his dropped pistol, but it was lost amid the materials at the base of the dome, and there was no time to get it anyway. Things looked bad for the home team. Richter slowed to a walk as he came within range. He leveled his gun, taking more careful aim. He was grinning. He intended to take no prisoners. Then a car screeched around a corner, cutting off Richter and Helm. It stopped in front of Quail and Melina. It was Benny, the jivester cabbie. "Get in!" he cried. They dived into the cab, tumbling over each other as Benny gunned it and fishtailed away. Quail worked free of Melina's legs, not without a trace of regret. Any other time? He peered out the window and saw Richter shaking his fist. "Fuck this Hauser!" Richter swore, then turned and ran for his own car, parked not far away at the hotel's service entrance. "Same to you," Quail muttered, making a gesture with a finger. "What?" It was Melina. "Earth idiom," he explained, embarrassed. Benny pulled into the main plaza. Melina turned to the front. "The mines, Benny," she said. "You know each other?" Quail asked, surprised. "We belong to the same club," Benny said. The same club? Did he mean the last resort? Surely not. But that suggested... Benny made a sharp left into a tubeway that led across the chasm. The motion flung Quail and Melina together. He wished they could do it deliberately. As it was, he disengaged carefully, not wanting to set off any misunderstandings. The pavement of this tubeway was not quite even. As the car passed from segment to segment at high speed, lights flashed and the tires made rhythmic sounds. Clumph, 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 transmitted through the chassis. The effect was oddly soothing. The rear window shattered. Quail and Melina ducked down, almost banging heads. "Shit, Melina!" Benny exclaimed. "I got 6 kids to feed." "You got a gun, Benny?" Quail asked. "Under the seat, man." Quail fished under the front passenger seat and found a gun mounted in a concealed sheath. He pulled it out and checked it. It was a Pro Special, loaded. This cabbie knew how to protect himself when he had to. He looked back. Richter was leaning out of his car. There was a muzzle flash. Benny's rearview mirror was blown off. Richter was getting better. Quail leaned out a window and fired back, carefully. The shot went true. Richter's windshield shattered. The car swerved, but did not go out of control. That meant he hadn't hit the driver. Too bad. He saw a hand with a gun scraping the glass beads away. Then the fire resumed from inside the car. All he had accomplished was to make it easier for Richter to shoot at them. Indeed, it looked as if the man was bringing out heavier artillery. What did he have? Richter fired. A fender was blasted off the cab. He fired again. Another window went. That was a heavy-duty piece, all right. Quail fired back, but his gun now seemed inadequate. Both men in the pursuing car were hunkered down, so he couldn't get a clear shot, and unless he scored on one of them, he wouldn't accomplish much. There seemed to be metallic shields guarding the front tires, so the car wasn't vulnerable to much more damage by this gun. That cannon of Richter's, however. Richter fired again. This time the roof was blasted off the cab. "Fuck!" Benny exclaimed. "The cab ain't even paid for." There was worse coming. Benny's tire was blasted as they went through a curve. The cab went out of control and flipped over, sliding to a stop athwart the tubeway. Quail was hardly aware of what he did. Probably his Hauser aspect had taken over again, as it did in utter crisis. He found himself holding Melina, wrapped around her as much as possible, protecting her from the crash. Before the motion stopped, he acted. "Out!" he snapped. They scrambled under the hanging seats and out through the broken windshield. "Move! Move!" he urged, lurching to his feet and hauling Benny and Melina out. The 3 of them set off at a run down the tube. Barely in time. Richter's car zoomed out of the blind curve and crashed into Benny's wreck. Well, that should hold them a while, Quail thought with satisfaction. With luck, it would have killed them, but he didn't trust luck. Like the vermin they were, the goons would survive to make more trouble. They kept running. They weren't far from the end of the tubeway. They emerged in a carved-out area of the mountain, which served as a loading area for the mining operations inside the mountain. Both foot and vehicular traffic moved in and out of several tunnels which opened from the dry cove. The miners ignored them, evidently having learned the hard way that minding one's own business was best. Now Melina took the lead. Quail hoped she knew where she was going, because he certainly didn't. Richter and Helm had been protected by the automatic restraints that came into play at the moment of the crash. They were bruised, but not injured. Both climbed out of the car and crawled over Benny's wreck. They charged after the fugitives. In moments they arrived at the cove. Richter fired his gun into the air to attract attention. The miners stopped their work. Richter approached the nearest miner. "Where'd they go?" he demanded. The miner looked surly. It was evident that he didn't much like the Mars authorities. If there was resistance activity going on, he was all for it. "I don't know." So it was like that. Richter knew how to deal with passive resistance. He lifted his gun and shot the miner in the head. The man fell without a sound. Dead. Richter pointed his gun at the next closest miner. "Do you know?" he inquired grimly. Quail, Melina, and Benny tore through a tunnel and dashed into an airlock. 10 lightweight suits hung inside, on hooks. Melina closed the heavy door and twisted a metal wheel which bolted the door shut. She activated the air pump, and the hissing of escaping air sounded. Quail was reminded uncomfortably of the execution he had seen on video. Depressurization was one of the uglier ways to die. They slipped quickly into pressure suits, taking whatever was offered. Quail's was snug but would do. Melina's was perfect for her, showing that she knew exactly what she was doing. Benny's was far too large. "Shit," Benny said, unzipping. "I got the wrong size." Through a porthole they saw Richter, Helm, and more agents they had picked up round a corner and run straight at them. Melina zipped Benny's suit back up. "No time," she said. Quail saw Richter and his men arrive at the airlock. One of them started to turn the wheel bolt. Uh-oh. Quail grabbed the inside wheel and held it still. Another man joined the first outside, then 2 more, so that 4 of them were straining at it together. Quail braced himself, his muscles constricting. He kept it from turning. Richter's furious face showed close at the porthole. He fired bullets at it at point-blank range. The thick glass started to crack. Sorry, that wasn't a page break. I think I'm about to read a typo, but I'm just gonna read it. "Betty, hurry," Quail said. "Get sealed," Melina replied. Quail realized that the goons had stopped trying to open the lock. The pressure differential was getting great enough to make that pointless anyway. An airlock door wouldn't open unless the pressure was close to even on each side. It was inherent in the mechanism and a safety feature. He made sure his helmet was sealed, then joined the other 2 in ripping up the remaining suits. He took a spike on the foot of one suit and used it to tear other suits. The firing continued. The cracks widened and deepened. Helm was using his gun like a jackhammer, blasting into the glass. Had Quail been doing it, with his Earth experience, he would have had the job done in half the time. But it was Helm doing it now, and the man was no expert. Not at that, or at anything else. Just when the porthole was about to shatter, the pressure was equalized with the outside. And the exit door swung out. They ran from the airlock, leaving the door open deliberately. That would prevent the lock from being used from the other side. Only a fool would break into it now. At that point, the porthole shattered. The air inside the sealed tunnel blasted out through the hole. Helm was sucked headfirst into the lock, right up to his beer belly, plugging the porthole like a cork. His breath was sucked out, and he started to depressurize. Scratch one goon! If ever an ugly death was deserved, this one was. Quail knew that Richter, far from caring about the plight of his companion, was seething in frustration because he was unable to proceed into the vacuum. Quail would have been glad to enable Richter to do just that, to go into the vacuum without a spacesuit. The 3 of them were now in the low-pressure part of the tunnel. They came to its mouth, which opened out into a spectacular landscape of mountains and canyons, bathed in the blood-red light of the Martian sunset. Quail stared. It was very much like the landscape of his dream, and Melina, in her well-fitting suit, was exactly like the woman of his dream. Chapter 20. Quato. Melina led the way through the strange rock formations. Benny lagged behind in his oversized pressure suit. In the distance, the domes of the city reflected the blazing sunset. I want to thank you, Melina said, her voice sounding sweet in Quayle's headphone despite the distortion of the low-quality system, for coming back to Mars, for not giving up. Don't thank me, he protested. I'm just trying to stay alive. Melina looked at him, her lover, a stranger. I keep forgetting. You're not you. He could not deny it. Upset, she walked ahead and stopped at a promontory. Quayle experienced déjà vu. This was the exact location of his dream. Melina in a spacesuit against the awesome Martian landscape. There is one thing I remember, he said. A feeling. Don't lie to me, Quayle, she snapped. He noticed she had stopped calling him Hauser. I'm trying to trust you. I'm not lying. But her stiffness showed even through her suit. She might want to believe him, but wasn't sure she could afford to. He grabbed her arm and turned her to him. He didn't care how foolish it might seem to others. He had to convince her. I dreamed about you every night, when they had me with my false memories, on Earth. The ones I still have, mostly, even though I know they're a lie. They blotted out everything else, but they couldn't destroy my feeling for Mars, which was really my feeling for you. When I slept, I saw you, and I wanted you, even though there was, he grimaced, Lori. She did everything to blot you out too, but it just wasn't possible. So I may not remember our real life together, if we had any, but my feeling remains. It just wouldn't let go, till I couldn't go on with my life. Melina stared into his eyes, and he into hers. He saw her belief forming. They leaned together, to kiss, as they had in the dream, but their visors bounced off each other. They laughed, but there was pain in it, too, and joy, for they were coming together again, and actual physical contact was only part of it. After all, considering her cover at the last resort. He suppressed that. He knew she had to do what she had to do. Her real employment was elsewhere, and so is her heart. He wanted her heart. Melina quickly got serious again. Do you remember anything else? About the pyramid mine? She searched his face. Think. Quayle tried. When Lori had kneed him and knocked him out, there had been something. When they leaped out of the hotel through the window, there had been something more. Alien memories, but they had faded again. He just couldn't remember. The moment was jarringly interrupted as Benny caught up with them, panting in his suit. Where are you dragging us, Mel? To Quato, she said. Both Quayle and Benny were surprised and impressed. Quayle knew little of Mars politics, but he had heard of the mythical leader of the Mars Liberation Front. If he really existed, and she knew where to find him. Melina bent down and lifted a camouflaged hatch that concealed a vertical shaft. This differed from his dream, which was just as well. He didn't want to fall down any alien pit again. Alien pit. But surely if there was anything like that here, Melina would know of it. The dream must have spun off into nonsense. Go on, Melina said. Quayle and Benny lowered themselves into the shaft, stepping down on handholds placed in the wall. The shaft seemed quite deep. Melina got in after them. Quayle looked up as she sealed the top hatch. All he saw was the bulky suit and the circular outline of the top of the shaft. It went dark as she closed it. He heard her pull a lever, and there was a hissing sound. This was an airlock! There was nothing to do but climb on down, in the darkness. There was no trouble finding the handholds of the shaft. They came down into the top of a large cavern. There was a hatch here, and handholds continuing on down to the floor. Melina sealed the bottom hatch after she passed it, closing off the shaft, and joined them at the floor. Though it was impossible to see far, Quayle knew that the caves were extensive, because he heard little echoes from their motions. Melina shone her light around the chamber, illuminating the walls, which were honeycombed with niches. "The first settlers are buried here," she said. Quail noticed human corpses in the niches, naturally mummified without wrappings. He had heard of similar examples in some sections of Earth. Mummification depended on the climate, not the wrappings. "They had a deal with the company," Melina continued. "They'd work themselves to death, and the company would plant algae and stuff to form an atmosphere." Now there was anger as well as regret in her voice. "We'd 'a' had air by now," Benny said. "Rain and water, too." Something fell into place in Quail's mind. Air. But the company decided that creating an atmosphere wasn't, quote, "economically feasible," unquote. They could make more money selling us air and water. She was deeply disgusted. Air. Quail struggled to grasp the thought he had almost had, but it eluded him. Melina removed her hood. It was pressurized here. Quail and Benny followed her example, getting out of their suits. It was cool here, but bearable. "They skimped on our domes, too," Benny said, "so all kinds of rays got through." Quail remembered the mutants of the Night City, especially the shapely, from the rear, woman and her child. "But most of the people are normal," he said. "Show him," Melina said to Benny. Benny put his left hand on his right hand and pulled. There was a click, then the right hand came off, as if it were the appendage of a marionette. It was artificial. Underneath was a tiny, atrophied claw. "Now we're like slaves on our own planet," Benny said bitterly, "and they won't let nobody leave." Melina turned to Quail. "But maybe you can change all that." She gazed at him, full of hope. He looked away, embarrassed. If only he could unbury those memories, whatever it was that he was supposed to have that would change everything. But the chains on his mind remained firm. He saw the corpses. Suddenly, one of them came alive. Then he realized that these niches were part of a door, which was opening. Behind it stood 6 armed men. Quail tensed, but Melina put a hand on his arm, calming him. "These are resistance fighters," she said. "You'd have been dead before seeing them if I hadn't brought you." Quail had no doubt of that. They had probably had the group covered from the time they entered the chamber. A rebel stepped forward. "We're going to blindfold him," he said to Melina. She glanced at Quail and nodded. He offered no resistance as the rebel put a hood over his head. He wouldn't have respected the organization if it hadn't had good security procedures. He knew how tough Cohagen's forces were. They shoved him roughly through a series of what he took to be excavated chambers, judging by the echoes. They seemed to be treating him more like an enemy than a friend. "Hey, take it easy," Melina protested. "He's on our side." "We'll see about that," the rebel said. Now the sounds indicated the presence of other resistance fighters, camped in small groups. They were eating. He smelled the food. Playing cards, cleaning weapons, reading. He could hear the sound of actual paper pages flipping. And sleeping. He could hear snoring. They evidently lived here. He lost some respect for the rebels. They were an organized force, without a doubt, but he was learning entirely too much about them, even blindfolded. A spy could make a fairly accurate report on their numbers and nature, if brought through here this way. Also, when it came right down to it, what was the point of blindfolding him after letting him see where the exterior hatch was? The sensible procedure would have been to drug him unconscious, bring him here, then kill him if he turned out to be a spy. They arrived at a large open chamber with the smell of ammunition, and he could sense men poring over maps by the muted sounds of their discussion. This would be the headquarters, and the leader would be here. Quail was brought to stand before the leader's desk. The man stood. "Glad you made it," he said. "Heard you had some trouble." Quail stiffened. He knew that voice, and didn't like it. In a moment he placed it. It belonged to George, the hothead at the last resort who had been with Melina. What was going on here? "A little," Melina said respectfully. George pulled the hood off Quail's head and regarded him coldly. George was now a far cry from the carousing jerk he had seemed to be. His face was serious, and he spoke with understated authority. He was no more a brothel client than Melina was a whore. Quail had been completely fooled. "I don't trust you," George said, "but Quato will know if you're lying." Would he? Since Quail himself didn't know what he was supposed to know, he doubted that anyone else could tell just by looking at him. Maybe they intended to drug him and question him. That was unlikely to work either. He still couldn't remember the recall experience at all clearly, but believed that they had encountered severe problems with his prior memory conditioning. It would be no different here. George led them to a fortified door. He punched in a series of numbers. The lock clicked. "What's he gonna do?" Quail asked. "Make you remember," George said. He was so certain. Quail was fascinated, yet daunted, like a blind man on the threshold of sight. If only they could make him remember. That was what he most wanted. George slowly pulled open the heavy door, and they went into the next chamber. The new chamber was completely excavated, instead of being adapted from a natural cave. It was equipped with a few modest comforts: chairs, a table, some books, and a tea set. Evidently Quato wasn't much for creature comforts. That might be a good sign. But there was no sign of Quato. They were the only ones in the chamber. The man wasn't going to arrive after them, either, for George was locking the door from inside. "Have a seat," George said. "Quato will join us in a minute." Quail sat in one of the chairs and scanned the room for another entrance. Naturally, Quato would have his own entry, independent of the one used by the troops, except that there was none, unless they were better at masking the door than his trained eye was at unmasking it, which he doubted. He knew it was Hauser's eye doing the checking. Hauser. Something clicked. Melina had known him as Hauser, not as Quail. Yet in the dream memory she had called him Doug. How could that be? The answer was so obvious it made him smile. They hadn't changed his first name, just his last. Douglas Hauser had become Douglas Quail. He remembered now, or thought he did. Unfortunately, it wasn't a significant memory. George went around the room, turning off lights. Soon there was only a dim glow, barely enough for them to see each other. What was the point? "You know the pyramid mine, the one they shut down?" George inquired as he sat down at the table. "I saw it," Quail agreed, "in my dream and here on Mars. It fascinates me. But I don't know anything about it, except that they found alien relics and shut it down." "Do you really think Cohagen would cut turbinium production to protect some more alien relics?" George demanded rhetorically. "Relics are a dime a dozen. Hell, they give them out free to tourists to show they've been here, and to would-be tourists who never leave Earth, so they can, quote, prove, unquote, they've been here. While turbinium—" He paused, letting Quail remember. Turbinium was a rare resource, unknown on Earth but relatively common on Mars, a key ingredient in the particle beam weapons program. Exactly what it was and how it was used was classified information, so that it wasn't even listed in most references, but it was known that Earth's Navy depended on it. The stuff was more valuable than diamonds, but mining it was dangerous. In fact,
there was more than a suspicion that the mutation rate on Mars was as much the fault of radiation in the mines as it was the unshielded sunlight. Were the truth known, no one would voluntarily work in the mines, at least not for poverty wages. But at present it was the only game in town, and the common folk had to go to work in the mines just to earn enough to pay for their air. So if they suspected what it cost them, what choice did they have? Slow mutation was better than fast death. "I am beginning to remember why I changed sides," Quail said. "If the folks of Mars had any alternative to mining turbinium, there'd be a revolution. And I guess there is a revolution here, only not enough of one because the authorities control the air supply." "Close, but no cigar," George said. "Why shut down the mine for the sake of alien relics?" Quail shrugged, blank. That didn't seem to make sense. They might shut down a mine if the workers died faster than they could replace them, but not because of any concern for the Mars environment or archaeological history. "The turbinium was exhausted?" he asked, knowing that that wasn't it. George leaned forward earnestly. "The truth is, Cohagen found something big inside. An alien construction about 2 million years old." He paused again. "Any of this ring a bell?" "No." Yet there was something, buried deeper in his mind than the turbinium was in the frozen Martian ground. If George, or Quato, knew what that was, and could evoke Quail's memory. "But what's so dangerous to Cohagen that he would keep a turbinium mine closed for a year?" George continued. "And why is the Northern Bloc cooperating in the cover-up?" Quail shook his head. "I wish I knew." "Maybe you do." George got up and walked around the chamber. 2 months ago, we set up a test of your loyalty. You were supposed to get us information about that thing inside the mountain. Instead, you disappeared." "My dream!" Quail exclaimed. "My memory! I went there with Melina and fell into the pit." "And I didn't know whether you died in the fall or got captured," Melina said. "I heard Cohagen's men coming, and I had to get out of there fast. I just had to hope that you had died because you knew they would torture me until they got what they wanted," Quail continued. "Yet still I hoped that somehow—" She turned away, not finishing. "You didn't want them to get the location of the rebel force from me," he said. "No, we hadn't shown you that. I took you through a cave we never touched, deliberately, so they couldn't trace our route to the real stronghold. We didn't quite trust you yet, you see. But—" Quail realized that he was missing something. He looked closely at her and saw that she was crying. "She loved you," George said. "My cover identity was jealous of that, but her loyalty to us came first." "I loved her too," Quail said. "I still do. That one thing I never quite forgot, despite—" Then he stopped, realizing what he had said. Melina turned to look at him, her eyes shining. "Then you really—" "Forever." "I can see that you two have unfinished business," George said, "but it will have to wait until Quato interviews you." "Yes," Melina breathed, gazing at Quail. George continued walking. "So you disappeared. Maybe they caught you before you learned anything. Or maybe Cohagen's big secret is locked away in that black hole you call a brain. That's what we need to find out." There was no question about that, Quail agreed. Obviously he hadn't died in the fall and had been captured. But how long had he been free in that alien complex before they caught him? What had he learned? Because he knew he had learned something amazing, something bigger than any of them had imagined. A whole chapter of his life was missing, and he wanted it back. George sat down across from Quail, close. Now, my brother Quato is a mutant. Please don't show revulsion. Of course not, Quail agreed, bracing himself. So the man had 3 arms, or teeth in his ears. What counted was what he could do. George unbuttoned his shirt. There was something odd about his chest, Quail realized. It had looked pretty solid, as if the man were perpetually thrusting it out, a braggadocio. Now this was revealed as a front, a plastic form, a man's version of falsies. It must be rough when someone punched him there, rough on the man's fist. Then George removed the shaped plastic, revealing... Quail stopped his jaw from dropping only with an effort. A small second head was growing from the man's chest. Wrinkled and hairy, the head was a cross between a fetus and an old man. Its eyes were closed in sleep. Evidently it was only partially formed, like Benny's claw hand. Mutations were seldom beneficial. Most of them were negative, being not only grotesque but useless. Yet some were otherwise. George got ready to hand his gun to Melina, then changed his mind, evidently remembering Melina's feelings for Quail. He handed it to Benny. If Quato gives you the signal, blow his fucking head off, he said. Benny swallowed. Yes, sir. He nervously took the gun and held it to Quail's temple. The Hauser aspect noted this with disapproval. Like the other rebels, Benny was insufficiently cautious. Quail could probably shove that gun aside before Benny could fire, and in a moment it would be his. It would be more professional to stand across the room and level the gun at his head, so Benny could get off a shot long before Quail could touch the gun. But he was not inclined to point that out to the man right at this moment. George turned to Quail and held out his hands. Take my hands, he said. Then, noting Quail's hesitation, go on. Quail reluctantly held George's hands. He was trying not to be finicky, but the notion of being close to the mutant repelled him. So did the notion of holding hands with a man. I'll leave you with Quato, George said. He closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep. Simultaneously, the Quato head twitched, yawned, and woke. One of his eyes was abnormally large. Quato stared intently at Quail, opened his toothless little mouth, and spoke. What do you want, Mr. Quail? Same as you, Quail said as evenly as he could manage. To remember. But why? Quail was puzzled. If Quato knew his name, why didn't he know his mission, too? To know who I am. You are what you do, Quato said. He paused, letting that sink in. Unfortunately, most of what Quail had been doing recently was searching for his memory and trying to survive. A man is defined by his actions, Mr. Quail, Quato continued, not by his memories. He stared at Quail, who had difficulty returning that uneven gaze. One eye was so big, the other so small. Now open your thoughts to my presence. Quail couldn't help staring at Quato's large eye. It was hypnotic. He found himself falling into a trance. Open, Quato said. Quail seemed to fall toward that huge eye. He saw himself reflected in the pupil. It was as if he were zooming in on his own image, on his own reflected head, his eye, his pupil, in which he saw the reflection of... Chapter 21. Revelation.
Quail saw the pyramid mountain rising like the Matterhorn from one side of a canyon. He floated, seeming disembodied, contemplating it. "Go inside," Quato said, from somewhere in another reality. Quail discovered that he could move simply by willing it. He jumped to the side of the mountain, then traveled into the tunnel in its side, as in his dream. The tunnel went deep inside, then dead-ended at a hole in a stone wall. He glided through that hole and into an abyss. A gigantic metal structure seemed to fill the central core of a dark pit. His dream pit, but somehow different. The structure. It was in its fashion alive, not dead, and dynamic rather than passive. He had seen it before and thought it defunct. Now he knew it was not. He floated to it. There were huge metal trusses, like the arched understructure of a bridge. He moved on toward the center of the structure and saw a forest of gigantic corroded metal columns. Quato's voice came again. "What is it?" Quail didn't answer. He didn't need to. Quato was reading his mind. The questions were merely to focus his attention. He dropped down, 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 as if on a tether, as he had in the dream. But as he passed the point where the dream had ended, his hands, of their own accord, found the line at his waist and closed about it. They clamped automatically, and suddenly were jerked up as they tried to break his fall. His arms were wrenched almost out of their sockets as they took the full falling weight of his body. Even in the lesser gravity of Mars, it was a shock. He swung, hurting, and smashed into the wall of the pit. The shock was transmitted through his suit, stunning him. His gloves slipped on the line, starting him down again. He knew he couldn't afford that. He was still a long way from the bottom. He willed his hands to hang on, whatever the cost. But the cost was his consciousness. He felt himself swinging again into... The galaxy was crisscrossed by lines of communication and trade. Light speed limited both on the interstellar level, but species that took the long view prospered. They sent out missionary ships, knowing that they would not see any results in the lifetimes of those aboard, or in the lifetimes of any of the creatures extant. But they continued, for that was the nature of the long view. The galaxy was actually the debris being drawn into the monstrous black hole that was its center. It had started as a cloud, formed into a quasar, and swept the gas and dust of its vicinity into itself, its appetite insatiable. In the course of billions of years it had dimmed somewhat, for the substance around it was thinning, but it remained a well-organized system. Hauser recovered consciousness. He was at the bottom of the pit. He had suffered a brief vision of a black hole, but while his mind was out, his hands had evidently eased him on down safely. He detached himself from the cord. He needed freedom to explore. Then he would climb back up and what? Melina had heard him fall. She would know that something had gone wrong and would head back for help. He should have told her he was all right, only he had gotten knocked partway senseless. He wasn't sure how long he had been out. So his mission... What was his mission? He couldn't quite remember. That disorientation. But it was coming back. He was trying to find out about this alien artifact. What it was, what it did, who had left it, anything. So that Melina... Whatever thought had started was preempted by another. He loved Melina. He wasn't sure he was supposed to. After all, they were merely companions on an assignment. But they had gotten along well together, and for the sake of the cover he had patronized the last resort, and had sex with her a number of times, and paid for it, though she was by no means the cheapest whore. The cheapest what? Something was wrong here. He couldn't love a whore. But he did love Melina. So he settled on that and put the rest aside. He didn't care what others thought his mission was. He was doing this for her. He set out to explore the alien device whose struts towered above him in the near darkness. He had for a moment seemed to understand the aliens, their missionary ships, their long view. Or was that something he was about to learn? His memories were jumbled, with chronology seeming to be something other than a straight line. The memory implants laid over each other, 1, 2, 3 of them, synaptic turbulence where they interfered with each other at the fringes. How could he be sure what was real? Focus on the lowest level, exclude what hadn't yet happened. He found what might be a footpath, but for other feet than human. The surface was rough, almost like sandpaper, with crisscrossing corrugations. It was like a tape, curving around on the contour without guardrails, and he had to duck to pass under other tapes that crossed above it. It dead-ended in a drop-off into a hole, and picked up again a few feet below. It was as if the tape had been folded at right angles, then straightened out again at the lower level. Whoever had walked this hadn't been much concerned about continuity. He jumped down and resumed his walk, determined to find out where this path went. It stood to reason that it went somewhere, and that it might offer some hint about the alien structure. He had no better notion how to proceed than this. The path seemed determined to thwart him. It made a right-angle turn-up, proceeded along a low ceiling, then turned the corner to the top of a substructure within the giant complex. If this really was a path, the creatures who used it must have feet like those of flies, so that they could walk up walls or upside down on ceilings. Did that make sense? He persevered, managing to climb back to the level surface so that he could walk normally again. There was always a clear way forward. Sometimes he had to proceed on hands and feet, but it never blocked up completely. From this he judged that the aliens had been about half the height of a man. They were also unafraid of heights, for some paths he passed extended straight up the sides of towering columns. The image of a fly was growing stronger, distressing as he found it. Could flies be builders? What would they build for? Some titanic framework for the airing of carrion? At last he came to a kind of central plaza where a number of paths converged. There was a squat column in the center, covered with what looked like carvings in relief. They were of all types, from straight geometrical designs to weird blobs. He walked around it, looking at the figures. Many of them were reminiscent of ants. Ants! Ants could walk on walls and ceilings, and were longer than they were tall. They built mounds and tunneled through wood. They had quite an organized society, and even made war, in the fashion of man. Could the aliens be ants? Then he spied a picture of a man. Immediately he concentrated on it, suspecting he had misinterpreted it, too eager to spy something familiar. But it was definitely a man, and beside it, definitely a woman. She was naked, and reminded him of Melina in her perfection of form. Melina. There was no doubt now. He was getting warm. He knew these figures had not been carved by men. They were part of the alien structure. The aliens had put them there. Why? Could this be a message intended for men? He studied it. Both the man and the woman were looking out from the column, interest in their faces. Hauser looked in the direction they were looking. There, at the edge of the circular platform, was a chamber. It was about the size and shape of a man. It seemed an obvious enough invitation. He could step into that chamber. And what? Be pickled for future reference, a specimen of Homo sapiens? The term meant, quote, rational man, unquote. But he wasn't sure it would be rational to take the suggested action. Yet if the aliens had known of man, they must also have known how to capture a specimen if they wanted it. They didn't need to set a roach trap for the adventurous soul who found this hidden place. He looked again at the figures on the column. Could these be examples of many creatures the aliens had known, the males and females of the systems of the galaxy? One set of each, like in Noah's Ark? So was this some kind of memorial, and any creature who visited it would find himself represented? But why? He looked more closely at some of the other figures. Many were indecipherable, but others were vaguely recognizable. For example, there was a perfectly good set of BEMs, bug-eyed monsters, of the type usually drafted for evil menace duty in comic videos. Their bugging eyes were gazing out at a chamber evidently designed to contain a BEM. One figure looked like a cross between a giant spider and a small snake. Sure enough, there was a chamber made for it, too. Since there were no such creatures on Earth, and never had been, as far as he knew, any such beings who appeared here had to be galactic travelers. They would not fall for any roach trap. Then it came to him. Communication! These must be communications chambers, each for its own species. A central phone system, maybe, so that travelers could call home, or at least find out where the local facilities were. Did he trust the ancient aliens? What did he have to lose? Hauser went to the man chamber and stepped inside. There was a faint flash of green light, and a measured clicking, as of something starting up. Then the galaxy was crisscrossed by lines of communication and trade. So this was where he had remembered this from. The alien indoctrination tape. Now he had it in its proper order. He listened and looked, not with his senses, but with his mind. At the edge of the galaxy, still far from the maw of its central black hole, dust was spiraling in, and new stars were forming. Some of them acquired planetary systems, some of which were suitable for the development of life. Some of these, quote, living, unquote, planets were prospects for new trade, to replace those being lost at the interior as their systems entered the event horizon and were lost. Experience had shown that the process could be facilitated by seeding, by presenting advanced technology to nascent traders, and facilitating their development to full trader status. Thus the network of the galaxy was maintained at a constant level despite the continuing loss of advanced planets. The appearance and chemistry of the new species did not matter. The only requirements were that they be capable of mastering advanced technology and using it in a positive way. The normal course was for a trading species to develop after several billion years of life on a planet, if some natural cataclysm didn't wipe it out. Such a species could proceed from the first realization of mind as a commercial force to interstellar travel in just a few million years. It could then achieve galactic contact and trade in a few hundred years, if appropriately seeded. The chance of an unseeded species reaching full trading status was only 1 in 10. About half destroyed their planets, and therefore themselves, in the course of making the breakout to space. Many of the rest lost interest and turned away from space, preferring the security of isolation. But seeded species had a 50% chance because they were caught at the first surge of their ambition and were able to follow through before destroying their habitat by war, depletion of resources, or accident. But there was risk in seeding. Sometimes a species that would have been eliminated by natural selection, destroying itself, was enabled to survive. Such a rogue species could then embark on the destruction of legitimate species, using the technology in a negative instead of positive manner. The rogue species tended to like conquest for its own sake, failing to appreciate the advantage of normal trade. If allowed to continue, such a species would wreak the same havoc on the galaxy as it did on its home planet, culminating in destruction on a far broader scale. Yes, Hauser thought, and the presentation paused the moment his private thought took over, allowing him time to assimilate the material in his own way. Give a child a gun, and he may start shooting other children. That wasn't smart. So precautions were taken, and these were effective. One such precaution was in requiring the prospect species to achieve limited space travel on its own before being seeded. That ensured that only a species capable of a sustained and well-executed effort of the proper nature would profit by it. Another was in concealing the full nature of the seeding, so that an incurious species might not take advantage of it. The third precaution was unspecified. However, the time between the establishment of the seeding and the implementation of it ranged from thousands to millions of years. It was possible that not only the individuals who did the seeding, but their entire species would be defunct before the seeded species manifested as a traitor. Once the seeding was done, it would not be reversed. There would be no second guessing. That made the decision critical. Hauser reacted again. Before a man gave a child a loaded gun, he should think very carefully about it, especially if he knew that he would have no way to take it back. So he might set it on a high shelf so that the child wouldn't be able to reach it until he grew up. And then he might conceal its nature so that the child who didn't inspect it carefully might throw it away unused. But the child who grew up and had the wit to understand the gun might find it very useful in protecting his home from molestation. It wasn't a perfect analogy, but it would do. Mankind was in certain respects childish, and this was evidently a most sophisticated alien construction on a grand scale. What was it for? It didn't seem to be a spaceship, though he couldn't rule that out. Well, man had achieved limited space travel, so the first requirement had been met. If he could figure out what this thing was, and how to use it, that would be the second. That would only leave the third. Unspecified? What did that mean? That it varied with the species? Well, maybe he would find out after he figured out the rest. He relaxed and let the show continue. He was on his way to learning what he had come for, and it promised to be far more than he had imagined. The normal course for a trading species was to rise within its planet, achieve travel between planets, receive the seeding, progress to galactic trading, seed new prospects, and retire as its stellar system was carried into the central maw of the galaxy. There were many variants of this process, and the duration of the trading species varied widely. Of course, a species could survive beyond the demise of its home system by colonizing systems farther out, and many did. But generally the heart of a species died when its home system was lost, and the species preferred to expire with it, leaving the ongoing process of civilization to those who followed. One such trader was the No-Hui. The No-Hui were specialists in seeding and had done it for a wide variety of prospective species. They were good at large construction and especially strong on chemistry. None of their seedings had failed for inherent reasons. Their analysis and technology were sound. Thus, they were the ones to seed some of the more difficult prospects. The present prospect was difficult. The initial survey showed a species of warm-bodied, four-limbed, non-telepathic, two-sexed creatures who were unusually aggressive. This local species— there was the slightest pause as the program allowed Hauser to fill in the blank with, quote, the humans, unquote, because the Nui name would have made no sense to him— was advancing rapidly across its native planet of, quote, Earth, unquote, and was developing increasingly sophisticated tools. It was judged that this species of humans would achieve interplanetary travel within 50,000 years. However, the prospect for them to become successful traders on the galactic scale was only 1 in 3, even with seeding. Hauser whistled in his helmet. 1 in 3! That meant that the Nui believed that mankind was twice as likely to fail as to succeed by Nui standards. Double or nothing. But the human species had made it here, and now Hauser was finding out what the nature of this alien construction was. That was 2 steps out of 3, as he understood it, so maybe the odds were evening, or even turning positive. "This is the Noe," the presentation continued. A picture of a giant ant appeared, confirming Hauser's guess. The Noe were 6-limbed, warm-bodied, semi-telepathic, 2-sexed creatures, which made them virtual clones of the human species, by galactic standards. Anticipating a question here, the mental narrator paused to flash a picture of a more distant type of species. It was like a fire-breathing jellyfish with lobster pincers, but it was its mental nature that really set it apart. It seemed to orient on Hauser, and his stomach roiled, his breathing became gasping, his heart skipped several beats and pondered before resuming something approaching a regular schedule, and his mind felt as if it were being stretched sideways and folded in on itself. He hastily agreed. The Noe were near clones. Now the presentation oriented on the actual work being done on the monstrous structure. Noe were walking on the walks, and sure enough, their feet clung firmly to the rough surfaces, so that they moved upright, vertically and upside down with similar facility. Actually, they needed only 3 or 4 limbs for walking. 2 or 3 were used for other purposes. Some guided floating objects to their assigned places, while others used complex tools to do indecipherable things. The place was like an anthill, unsurprisingly, with constant traffic along the paths, yet no collisions. Were they all one-way paths? No. When 2 individuals met, one would slide around and walk on the underside of the strip until the top was clear again. Because they were semi-telepathic, they were in constant communication with each other and were never surprised by encounters. The view closed on one particular Noe. This was a pause to apply a suitable designation from the mind of the recipient. Call. Call. A specialist in the demolition of temporary structures that were no longer required, so that their elements could be used in new structures. Call used a device that powdered metal or stone, and the powder was then sucked up and stored. Call was male and strongly proportioned. He was expert at his specialty, though he had not had it long. Hauser paused here to reflect. It was evident that this presentation was being heavily edited to relate to concepts he understood. The Noe had studied the human species 2 million. No, it must have been more like 50,000 years ago, because it was modern man, not an ape-like man, who had spread across the globe and used increasingly sophisticated tools. It had been just a guess about the age of this complex. Evidently no one had used any sophisticated dating methods, or announced the results if they had. At any rate, the Noe had studied man, and known his nature, and set this up to relate to that. But much of the detail was sheer spot adaptation. For example, the name provided was Call, not alien, so that he could relate comfortably to it. It was an alienized variant of his name. How could the ancient aliens have known that a man named Douglas Quayle Hauser would come to receive this presentation? The answer was that they couldn't have known, but had left a telepathic, or semi-telepathic, but he wasn't clear on the difference. But after seeing the non-clone alien, he didn't care to explore that further. Computer programmed to indoctrinate the subject in the most expedient manner. That spoke volumes for the sophistication of the Noe. And they were only the local seeders in a galaxy full of traders. Just a typical species doing a minor job before moving on to the next system requiring seeding. How could the human species even compete? Yet the Noe thought it could, if it managed to qualify. Were the Noe still around? Quite possibly they were, elsewhere in the galaxy, for they took the long view. Hauser felt excitement and awe. He wanted to meet the Nui. He knew he never would, for they might be 50,000 light-years away now. But this message was almost as good. He suppressed his thoughts and tuned in again. Call was not on duty as a duster at the moment. He was with mlan, his ad hoc mate, as they carried their egg to the hive nursery for hatching. They had seen in each other the possibility for superior breeding, so had done it. Now they were about to discover the proof of their effort. The egg was about a quarter of mlan's mass. She had lost working time generating it, but this was acceptable. Good new workers were always needed. They took turns carrying it. If their hatchling passed muster, it would be a vindication for both. The hive nursery was deep under the construction site, in the most projected it says projected, not protected. Okay. The hive nursery was deep under the construction site, in the most projected region. It was a job carrying the heavy egg down the vertical path. Their foot grippers tried to pull loose, and they had to use all 6 limbs to hold on, gluing the egg to one of their backs. Finally, they had to march in tandem, each supporting an end of the egg casing. Gall went first, carrying the front end glued to his hind section, while mlan followed, the rear of the casing glued to her head between her antennae. By the time they reached the bottom, both were exhausted, but the egg was safe. It was now close to hatching. The movement affected it, and the increased atmospheric pressure of the depths. They brought the egg to the queen of the nursery. She touched it with her antennae, and read the stirring mind within. "It is time," she agreed. Because their kind was not fully telepathic, they were required to formulate specific thoughts for projection. Fully telepathic species had complete understanding without having to do that. "We wish to witness," Call thought. She paused, about to lift the egg. "You are aware that the chance of a hatchling in this region qualifying is only 1 in 3? "Yes," they agreed together. The radiation here caused a severe incidence of uncontrolled mutation, and until they established an atmospheric shield, they were confined to the depths, and even so their eggs were likely to be damaged. Gall had bred once before, with Lerie, and the egg had failed and been destroyed, its elements salvaged for food. But the auspices seemed better with mlan. Hauser paused again, interrupting the presentation with his active thinking. "Lerie? That hadn't happened yet." Which meant that even this memory of the experience was being modified, to attune to those names and events that related best to his present awareness. For the original Hauser, the name should have been different. The alien program remained in his mind, still operating in its special way. The memory implantation technique of the Nui compared to the recall method as a 3-dimensional hologram compared to a little flat TV screen. He was awed. "Then you may witness," the Queen thought, "but you will only receive. Your sendings will be barred." "We understand." They went to a receiving booth. They knew why their sendings were barred. They might otherwise try to influence the responses of their hatchling. They watched the wall of their booth, which reproduced the sight and thought of the hatching chamber. The egg was there, and already it was stirring, as the conductive thoughts of the chamber affected it. The egg rocked, then cracked, and finally opened, and the hatchling climbed out and dried in the bright ambiance of reconstituted Nui homestar light. That homestar was 100,000 light-years distant, and none of the staffers of this mission had even seen it, but it remained their home. When the seeding mission was done, perhaps in another 100,000 years, their distant descendants would return. That was their dream. The hatchling was male and looked fit, and holographic scanning verified it. There were no physical mutations. Call felt mla's relief. The first hurdle was over. But now came the interrogation, and that was more critical. A trace physical defect might be tolerated, such as an extra set of limbs, but not a significant mental defect. Hatchling, what is your nature? The Queen's thought came. The hatchling had been experimentally walking around the chamber, coordinating his 6 legs. Immediately he answered, for the Noui were made with genetic memory. I am a male Noui. What is your purpose? To serve the will of my species. What is planetary transformation? The hatchling hesitated, and both Gal and mla stiffened. Had the technical transfer taken? It is the adaptation of a hostile planet to a compatible phase, the hatchling responded. Again, Gal and mla relaxed. Given sufficient quantity of hydrozoic acid and water, how would you generate an atmosphere 3/4 nitrogen and 1/4 oxygen, approximately? The hatchling paused again. This was not just technical information. It was an exercise in application. If the hatchling got this right, he would qualify mentally. Question permitted? Permitted. Are there facilities for nuclear fusion? He was getting it. There are. I would initiate a controlled fusion reaction for power, the hatchling thought carefully. I would use that power to separate the hydrozoic acid into its component elements of 1 part hydrogen and 3 parts nitrogen. I would also separate the water into its components of 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. This would yield 3 parts hydrogen, 3 parts nitrogen, and 1 part oxygen. I would then merge the hydrogen to helium by continued nuclear fusion, leaving the nitrogen and oxygen in the required ratio. I would store the surplus helium in compact state, awaiting some future use. Gal and mla did a little dance of joy. He had gotten it. Of course, it was a considerable oversimplification, but what could be expected of a hatchling with no experience of the universe? He would learn all that was required. 2 parts of the test were done. But the third was apt to be the killer. They tensed again. Explicate this concept. Figurative. The hatchling paused, and again Gal and mla stiffened. The hatchling's antennae quivered. Then the little body relaxed. I am unable. Why are you unable? It is a concept alien to my nature. Gal's antennae met mla's antennae in an expression of rapture. Their hatchling had qualified. They left the chamber. They would have no further contact with their hatchling, unless later he was assigned to the same project as one of them. Their part had been done. They had produced a true Noui individual. But the episode reminded Gal of the alien concept. What did it mean? He had struggled with this before, but it had always remained beyond his antennae. It seemed to suggest that something was not precisely as represented, yet indicated the essence. That was incomprehensible. A thing either was or was not. It could not be approximate in other than the purely physical sense, as in the case of an estimate instead of a direct count. Yet it appeared that the verbal language of the human species utilized this concept, and that humans understood it. They were, of course, primitive. Perhaps they would eliminate such meaningless terms from their vocabulary as they matured. Still, it bothered him that a primitive species could be able to grasp a concept that no Noui could. Gal and mla were now free to return to their assignments. But in time they would breed again, because their combination had proved to be successful. They had each justified their effort by producing a viable hatchling in this hostile environment. Call found that he was now assigned to work on the surface. They were nearing the time of the test transformation, and certain modifications had to be made in the landscape. mlan would be working with the genetically modified plants that would be able to root in the sands of this harsh planet. They both had to wear spacesuits, because until the project was completed, there was insufficient atmosphere to sustain them. Actually, they would have to use suits once the atmosphere was established, because of course they could not breathe the alien mixture. Then the presentation left Gall and mlan and zoomed above the planet, showing the time of its temporary transformation. An atmosphere was generated in the general manner described by the hatchling, oxygen-rich but suitable for human sustenance. Water flowed, and the special plants sprouted. The nuclear reactor had elements extending far across the planet, which were used to dissipate its enormous heat, at the same time bringing the temperature of the ground up to the level required by the plants, which was between the freezing and vaporizing points of the water that now collected in the declivities. The test was a success. It was evident that the human species would be able to live on the surface of the planet if it activated the prepared mechanisms. The Nui shut them down and restored the planet to its prior condition, except that the flow of water had changed some features in irrelevant ways. The plants were eliminated. Their seeds were stored where they would be dispersed when the system was activated at a later date by the arriving human creatures. The activation itself would be simple. The complex was primed to come to life when a particular action was taken. That action was made clear to Hauser. He could readily do it. But how did they know that the humans would be suitable traders? Hauser wondered. Suppose they abused the equipment. In answer, he saw a representation of the planet Mars, with the Pyramid Mountain highlighted, the site of the nuclear reactor he had seen them building, and where he now, in memory, stood, receiving this presentation. There were 3 courses. It could be used as intended, and not only would it transform the planet so as to be livable by the humankind, it would yield its secrets of technology to human scientists, and enable them to catapult their species into galactic space, becoming full-fledged traders. Or it might be ignored, in which case the human species would make its own way as far as it was going to, perhaps achieving trader status in some later millennium. Or it might be abused, in which case it would be destroyed. A little Nova symbol appeared, evidently indicating the destruction. Now the program addressed him directly. "Go tell your species, de Gills, Call, Hezer. Make it understand that the choice is upon it. We put the matter on your appendages." The presentation ended. Hauser found himself standing in the booth, and it was only a booth again. The alien presence was gone. For some time he remained, awed. He knew that there were levels of this message that would take him hours, weeks, or years to understand completely. Right now, he knew what this complex was for, and how to activate it. That was enough. He also knew that whatever loyalties he might have had in the past had been preempted by the Nui. He was now their emissary. Chapter 22. Betrayal. Now, as Quail, he understood so much, yet still not enough. He knew there was danger, immense danger, but wasn't sure of its nature. Had Cohagen's men captured him there in the alien complex? If so, what had he told them? His mind had been opened to the Nui, but not to his own life, which had been blotted out by the memory implant that had lopped off his past identity and made him Douglas Quail. Somehow he knew that he wouldn't have told Cohagen about the true nature of the alien complex. Cohagen was the wrong person. He would be an abuser rather than a user. Maybe Cohagen had subjected him to the memory implant in an effort to make him tell. Somehow the alien knowledge must have been proof against Cohagen's interrogation. But who was the right person to tell? He saw an expanse of ice now at the bottom of the complex. He must have moved to another region. The ice was punctured by hundreds of round wells, like a giant pegboard. He looked up and saw that a column was suspended directly above the hole, like a peg. A peg. A peg that could be lowered into the hole, where it would start a reaction, activating the system, starting a complex chain of events that would, in due course... Quato had not been able to read much of the Nui message. That had been for Quail alone. Evidently, the Nui knew how to shield against telepaths too, even in a memory of a message received 50,000 years after being recorded. So they must have been able to keep it from Cohagen. But now Quato caught on. "A nuclear reactor," he exclaimed, "to make an atmosphere." That wasn't the half of it. Quail came awake and saw Melina and Benny looking at each other, amazed and thrilled. But Quato's attention remained on Quail. "Think, Quail. How does it work?" Quail returned to the memory. He soared up through space, needing no support because he was exploring a design that was now stored in his head and could be explored by mere thoughts. It was the eidetic implant of the Nui, the alien presence in his mind. He passed temporary scaffolding on the side of the abyss. He approached a ledge at the very top of the pit. There was a walkway leading to what he knew was a control room. He floated into it. There were electronic consoles surrounded by enormously complex mechanical systems, the tops of the corroded columns. But the corrosion was nothing. The Nui would have guarded against it had it mattered. The key elements of the machinery were protected. He passed a textured wall. He knew how to start this device. The question was whether Quato was the one to tell. There was something that made him doubt. Not because Quato was a bad person, that wasn't the case, but because of a wrongness in the situation. Something didn't jibe, and until he knew exactly what was wrong, he was stalling. "There!" Quato cried. "Go back! More! There!" An abstract mandala, a concentric configuration of geometric shapes that might represent the cosmos, had been sculpted into the stone. It was covered with weird hieroglyphics that did not derive from Sumer or Egypt or any earthly creature. It was a Nui representation, and Quail understood it now, but did not care to interpret it for anyone else. The wrongness was still there. Not Quato himself, but... "Closer," Quato said eagerly. Evidently he could read the mandala, see the figures, but did not know their meaning. In the center of the mandala was an image of startling familiarity. A human hand. Quato saw the hand, but didn't get it. "How do you start the reactor?" he demanded. "Concentrate." Quail focused on the hand, tracking toward it, as if drawn into it. Oh yes, he knew. There was the sound of a gunshot and a flash of white. Another gunshot and another flash. That was no alien message. Quail's eyes snapped open, in time to see Benny fire a third bullet into Quato's heart. George's heart, right behind the mutant head. Before Quail could make sense of what was happening, Benny grabbed Melina and pointed the gun at her head. "Curiosity killed the cat," Benny said. Now at last the wrongness was clear. There had been a traitor in their midst. Quail had sensed it, perhaps aided by his alien awareness, but distracted by Quato's quest, had not been able to pinpoint it. The traitor had not been Quato or Melina, and not Quail himself despite his being under suspicion, but the cabbie. Quato himself would have known it had he looked into Benny's mind, but he had been watching Quail, and so had overlooked the obvious. Benny had used Quail as a shield to get into Quato. Unable to attack Benny because Melina had become the traitor's hostage, Quail examined Quato's form, trying to find a last flicker of life. If the mutant could strike at Benny's mind, set him back just long enough for Quail to... "Forget it, bro," Benny said. "His fortune-telling days are over." Quato's head was dead weight. George's head hung limp. The body seemed dead. Melina glared at Benny, as astounded as she was outraged. "Benny, you're a mutant!" The man's lips quirked. "Sorry, Mel. I got 5 kids to feed." 5? "What happened to number 6? Quail asked. Benny smiled. "Okay, you got me. I ain't even married." Then he was suddenly authoritarian. "Now put your fucking hands on your head." From the alien majesty to the human ignominy, so quickly, it seemed that the Noe had been right to doubt the likelihood of man's success. With Cohagen and his killer minions in control, the alien gifts weren't worth it. As Quail complied with Benny's order, the sounds of gunshots and engines penetrated into the chamber. "Know what that is?" Benny asked. "That's the sound of all your friends dying. That's the end of the resistance. Cohagen's boys followed me here." Melina stared, her mouth forming a silent question. Benny displayed a flashing beacon hidden in his artificial hand. "It pays to keep in touch. Your boys never checked me. Hell, Quato never checked me. He gave me the fucking gun. He may have had weird powers, but he wasn't smart, and this organization wasn't smart. You can bet nobody would have sneaked into Cohagen's den like this." Quail had to agree. He had noted the laxity of the rebels himself. They had depended too much on Quato's mutant power and let something obvious and stupid happen. They weren't professionals. Yet he hadn't suspected Benny himself, so he was as much to blame as they were. Benny was a pro and had shown them all up for amateurs. Melina and Quail were devastated as they imagined the destruction outside. They both knew that Cohagen's minions would have no mercy. "What have I done?" Melina said to herself, chagrined. The sounds of fighting were much louder now. Benny pulled Melina toward the wall, away from the door. "We'll just wait here for the excitement to end." Quail had remained alert for any mistake on Benny's part, but the man had been alert too. Only by sacrificing Melina could he have gotten the man, and Benny knew he wouldn't do that. Benny had been standing right here when the two of them acknowledged their love for each other. Then Quail heard a muffled choking sound from Quato's head. He bent close to hear a barely audible whisper. "Start the reactor," Quato said. "Make Mars free." So he had caught on that Quail knew how. But Quail couldn't do it from here. The alien memory implant was a phenomenal thing, but he couldn't send the reactor a telepathic message. He had to be there in person. "Back off, Quail!" Benny snapped. The head spoke again, in a whisper. "Remember, you are what you do." As if Quato knew something Quail didn't. There was a crash. The mole drilled into the office. Quail covered Quato to protect him from flying rocks. It was no good. When he looked down, he saw that Quato was dead. He heard a muffled exclamation from Melina. He looked up, and there was Richter standing above him, holding an automatic rifle. "Hi," Richter said, smiling obnoxiously. Quail's eyes burned into the man with hatred, but he was helpless. Benny's betrayal had wiped out both the resistance and Quail's hope. Quail and Melina were roughly shackled and thrown into a mole for transport. "I'm sorry," he told her, over the roar of the engine. "If it hadn't been for me, Benny wouldn't have gotten to Quato." "I brought you in," she said. "I feared—" "That I was the traitor," he finished for her. "I know. I don't remember much of what we were to each other before, but I think for me it was supposed to be business. When I fell into the pit, I realized then that I loved you. That's why that memory kept coming back to me. It was the last I had seen of you. I guess Cohagen didn't know about that, or thought the memory implant would wipe it out. It did wipe out all the other memories, but not the love." "I couldn't forget you," she said. "I didn't know whether I could trust you, but somehow—" "I guess we were destined for each other, corny as that sounds. But, you know, there was more I found down there, before I guess they captured me. I don't remember that, but I remember the alien message." "The what?" "The Noi, an alien trading species. They set this up for us when we came of age, if we qualified, which I guess we don't. But—" he paused, remembering something else. "Do you know anything about hydrozoic acid?" She concentrated as they bumped along in the mole. "It's a colorless, poisonous, highly explosive liquid. I sniffed some once. It was vile." "What would it be like on a planetary scale? I mean, thousands of tons of it." "Like hell, I think. Why?" "The aliens. They were going to use it to make air. I mean, with water. They were going to melt the ice and combine— I don't know, I'm no chemist. Does it make sense?" "I'm no chemist either, but I think it could make sense only to an alien." "But with advanced alien technology, would it be possible? I mean, to break apart hydrozoic acid and water, and recombine them into air, and use the extra for a nuclear reactor to power the whole thing?" She shook her head. "I'd have to ask someone who knew more about it than I do, but it sounds crazy to me." He sighed. Maybe it was crazy, but it was also in his mind. He hoped the aliens did know what they were doing. The mole ground on, carrying them to Cohagen. Quail did not expect to enjoy the encounter. Chapter 23. Worse. The next morning, still shackled, uncomfortable, but not actually mistreated, to Quail's surprise, they were hauled into Cohagen's fancy office. He had assumed that Richter would beat on him even if forbidden to kill him, and that Melina would be fair game for the goons, as a beautiful and helpless, because bound, woman. But they had been given food and a chance to use sanitary facilities, and left alone, but monitored, to sleep. Naturally, they had not talked, knowing that their every word could be examined for evidence against the rebels. So it had been uncomfortable, but not bad. Now he knew it was going to get bad. They had been saved for Cohagen's direct interrogation, and Quail knew that the man would do whatever he thought was required to achieve his ends. Richter was a thug, brutal, but without the imagination to generate real mischief. Cohagen, in contrast, was a white-collar criminal, less violent in manner, but 10 times as dangerous overall. "Go tell your species." Tell Cohagen? Not likely. The man did not have the interest of the species in mind, let alone the interest of the galaxy. He wanted only what was good for the Mars colony, as defined by himself. In short, power for Vilos Cohagen. The Nui science represented power beyond that known by man. It must not fall into the hands of this petty dictator. In fact, Quail expected to suffer horrible torture, rather than yield that information. Cohagen did not know about the alien message center. It had been hidden amidst the tangle of twisting paths, so that only a person with a special curiosity and persistence would find it. Hauser had been assigned by the Resistance to discover the meaning of the riddle of the alien artifact, so he had been motivated. Otherwise, he would not have been so persistent. Also, fresh in the realization of his love for Melina, he had done it for her, to make her trust him and love him back. No, he would not give the Noe message here. Make it understand that the choice is upon it. For mankind had either to ignore the artifact, as it had done so far, or to invoke it and use it positively, as the Noe intended. If man tried to use it negatively, it would be destroyed. That was what the nova symbol meant. A nova was a flaring star, in effect an explosion, destroying what was around it. The alien complex would explode, perhaps by setting off that hydrozoic acid buried beneath the subterranean glacier, taking itself and the local human colony with it. That was the choice, to use it or lose it. But Cohaagen would only pretend to use it properly. He would instead make a scientific monopoly of it, using that power to make himself the dictator not only of Mars, but of the entire human species. That was what the aliens hadn't counted on, being unfamiliar with duplicity. To them a thing either was or was not. They could not grasp even the relatively innocuous concept of, quote, figurative, unquote. They were literal-minded creatures, hatched with their knowledge genetically encoded, their values set. We put the matter in your hands. That was the essence of their conclusion. They had given their message to one person, the one who happened to come to their message center, and trusted him to do what was right. They had made him their emissary, and he intended to honor the trust they had extended. He wanted mankind to become a traitor, one of the significant species of the galaxy. So he was going to keep the secret from Cohaagen, letting the alien complex be destroyed rather than perverted. He was prepared to give his life and Melina's to that end. He knew she would want it that way. He had told her nothing so that she could not give away the secret herself. Melina! Suppose Cohaagen had her tortured in Quayle's presence. Surely Cohaagen would, if he thought that would be effective. Could Quayle hold out against that? There was only one answer. He had to. Maybe they would be lucky, and Cohaagen wouldn't know what Quayle had discovered. After all, it seemed he hadn't known before, when he set up the memory implant and sent Quayle to Earth. The traitor Benny hadn't caught on, otherwise he wouldn't have killed Quato. He had thought the only secret was that the alien artifact made atmosphere, and how to turn it on. That was the least of it. Quayle's thoughts were interrupted by men tramping into the office, carrying a body. They dumped it onto the conference table. It was Quato, the shriveled head growing from George's chest. Cohaagen stared down at it. So this is the great man. Richter and Benny, standing guard over Quayle and Melina, chuckled. They were pleased with their accomplishment. They had unriddled the mystery of the leader of the Mars Liberation Front and destroyed him and his organization. Quayle saw Melina wince. She still blamed herself for the colossal mistake of bringing Benny into the inner sanctum. Yet how could she have known? Benny had been on her side, helping her cause, helping them escape pursuit. Benny had been a pro. That said it all. It would be better to blame Quayle, or his Hauser aspect, for not recognizing another pro when he saw him. Cohaagen gingerly examined Quato's head. He grimaced with disgust. No wonder he kept out of sight. He turned away, nodding to the goons, who picked up the body and hauled it away. Another goon wiped off the table. Cohaagen was fastidious about appearances. He didn't want any ugly smears remaining. Then Cohaagen walked over to where Quayle sat and clapped him on the shoulder. Well, congratulations, Quayle, he said jovially.
You're a hero." Quayle's reply was to the point. "Fuck you." Cohagen, oddly, was not annoyed. He smiled. "Maybe later." He glanced at Melina. "In the meantime, Quato is dead. The resistance has been completely wiped out." He looked at Quayle again. "And you were the key to the whole operation." Quayle saw that Melina was regarding him ambivalently. She had never been quite certain of his loyalty to the resistance, and wasn't certain now, despite her love for him. "He's lying," Quayle said. They might both be about to die, but he wanted her to believe in him. Cohagen spoke to Melina. "Don't blame him, sweetheart. He didn't know anything about it." He smiled. "That was the whole point." Now Melina was confused, and so was Quayle. What was the man talking about? "You see, Quayle, the late Mr. Quato had an uncanny ability to detect our spies," Cohagen continued. "We didn't know he was a telepath or whatever. None of our people could get near him. So Hauser and I sat down and invented you, the perfect mole." "You're lying," Quayle said. "Hauser turned against you." "That's what we wanted you to think. Actually, Hauser volunteered to be erased and reprogrammed. That was after he failed to get to Quato the first time. This canny bitch." Cohagen nodded toward Melina, who responded by making a gesture as of spitting in his face. "She never took him into the catacombs. She took him directly to the pyramid, never saying a word about the entrance there. Just that empty cave they never used. When he dropped in the pit, she didn't flee to Quato. She went back to the dome and her cover. It was all for nothing. They just didn't trust Hauser. Not far enough. We needed some way to nudge them into complete trust." "Get your story straight," Quayle said, disgusted. He pointed to Richter as well as the shackles permitted. "He's been trying to kill me since I went to recall. Harry, too, and Lori, back on Earth. You don't kill somebody you're trying to plant." "Richter wasn't in on it," Cohagen said. "The others were under his orders." "Then why am I still alive?" Cohagen smiled with a certain pride. "He's not in your class. And we gave you help. Benny here." Benny made a little mock bow to Quayle. "My pleasure, man." "The fellow who gave you the pawn ticket," Cohagen continued. "That little bag of tricks that came in so handy." Quayle didn't accept this for a minute. "I don't buy it. Too perfect." "Perfect, my ass! You pop your memory cap before we have a chance to activate you. Stevens gets killed tracking you down at that hotel. Meanwhile, Richter here is fucking up everything I spent months planning." He glared at Richter, who looked down. "I'm amazed it worked." Quayle nodded his head, reluctantly impressed. It did make sense. Suppose Hauser had been an agent for Cohagen. Then when Melina didn't lead him to Quato, despite their more-than-friendly relationship, he would have had to find a way to write himself out of the part. So he could have faked a fall and waited for Cohagen's men to, quote, capture, unquote, him, setting up the fancier ploy. His dream had been of the last episode before the memory implant took over his life. But two things had happened they hadn't counted on. He had realized that he really did love Melina, that what might have been pretense had become real, and he had discovered the Noe message. That would have changed everything. But then why would he have volunteered to undertake the sophisticated mission that was highly risky for himself, even without Richter's interference, only to betray the woman he loved and the Noe who had converted him to a higher cause? That made no sense. So Cohagen must still be lying. Was this just another little ploy to try to get him to tell something useful to Cohagen's program?
Or did Cohagen suspect that Quayle knew more about the alien artifact than he let on, so this was building up to some way to get that information? That wasn't going to work. "Well, I have to hand it to you, Cohagen," he said, as if giving up. "This is the best mindfuck yet." "Don't take my word for it, Quayle. There's a friend of yours here who wants to talk to you." "Don't tell me," Quayle said. "Let me guess." Cohagen turned on a television screen. Sure enough, Hauser appeared, in the same clothes and setting as in the previous disk message. "Hello, Quayle," Hauser said. "If you're listening to this, that means Quato's dead and you led us to him. I knew you wouldn't let me down." He laughed, and there was a hint of cruelty in it that was foreign to Quayle's present nature. "Sorry for all the shit I put you through, buddy, but hey, you're just a program." Quayle's last wall of resistance crumbled. It was true. Hauser had volunteered. But why? Why betray Melina? And... "I'd like to wish you happiness and a long life, old pal, but unfortunately that's not gonna happen," Hauser continued on the screen. "You see, that's my body you've got there, and, well..." The figure shrugged, almost apologetically. "I want it back." Quayle was chilled. If his present identity had been made up, then it could be unmade. The villainous Hauser would take over again. "Sorry to be an Indian giver," Hauser said, "but what's fair is fair, and I was here first. So adios, amigo, and thanks for not getting yourself killed." He smiled, in the manner of a victor who is being generous to his fallen foe. "Who knows? Maybe we'll meet in our dreams." The videodisc message ended. Quayle, in shock, looked at Melina. She was as appalled as he, realizing how they both had been betrayed. But still the nagging question. What, then, of Hauser's love for Melina? Why would he have done this to her? And the Noe message? Then he made the connection. Hauser had known better than to tell Cohagen about the Noe, but how could he avoid it, since he worked for Cohagen? Knowing that Cohagen would probably pick up Melina and torture her to make her tell where Quato was. He had needed a way to save Melina and to conceal the alien secret, until he found the right people to tell it to. So he had conceived a way to do both. He had volunteered for a mission that not only required that Melina be left alone, so that she would be there for Quayle to find, but that would suppress the alien message in his mind. He had fed Cohagen a bill of goods that caused Cohagen himself to hide the thing he would have wanted most. He had hoped that Quayle would remember the Noe before he led Cohagen to Quato. And he almost had. Almost. Now, in restoring Hauser's full memories, they would surely discover his secrets too. It was possible to do a memory implant without reading the prior memories. They were simply suppressed. It was a bit like recording a new message on an old video disc. Nobody cared what was being written over. But to restore the old, they would have to check it at every point to be sure it was accurate. No secrets there. Cohagen, having wiped out the rebels, would gain much more than he had dreamed of, because Hauser's desperate ploy had not quite worked. Damn! The worst of it was that Melina would never know what Hauser had tried to do. That somehow hurt worse than the very tangible mischief Hauser's failure had done. Chapter 24. Break. In due course, Quayle and Melina were strapped into examination chairs in an industrial-scale version of the recall implant clinic. Quayle had watched for a chance to break free, but the goons had been very careful to keep them both shackled throughout. Even if he had been able to get loose himself, Melina would still have been hostage. Suppose he just accepted the implant. Was there a chance the technicians wouldn't realize the significance of what they were handling so that Hauser could be restored with his secret intact? He doubted it. For one thing, the implant equipment sounded an alarm if anything out of the ordinary occurred, and the alien message would set off a 6-alarm clamor. Yet what could he do, bound as he was? Cohagen watched as a doctor and 6 assistants prepared the reprogramming procedure. Melina already had an IV drip in the back of her hand. Quail bucked and struggled as a technician inserted the needle in his hand. It wasn't the momentary sting of the puncture that bothered him, but the finality of the coming injection of a drug that would pacify him for what was to be the loss of his personality, and worse.
"Relax, Quail," Cohagen said. "You'll like being Hauser."
"The guy's a fucking asshole." Actually, he had been, up to a point. The point at which he had realized his love for Melina and received the Noe message. Then he had done his best to make up for a misdirected life, and in the process destroyed the Mars Liberation Front. So the description stood.
"True," Cohagen said, "but he's got a big house and a Mercedes. And you like Melina, right?"
He glanced at the woman, who grimaced, not appreciating even his look.
"Well, you'll get to fuck her every night. She's going to be Hauser's wife. Not only that, we're reprogramming her to be respectful and compliant and appreciative, the way a woman ought to be."
Quail and Melina looked at each other in horror. If he had wanted such a woman, he would have been satisfied with Laurie, who had played the part perfectly. But even before his memory cap blew, he had been dissatisfied with her and longing for Melina. His taste was for a real woman, with independence and courage. Then, if she loved him, it meant something. If he went wrong, she would set him straight in a hurry. The idea of making such a woman into a docile puppet appalled him. And she... He knew she had no more desire to be that kind of whore for real than she had to turn traitor to her cause. She had played the part of a whore, but it had been only a part. What would it do to her, inside, to be locked into that part for life? She might as well be lobotomized, which was what this resembled. "I'm ready now, Mr. Cohagen," the doctor said.
"Fire it up, Doc."
The doctor lowered the helmet over Melina's head. She tried to move her head out of the way, but could not. She was captive. Then the doctor got ready to lower Quail's helmet, when Richter interrupted him.
Excuse me, Doc, but when he's Hauser, will he remember any of this?"
"Not a thing," the doctor assured him.
"Thanks."
Then Richter slugged Quail in the face with all his might. Lights flared. He would have a black eye and maybe a concussion, but the headrest had braced him against the worst of it. He glared at Richter, who just grinned. "You have a lot of courage, big man," Quail remarked ironically. Cohagen pulled Richter away.
"Sorry, Quail. This'll be over soon, and we'll all be friends again."
He'd be as well off making friends with a nest of scorpions. But that was the least of it. How could he protect the message of the Noe from discovery? The doctor turned on the implant machine. It made a horrible whining noise reminiscent of an old-style dentist's drill, the kind still used in horror labs. Cohagen grimaced and led Richter out of the lab. He paused at the door and turned back to Quail.
"By the way, I'm having a little get-together at the house tonight. Why don't you and Melina drop by, say around 9-ish?
Quail gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. Cohagen turned to the doctor.
"Doc, you'll remind him?"
"Mm-hmm," the doctor replied, nodding absently. Richter waved goodbye.
"See you at the party."
And he would express surprise at Hauser's swelling eye. So the man was a hypocrite. That was the least of his faults. Cohagen and Richter left the lab. Now the sounds of the equipment became really terrifying, not for their mechanics, which were physically painless, but for their significance. It was as if the living brains were being sawed apart so that portions of brains from a morgue could be grafted on. Both Quayle and Melina struggled against it. They concentrated to fight the effects of the reprogramming, but their resources were small, facing overwhelming force. Quayle pulled against the metal brackets holding his wrists and forearms and ankles. They didn't budge. "Please keep still," the doctor said. Now there was pain, both physical and mental, as his skin was abraded by the bonds, and his mind tried to oppose the brainwashing. Both types of pain became more acute. Quayle grimaced, as if that could drive away the hostile program. "Don't fight it," the doctor said. "That's what makes it hurt." Quayle saw Melina struggling vainly. Tears were flowing down her cheeks, and spittle drooled from her mouth. He thrashed in his chair, trying to break free. The whining of the equipment was excruciating, but that was nothing compared with the pain of struggle and loss. He seemed helpless, yet he could not just let it happen. Was this what a woman felt like when she was being raped? For surely it was a kind of rape. "This is a delicate procedure, Mr. Quayle," the doctor cautioned him. "If you don't keep still, you'll end up schizophrenic." Would that prevent them from discovering the Nui message? If so, it might be a way out. But he didn't trust it. He summoned all his strength to hold his identity intact and break free from the chair. The shackles did not give at all. Cohagen had made sure they were sufficient. But the screws holding the chair together started to creak. "Turn up the sedative," the doctor told an assistant. That would do it. Quayle knew that this was his last chance. Yet his strength was at its limit. What more could he do? "Nui," he thought. "I need help." And from some untapped resource came a flow of strength. The noise, the pain, and his thrashing all reached a crescendo, and it seemed that he could endure no more, but he felt that strength increasing. Maybe it was the strength of madness that the Nui implant knew how to tap. It didn't matter. He tensed his arms even harder and opened his mouth to cry out. Then, with a roar both vocal and structural, he ripped the right armrest from the chair. It hung on his forearm like an unwieldy splint. He was breaking free. Immediately he smashed the IV out of his other hand, stopping the sedative. With one hand partly free he could... The doctor rushed over to restrain him. Quayle swung the armrest like a clumsy weapon and drove a long, exposed bolt through the doctor's throat. The assistants converged. One grabbed Quayle's forearm. Quayle curled him into a one-armed hug and snapped his neck. Now he had a moment to help himself. He lifted the helmet from his head. That took care of the implanting process. He felt an awful headache as it went, as if wires were being ripped from his brain. Then it was over. Another assistant, behind Quayle, grabbed his wrist. Quayle grabbed the man's hair and pulled him brutally forward over his shoulder. The head landed between his knees. He snapped his knees together, putting pressure on the skull as if it were a walnut in a nutcracker. The man screamed and collapsed. Quayle reached over and released the bracket over his left wrist. Now both arms were free. He saw Melina still fighting her brainwashing. "Hold on!" he cried. 3 more assistants converged on Quayle, grabbing his arms. Yet another assistant attacked with a long metal pole. Quayle pulled one man in front of him, like a shield. The pole plunged through his eye. That was all for him. The others, appalled, froze for a moment. In that moment, Quayle reached down and unshackled one ankle. Immediately he kicked the assistant closing in before him in the crotch. He remembered exactly what that felt like from Laurie's kick. The man fell aside. Quayle pushed himself up and stood. One leg was still immobilized, but he couldn't take time to get it loose. 2 more assistants were after him, baiting him like a bear, using the pole and a fire axe. Quail dodged the swing of the axe, grabbed the pole, then bent quickly to unfasten the last ankle bracket. The fire axe came swinging down on him, and he spun away just in time. Now, fully free, Quail impaled the assistant who had wielded the pole with his own weapon. Then he went to pull the helmet off Melina. The remaining assistant did what he should have done at the outset. He activated the alarm and ran for the door. Quail leaped after him, caught him, and accelerated him face first into the door. The man's nose left a bloody streak on the door as he slid down, unconscious. Too bad it wasn't Richter, who deserved a return tap on the snoot. Not that it could make the man any uglier than he was. Quail returned to Melina and started releasing the shackles on her arms and legs. "Are you all right?" She nodded. That wasn't sufficient. She had been under the treatment longer than he. "Are you still you?" She considered. "I'm not sure, dear," she said in a perfectly docile manner. "What do you think?" Quail was aghast. Then she smiled. "Let's get the hell out of here," she snapped. That irritation was music to his ears. He flipped the last buckle. She stepped out of the chair, grabbed the axe embedded in the remains of Quail's chair, and ran for the door. They charged out of the lab. Alarms were screaming. 2 soldiers rounded a corner. Melina swung her axe into one soldier's sternum. Quail swung his pole against the side of the other's head. 2 down. They grabbed the soldiers' guns, ran to the elevator landing, and pressed the call button. Quail doubted that it could be as easy as just catching the elevator down, but neither could they afford to ignore it. Ding! The elevator was going up. It stopped, the doors opened, and there were a dozen soldiers inside. Quail blasted away with his gun, hosing them down. Ding! The elevator doors closed on the mess. The other elevator arrived. Ding! Going down. The doors opened. This one was empty. It seemed that even elevators learned from experience. They hopped in. Quail turned to Melina as the elevator descended. "In case we don't get another chance to talk, I want you to know that no matter what I may have been before." She stepped into him and kissed him. "I know," she murmured after a bit. "But that Hauser disc." "You could have had me on a platter if you'd just relaxed," she said. "Instead, you fought like hell and freed me. So I knew it wasn't that." "I do want you, love you, but not at the price of the betrayal of Mars," she said. "Yes, but also—" The elevator came to a stop at the ground floor. "Later," she said tersely. The doors slid open. They emerged into frantic activity. Alarms were blaring. Miners were moving around like swarming ants. Mining vehicles and security vehicles were speeding in all directions. Soldiers were on alert. Apparently the alarm had galvanized the establishment into frenzied but pointless stirring. They exchanged glances. Could it be this easy? They stepped out, trying to look busy in the same way as the others. No such luck. They were seen. Soldiers started firing at them. They ran. Quail jumped into a moving mole, pulled the driver out of the cab, took his place, and took the wheel. He looked out the window for Melina. Soldiers were firing at him. The bullets were bouncing off the metal hide of the mole. He couldn't find her. "Melina!" he cried, alarmed. "Over here," she replied. His head whipped around. There she was in the passenger seat, slamming the door. She hadn't waited for his call. Quail gunned the motor. The mole leaped forward, suddenly become a monster. Soldiers and miners scattered. Cohagen charged into the implant laboratory, followed by Richter and Benny. 24 guards examined the premises. The lab was in ruins. The doctor and 5 or 6 assistants were dead or close to it. The captives were gone. Hauser was a top agent. There would be hell to pay before he could be gotten under control again. Friendship went only so far. The man had outlived his welcome. "Kill him," Cohagen snapped. "It's about fucking time," Richter said. Cohagen glanced sullenly at him. If it hadn't been for Richter's messing in, the Quail programming might have gone smoothly, and the man would not have developed such a strong attachment to his temporary identity. A man could get to believe in himself if he had to fight for his life. After this ugly job was done, Richter himself would be expendable. Richter and Benny led the guards out of the lab. Now there was something else to do. Cohagen had suspected that Hauser knew more about the alien artifact than he had let on. Now he was sure of it. He could afford to wait no longer. He picked up a phone. "Get the demolitions team," he said. Then he stared intensely into space. He didn't like doing this, destroying Hauser and the alien artifact. Both could have been far more useful to him in other circumstances, but security came first. He had built a kind of empire here, and he couldn't afford to let either friendship or greed threaten it. Chapter 25. Reactor. "Do you know the way to the pyramid from here?" Quail asked as the mole charged along. "Yes," she said, looking. She pointed. "Turn right. There." He swung right into a wide tunnel and careened down it at top speed, almost trampling miners who ran for their lives. "Watch out!" she cried. She didn't want to hurt the common folk, only Cohagen's minions. "We have to get there first," he explained tersely. "He's going to destroy the reactor." She was mortified. "No!" "If Mars has air, Cohagen's finished." But that was the least of it. Quail swerved to avoid a fallen miner. He zoomed on down the tunnel, seeing the way now clear. "If Mars has air," she said, realizing, "we'll be free." "We'll be free," he echoed. "But there's more." "The Nui?" "What?" "I never had time to tell you, and it wasn't safe anyway, as long as Cohagen could interrogate you," he said. That is, Hauser, did more down in that alien pit than just desert you. He..." "Desert me?" she asked, frowning. "Hauser was a spy. I remember now. He was only playing you along. He faked the fall so he could get captured by Cohagen or seemingly killed. His mission was through because you were too smart for him. But he miscalculated it and banged his head, and maybe that did something, because after that he realized he loved you. Hauser and me. But..." "I understand. You don't have to explain." "Listen to me, Mel. This is bigger than both of us. No joke. Hauser, dazed with his love, wandered around down there, really trying to do the mission you had sent him on. And he found the aliens." Her face turned to him, amazed. They had left a message. That the artifact was built by the Nui, an intelligent galactic ant-like species, for us, when we came of age. To make air for Mars, and to share technology, so that we could become a species like them, a galactic trader, spreading civilization. "Missionaries," she breathed. "Right. And Hauser, well, he was impressed. The Nui trusted him to do the right thing, to tell his species what the artifact was for and how to use it. Because if we use it well, we'll be traders. But if we use it the wrong way, or try to destroy it..." "There's a self-destruct mechanism," she exclaimed, catching on. "Right. The thing is primed like a bomb. Do the right thing and it's okay. Great for man, in fact. And it will usher in a new age for us, greater than any we have known in the past. But do the wrong thing, and it blows. That hydrozoic acid, there must be hundreds of thousands of tons of the stuff, down below the glacier. Maybe that's what does it."
"I can imagine," she said. "If that's released, it could wipe out the whole human colony here."
"Yes. The Noe don't pussyfoot around. I saw one of their hatchlings, just out of the egg, and he had to answer questions I couldn't answer, and show he was one of them, or they would have killed him on the spot. We either use it right or we lose it. We don't dare use it wrong. So if Cohagen tries to destroy it, it won't be just the atmosphere we lose. It'll be all our lives." She was awed.
"And that converted Hauser?"
"That finished the job you started," Quayle agreed. He couldn't stand to see you tortured, which he knew Cohagen would do next, to make you tell where Quato was. But he also knew he couldn't let Cohagen know the full nature of the artifact. Cohagen must already have figured it would make air, so he tried to hide it away so it wouldn't ruin his monopoly. But if he had learned how much more it meant, that he could learn the alien technology and magnify his power 1,000-fold, he'd take over Earth, too," she said. "He'd pretend to be a good guy, using the reactor to make air and seeking to learn more about it. But once he had the information, he wouldn't need his air monopoly. He'd be able to take over everything." "Exactly. Hauser, I'm not making any apologies for him. He was an asshole. But you were a good influence on him. And the Noe? It was really a kind of mind implant, and it converted him, and he wanted to do what was right. But Cohagen routinely mind-checked his agents to make sure no spies had infiltrated, and he would have learned about the Noe. So Hauser
volunteered for a new mission," she concluded.
"Right. That saved you and the artifact. But now—"
"I'm right with you," she said. "Do what you have to do, Doug. We have to get there and activate that thing before he destroys it."
"And then we have to see that he's dead," he said. "So he can't pretend he started it, and that he's a hero who should remain in charge. That man could talk the warts off a mutant toad. We may die doing it, but—"
"Quato and the resistance fighters have given their lives," she said quietly. "I can do no less." Then she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek.
"Does this thing have a radio?" he asked. "Better check on the pursuit." Immediately she turned on the radio. It was a standard unit, able to receive commercial bands as well as private transmissions. She sampled stations.
"They must be maintaining radio silence," she said, "so others won't catch on to what's going on."
"Then they can't coordinate to cut us off," he said with satisfaction. "It's a straight horse race." She stopped at a news station. "Results of the special election will be announced as they occur," the announcer said. "Meanwhile, on the science front, astronomers report another inexplicable nova discovered. That makes 7 so far. According to scientists, these novas shouldn't be happening because they aren't the right type of stars. Something connected in Quayle's mind. "Oh, my God," he breathed. Melina looked at him again.
"Something wrong?"
"That news item. Those novas. I just realized—" He choked off, not wanting to believe it.
"What's the matter, Doug?"
she asked, alarmed. "Those novas. They're artificial," he said. "That's why they don't seem to make sense. They're seeded, same way as the Noe seed species."
"I suppose, if the aliens are as powerful as you say," she said doubtfully. But I can't believe that."
"Believe it," he said. "You haven't seen the sheer scale of that reactor. If they can build something like that and use alien science to make air in a way we couldn't, they can seed a star to go nova."
"Well, maybe so, if you say so. But what has that to do with this?"
"I told you
They don't pussyfoot. It's all or nothing with them. No second chance. Yes, but... The destruct symbol, he said, feeling the horror rise as he spoke. It was a nova. Melina shrugged. Why not? We put a skull and crossbones to indicate poison. We don't mean it literally. It's figurative. They don't know figurative. They're a literal species, maybe because of the way they come genetically pre-programmed, like ants. To them, something either is or it isn't, or it is ignored. It can't be part way, unless it's something under construction. So when they use a nova symbol... Now the horror came to her face too. You mean? I mean that when they say nova, they mean nova. If we abuse the reactor... Our sun will go nova, she said. It must be keyed in. The moment the reactor starts to go wrong, it sends the destruct signal to the sun. The sun flares up and takes everything out, maybe through the orbit of Jupiter. Just a little flare on the galactic scale, but our species will be gone. Just as those other species went, thousands of years ago when they didn't pass the test, and now we're seeing their novas. There are 3 requirements. One being that we achieve limited space travel on our own, another that we are able to recognize the nature of the artifact, and the third is undefined. But now we know that it means to do it right, or else. No second chance, she agreed, staring straight ahead. We're shooting for all the marbles. His face felt frozen. He remembered the dream he had had of mankind ending. No dream, but an alien warning. All the marbles, she echoed hollowly. God, Doug. Yeah. He arrowed on down the passage, feeling numb. The mole passed an intersecting tunnel. A second mole pulled out of the tunnel and took off in pursuit. Melina looked back. That's Benny, she exclaimed. Watch out. He knows how to drive. Indeed he did. The moles were supposed to be uniform in speed, but the one behind was gaining. Its drill started spinning. Look out! Melina cried. But there wasn't much Quail could do. He watched in the rear view as Benny's mole caught up and bored into the back of his own mole. The giant screw was made to handle rock. How would it react to metal? There was a horrendous screech of metal chewing metal. Shrapnel flew through the cabin. The whole vehicle vibrated violently. Ask a silly question? Quail had already been traveling at top velocity, but somehow he managed to coax more from the engine and pull ahead. It was no good. Benny caught up and drilled again. The spinning drill bit appeared in the cabin, chewing hungrily. They leaned forward to avoid it, but had too little room. The sound was deafening. The thing could grind them into sausage. Then it stopped, inches from their backs. Melina stared at it. I guess that's its limit, she said. It's meant for rock, and rock will crack open and fragment away. It's stuck in the middle. Stuck, eh? Quail smiled grimly. Then maybe we have him by the balls. Balls? She inquired, glancing sidelong at him. Whatever. Let's see how this pecker likes our action. Quail swerved left, then right, making his mole rock back and forth in the passage. Benny's mole, held captive by its proboscis, was whipped into the stone walls. He hastily braked and disengaged from Quail's mole. It wasn't enough. He ended up with 2 wheels propped against a wall. I'll keep that ploy in mind if I ever don't like your action, Melina murmured. Quail kept a straight face. Behind, he saw Benny's mole maneuvering clumsily, its gears grinding. Then it flopped back on the level and resumed its forward motion.
They entered a dark chamber. Quail turned his headlight to the side and saw that there was room here to make a loop. He shut off the light and it began to turn in darkness. "What are you doing?" Melina asked, alarmed. "Maybe I can get him in the ass this time," Quail said. "See how he likes his own medicine." He completed most of his loop and slowed, lights out. He saw Benny's headlights, then the nose of the mole, coming slowly in. The lights cast about, scanning the chamber. Quail gunned his engine and turned on his lights. They illuminated the side of Benny's mole, glaringly bright. With his drill extended straight forward, churning ferociously, Quail headed directly for Benny's cabin. "Screw you," he said succinctly. He saw Benny's eyes and mouth open wide in the glare of the lights as the man saw the drill coming straight at him. He tried to gun his own mole out of the way, but was too late. Quail's mole bored through the cabin, having no trouble at all with glass and plastic, and chewed it up as if it were being fed into a giant food processor. Benny was shredded into chopped meat, in a manner literal enough even for the Nui. Benny's mole had been near the far cavern wall. Quail's mole couldn't stop. It drilled right on into the wall. Sand and gravel poured in through holes. The whole machine rattled. There was nothing to do but keep going. The stone wall started to crumble. Quail ground forward, hoping he wouldn't get stuck. But he was in luck. The other side of the wall was hollow space. "Doug!" Melina screamed, staring ahead. Now he realized that the luck he was in was bad. There was nothing ahead. They were drilling into the abyss of the alien reactor. He slammed on the brakes. The mole tilted through the aperture, starting its fall. But the torn rear of the mole lodged against the top of the tunnel, making it pause a moment. "Jump!" Quail shouted, tearing away his seatbelt. The two of them barely had time to jump out of the doors and grab onto scaffolding before the huge machine dislodged itself and fell into the depths. But why weren't they suffocating? The abyss of his dream memory had been a near vacuum. They had used spacesuits to enter it. How could he forget the frustration of trying to kiss Melina through the helmet? But there was air here. This was pressurized. Then he remembered a bit more of his Hauser knowledge. The main part of the reactor was pressurized, because Cohagen had been trying to find out more about it. Cohagen had been cautious, which was just as well. If he had done anything ignorant to it, the nova would have been set off. The pressurization hadn't affected it. The reactor was constructed to handle atmospheric pressure, because it was part of the process that made the atmosphere. Hauser and Melina had entered the unpressured, unexplored section that Cohagen thought didn't matter, and had discovered that it mattered very much. It wasn't just one unit. It was an interlocking complex of units, with the nuclear reactor just the tip of the iceberg in an almost literal manner. They hung from the scaffolding on opposite sides of the hole, then got their footing and scanned the vast reaches of the abyss. "You're right," Melina whispered, awed. "I never saw this. It's 10 times as big as I ever imagined, and 100 times as complex," he said, awed himself, though he had explored much of it in his prior visit and in his buried memory of that visit, and had experienced the Nui explanation of it. "This is our future, man's future, if we can get it started before Cohagen destroys it." They continued gazing at it. An enormous metal truss stretched from the wall into space, reminiscent of the ancient Eiffel Tower laid on its side. 4 such arches supported an immense round platform in the middle of the abyss. The platform was a metal pegboard which braced a bundle of huge columns running through the peg holes. The columns reached from the top of the abyss down toward its bottom, lost in darkness. Other arches and platforms braced the columns at various other levels, above and below. Quail climbed down and dropped onto the truss. "Come on," he called to Melina, gesturing. She climbed down next to him and contemplated the long, treacherous bridge they had to cross, which stretched into inky darkness. This might have endured for millennia, but it seemed insecure now. Suddenly, a frightening crash thundered through the abyss, making them both jump. "The mole," Quail said, catching on. It had reached the bottom. It had seemed like several minutes since they escaped it, but it had probably been several seconds. The splendor of the reactor had made their perception of time distort. He thought. "They'll be here soon," Melina reminded him. "You have to do it first." "Let's go," he agreed. "How's your nerve for skywalking?" "Not great," she admitted. "But considering what's at stake, I'll manage." "Good girl." But she was no girl. She was a woman. They started across the truss at as fast a clip as they dared, not looking down. Chapter 26. Decision. Richter and 16 soldiers stood on a platform and looked down at the source of the noise. Richter shone a powerful light around the edges of the hole bored by Quail's mole. He shone the light around the area and saw the truss leading from the stone wall to the next lower platform. He concentrated, spying something. Like two ants, Quail and Melina could be seen walking along the truss. Richter smiled. This time the quarry wouldn't get away. As for the woman, he could figure out a use for her, after Cohagen's implant lab reconditioned her to be suitably receptive. It had seemed a waste to give her to Hauser. "Let's go." He piled into the elevator with the soldiers. Quail and Melina climbed with difficulty from the truss onto the platform. There was an elevator built into the center, with its cables stretching up into the gloom. This struck him as odd, because the Noi normally didn't use such devices. But of course they had made this for human beings. The two of them wandered through the forest of columns, still awed. These were virtual metal sequoias with corroding bark. "The whole thing is a gigantic nuclear reactor," Quail repeated. "Turbinium rods slide out of these sheaths and drop into holes in the glacier below. That starts a chain reaction. Radiation splits the ice into oxygen and hydrogen. The gas goes up, gets trapped by gravity." "And Mars has an atmosphere," Melina finished. "Not yet. That's just water vapor, hydrogen and oxygen. We couldn't breathe that. The hydrogen is used for nuclear fusion, merging to form helium, like the old-time hydrogen bomb. That provides the energy for the larger process. The hydrozoic acid stashed below the glacier is broken into its components, and it's nitrogen joined with the oxygen from the water to make the air we can breathe. The mixture will be a bit oxygen-rich, but that's to compensate for the reduced pressure at the outset. It will be adjusted when the atmosphere is complete. The whole thing will happen fast, much faster than any process we understand could do it." He was amazed at how much he knew, as the rest of the Noi information in his mind surfaced. But that's still only one stage. Mars is cold, so it needs to be heated so that plants can grow and people can live on the surface without spacesuits, just as they do on Earth. There are heat conductors spreading out all through the... He broke off, hearing something. The elevator was stopping. There were the sounds of doors opening and boots walking on metal grating. They saw flashlight beams in the distance. Quail pulled Melina behind a column, but as they brushed against it, a scab of corroded metal crashed to the platform floor. Suddenly, all the flashlight beams were pointed in their direction. "Time for Plan B," Quail murmured. "Plan what?" "You'll see." As the soldiers advanced, they saw Quail running and hiding behind a column. Richter and the guards rushed over, surrounded the column, and opened fire as they moved around it. Amazingly, Quail was not there, but 4 soldiers were shot and killed. Richter scowled, uncertain how this fluke had occurred. "Spread out." They searched the area. A soldier closed in on Quail, not yet seeing him. Quail fiddled with his watch, and a hologram became visible nearby. Melina's eyes widened appreciatively. Did I call her Melinda earlier? I know people named Melinda. I'm sorry if I said Melinda. I meant Melina. Melina's eyes widened appreciatively. So that was how he had done it. She hadn't caught it the first time. He had a holo projector oriented on the user. Clever ruse. The soldier spied the hologram. The soldier shot at it, charging in to be sure of his man. The real Quail stepped behind the soldier and broke his neck. Hauser might not have been a great person most of his life, but he had certainly known how to fight. His reflexes made easy what Quail might have balked at. Richter's search continued. Quail popped out from behind another column. Several soldiers spied the figure. This time, they surrounded it. They shot through it. Their bullets scored on each other. 4 more bit the dust. "Cease fire!" Richter cried. "It's a hologram! Don't be fooled!" But he was too late for the 9 soldiers already dead. Quail threw the holowatch to Melina. 2 soldiers in different places saw Melina wander near them. They both opened fire on her hologram and shot each other. 3 soldiers sneaked up on Quail. They had him dead to rights. He smiled. "You think you found me, don't you?" But he wasn't looking at them, but to the side. That was weird. They realized that it must be a hologram. They glanced around for the real Quail. But this was the real Quail. He turned straight at them and gunned them down. "You did," he said. 2 soldiers advanced, game to the end. Melina stepped in front of them. They shot through her. Jagged craters appeared in their chests from bullets the real Melina put in their backs. The real Quail met the real Melina, touching hands just to make sure. They ran cautiously from column to column toward the elevator. It was open and empty. They dashed inside. Quail swung the doors closed. The elevator rose at an amazing speed. They held each other, relieved. "I didn't know they'd gotten any of this alien system working," he remarked. "Must be some residual power, or maybe they ran a line in. Cohagen must have been really curious about this artifact." "Shut up and kiss me," she said, lifting her face. Suddenly her eyes widened, and she went stiff. What was the matter? Then he heard a faint noise above them and looked up himself. One of the ceiling panels was sliding open a few inches. Richter was on the roof. The barrel of his gun was poking through the slot. It fired. The bullets banged around the interior, missing them. Quail shoved Melina out of the way somewhat less romantically than he might have wished, and whipped up his gun. He and Melina returned fire, but their bullets ricocheted back at them. They would take themselves out if they continued. Richter had not depended on his soldiers. He had let them be a diversionary force while he set up his clever little ambush, knowing that Quail would survive and come here. Richter was protected, while the 2 of them were not. Richter was getting smarter. Quail and Melina moved erratically around the cabin, trying not to be sitting ducks. But it wasn't enough. They remained fish in a barrel. Richter kept shooting, and winged Quail in the shoulder. This was no good. Quail swung the door open. He and Melina climbed out and scaled opposite sides of the elevator. Richter shot down at them, and they shot back. Now they were outside, and Richter was no longer protected by the invulnerable metal of the elevator. He had to keep his body out of the line of fire. Melina dodged a bullet, lost her balance, dropped her gun, and saved herself only by holding on with both hands, her feet swinging over the void. Richter aimed at Quail. Quail grabbed his arm. In that moment, Quail looked up. Behind Richter, he saw the next platform. The elevator was speeding toward it. Anything extending outside the elevator car would be guillotined. Quail was like dough, watching the cookie cutter come at his extremities. Richter saw it too. He grinned crookedly. Quail tried to climb up on top with Richter, but Richter pushed him away. Quail grabbed Richter's other arm and hung there. All 4 arms would be severed any second. Now Richter heaved back, pulling his arms out of danger and effectively giving Quail a helping pull onto the top of the elevator. The last thing he wanted to do was save Quail, but he valued his own flesh. Quail curled his feet out of danger barely ahead of the seemingly falling edge. Melina trapezed herself into the elevator an inch ahead of the blade that sliced down her side of the car. Cohagen stood near the alien control room as the demolitions experts unloaded their equipment. He had hoped to get something useful from this alien contraption, but he couldn't afford to have it start to produce air for Mars. He didn't know who Quail might have told his suspicion about that air, and couldn't be sure that every last rebel agent had been exterminated. Obviously, the rebel woman had corrupted Quail, and she could have blabbed the secret far and wide. So he had to destroy it now, before any more pseudo-patriots got smart ideas. Monopoly was a funny thing. Once it was lost, it could almost never be put back together. The specter of free air would generate an endless number of would-be revolutionaries. So it was time to put a stop to the whole thing, by eliminating the possibility. He had been foolish to delay it this long, but there had been a nuisance about preserving alien artifacts, and Earth government officials had been pestering him. Well, after this he would give them free access to the pyramid mine, and they could admire the alien wreckage to their heart's content. One thing was certain. There would be no free air, and his power would be secure. He peered down the elevator shaft. He saw 2 tiny figures fighting on top of the rising elevator. That meant that Quail had survived Richter's cleanup mission and was still making trouble. He had to admire Quail's persistence. He was drawing on the skills of Hauser, who had been matchless as an agent. Too bad the man had gone wrong. He had been much better than Richter would ever be. But it was time for a real pro to take a hand. Cohagen brought out a grenade and carefully placed it in the gears of the elevator. Then he jogged off to the control room. Boom! The grenade, crushed by the gears, exploded, destroying the elevator mechanism and blasting the elevator gantry from its moorings. Cohagen gazed at it with satisfaction. That should take care of Quail and Richter, who had about outlived his usefulness. Quail and Richter, fighting viciously, heard the explosion and felt the elevator shake. The cables whipped around dangerously. The elevator ground to a stop. The elevator gantry swung out from its moorings, slowly, its measured pace like that of the second hand of a watch. Richter looked up, fathoming what had happened. "Shit! He cut me off too!" he exclaimed. "It's so hard to find good friends in the snake pit," Quail said with mock sympathy. Then the two of them hung on for dear life as the gantry levered out over the abyss like falling timber. Quail, despite his mockery of his enemy, was not at all sure of continued life. It looked like a long way down. Then the gantry caught on one of the enormous trusses, forming a bridge across a small arc of the pit. They wouldn't fall. Yet. But as the gantry caught, the shock traveled back, and the two of them were jolted off the elevator car. Both reached out desperately, grabbing hold of anything. Quail caught a loose elevator cable. Richter did the same. But it was no good. The cables were unattached. They were falling. Quail's whole life did not... Do you want me to spell that out? F-A-A-A-A-L-L-L-L-L-L-L-L-I-N-G. Quail's whole life did not flash before his eyes, not even all of his recent quail life. His only thought was of Melina, who would look out of the elevator car to see him gone, and he suffered brief regret that their relationship had to end here. Theirs, and humanity's, when the Noise Nova was triggered. Hwang! Their plunge unexpectedly snapped to a halt. The cable had snagged on something. No. Quail and Richter were hanging on to opposite ends of a long piece of cable, which was draped over the gantry. They were swinging wildly back and forth, serving as counterweights to each other, about 25 feet down. They had saved each other. Another irony. Quail looked around for some way off. There was none. They were dangling below the gantry, and there was nothing else within reach. Quail caught a glimpse of the open elevator door and saw part of a form, unmoving. That would be Melina, lying semi-conscious in the elevator car, jolted by the same shock that had thrown them off. What could she do, even if alert and active? Quail and Richter had to survive or fall together on their own. As they swung, Richter took advantage of Quail's distraction to maneuver himself close. He kicked Quail in the crotch. Quail managed to twist just enough at the last moment to take the brunt on his thigh, and his unanchored body swung away, diminishing the impact, but still it hurt. The motion caused the cable to slip a little. Quail was a little heavier, and he slid down, while Richter was pulled the same amount up. "Don't!" Quail cried. On the next swing, Richter was higher. He kicked Quail in the ribs. Again, Quail tried to turn, making it a glancing blow, but again it was too solid a blow for comfort. "Stupid!" Quail cried. "Listen to me!" They were swinging out of range of each other at the moment, but that was temporary. "If you kick me off, you'll fall too." "Bullshit," Richter replied. Then, swinging close, he kicked at Quail's head. Once more, Quail was able only to decrease the force of the blow, not to stop it from scoring. Beer break. Even though it's such an exciting part, oh my god. It's like Time Bandits meets Total Recall. Once more, Quail was able only to decrease the force of the blow, not to stop it from scoring. His ears were ringing. "Think about it!" he exclaimed. "If I let go, my end of the cable will slip right over the top." Richter looked up, and finally realized that Quail was right. He held back the knockout kick. He hadn't been bright enough to see the danger, and wasn't bright enough to see the solution either. Just as well. Quail grabbed Richter's foot and quickly tied the dangling end of the man's cable around his ankle. Richter furiously tried to kick him away. "What are you doing?" Quail pulled himself up his own cable and unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks at Richter, who was surprised to be attacked so foolishly. "Stop it!" he cried. "Stupid!" Just as Quail had, moments before. Quail pummeled Richter, who fought back defensively, afraid to attack. He saw the void open below and was fazed by it. "If I fall, you fall." "Wrong," Quail said. With a mighty punch to the face, he dislodged Richter from his handhold. Tied at the feet, Richter fell head first. His momentum caused the cable to slide over the gantry, dropping him another 20 feet, and simultaneously raising Quail all the way to the gantry. Quail wrapped himself around the gantry and called to Richter, who was hanging upside down, like a swinging sandbag. "See you at the party, Richter." Richter tried to say something, but fear contorted his face as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Then Quail let go of the cable. "Bottoms up!" 8 more feet of line whipped through his hands, over the gantry, and Richter plummeted head first. His terrified scream followed him down. Quail hoped there was another quick way up. He still had to stop Cohagen from destroying the reactor and the whole human species. Cohagen and his crew were busy in the reactor control room. It was a stone chamber filled with complex mechanical systems and electronic consoles, just as in Quail's memory triggered by Quato's mind scan. All of the huge columns had tapered to smaller columns here. Sunlight poured in through the quartz ceiling. On one side was a stone wall with a hieroglyphic mandala. Soldiers worked in different parts of the large room, planting explosives, running cable, and drilling holes for charges with jackhammers. The noise was excruciating. A soldier drilled attentively. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up. It was Melina. Amazed, he froze. Behind him, Quail grabbed his jackhammer and drove it through his chest. A nearby demo man saw Quail and came after him with his jackhammer. But this was Quail's weapon of choice. "Am I boring you?" he inquired as he bored through his opponent, plus 2 more who converged on him as he made his way to the mandala. Cohagen grabbed the detonator and hid. Melina picked up a fallen soldier's gun. She looked around. A demo man was sneaking up on Quail and was about to bore through his back. Melina shot the man in the nick of time. Cohagen connected wires to the detonator. Quail dueled with the demo man at the mandala, churning him to a pulp. Then he threw down his jackhammer, yanked the explosives charge from a hole drilled in the mandala, and threw it far away. He reached out to place his palm against the hieroglyphic stone palm when Cohagen called, "Quail!" Quail turned to see Cohagen holding the detonator. "I'm ready to compromise, Quail," Cohagen said. "Give me time for an orderly transfer of power, and I'll turn on the reactor myself." So the man did know how to do it. Quail glanced at Melina. Could she live with this compromise? There was more at stake than Cohagen knew. Melina shook her head in emphatic negation. She knew Cohagen couldn't be trusted. Even if he turned on the reactor, he would claim to control it, and of course he might still destroy it after Quail was gone. "Otherwise I'll blow us all up," Cohagen said. "Good threat." "Why should I trust you?" Quail asked. "I dealt straight with Hauser, didn't I?" Cohagen said persuasively. "Don't listen to him!" Melina cried. "Don't you want to be here to breathe that fresh air?" Cohagen continued. "Don't you want to kiss Melina and have kids and be happy?" Quail did want those things. He also knew that the fate of the entire human species might rest with his decision. if he could save the reactor. But how could he keep it out of Cohagen's hands if he bargained now? However, Cohagen wanted to live as much as anyone, so he was probably bluffing. He would not be eager to set off the blast that killed him. "Staying alive, Quail," Cohagen said, his voice resonating with conviction. "That's what's important." He formed the famous Cohagen smile, guaranteed to fool authorities of any stripe. "Right?" The man was bluffing and lying. No way could he be trusted. So it was all or nothing right now, just as the Noe had set it up. "Wrong," Quail said. He reached for the hand-shaped pad, but before he touched it, Cohagen activated the detonator. A huge explosion shook the room, destroying almost everything except the mandala, whose charge Quail had removed. Cohagen had not been bluffing. A hole had been torn in the quartz roof. A powerful suction drew everything toward the aperture. Objects and bodies swirled up in a spiral, an inverted tornado. Cohagen clung to a piece of the reactor. Melina lodged herself in a corner. Quail, sucked halfway toward the hole, made a Herculean effort to crawl down against the wind to reach the mandala. It had not been destroyed, and it was the key. If it remained operative, there was still a chance. How much destruction did the reactor tolerate before it triggered its own destruct mechanism? Had the Noe allowed for the possibility of unrelated damage, such as a meteorite striking it? Maybe it wasn't hair-triggered. He could only hope so. He grabbed hold of a rope made taut by the wind and pulled himself down. The dome had been holed, HOLED, but as long as there was a rush of wind out the hole, there was air to breathe. When that air ran out... Cohagen pulled himself over and stationed himself between Quail and the mandala. He knew that it wasn't necessarily over. Quail held on with his left hand and reached for the hieroglyphic hand with his right. Cohagen furiously bashed Quail's left hand with the detonator, breaking Quail's fingers, drawing blood, weakening his grip. Quail had already been weakened by the bullet graze he had taken, and by his struggle with Richter. Yet he was so close to success. Maybe. When it seemed he couldn't hold on another second, Quail stretched and placed his right palm against the hieroglyphic hand. He felt a tingle. A voice seemed to speak in his mind. Done. An awesome, low-pitched rumble shook the control room. It was starting up. The other controls must have been mere window dressing, or intended for spot adjustments. Cohagen had destroyed them, but it might have been like breaking the knobs off a radio. It might make it hard to adjust, but the guts of it remained operative. All the mechanical systems started to move. The ancient machinery creaked and groaned. Hundreds of rods simultaneously descended. Cohagen's armhold receded into the floor. He had to let go. He was sucked up to the ceiling and out the hole. The rods dropped out of their sheaths into the peg holes in the ice. The whole glacier, far below, started to glow. The process was starting and operating on its own now. Quail's action had been enough. The chemical processes would begin, and the nuclear fusion, and would continue until all Mars had air and heat and liquid water. Melina was sucked closer to the hole. Quail let himself be blown over toward her and tried to hold her in place. If they could just hang on until the pressure equalized. But that seemed impossible. First it would drop, here, finishing them. All the junk in the abyss was regurgitated. There were more bodies, rifles, pieces of moles, rocks, sand. When it was all gone, and the air pressure dropped, the two of them would die too, but Mars and mankind would be saved. At least he would die in Melina's arms. If he had to go, that was the way he wanted to do it. The chamber filled with a hurricane of mist. It had a strange smell and was warm and damp. It was the air and water vapor from the reactor. Already the process was operating to make the new atmosphere. More refuse was disgorged. Benny. Richter, still trailing his length of cable. Melina was pulled toward the hole. Quail clung to her but was drawn along with her by the unremitting wind. In fact, it was stronger now, as the Nui's factory gained momentum. Quail knew that most of the air was going out through other vents, all around the planet, but as long as this hole remained, it would leak out here, too. They sailed up toward the dome, still linked. Quail stretched out and tried to block the hole, but the pressure was too strong. It doubled him over, shoving him and Melina out. Outside, the whirlwind quickly dissipated. Quail and Melina dropped to the side of the volcano, a few yards from Cohagen's body. That was a grotesque thing, its eyeballs ruptured, tongue swollen and protruding, and blood at the ears. Cohagen had had countless people executed by depressurization for such minor things as resisting false arrest. Now he had been served similarly. That was justice. The air was drawn out of Quail's lungs. He and Melina gasped for breath. Quail squinted, trying to protect his eyeballs as long as possible. Even in this hopeless state, he was fighting for life, for just a few more seconds. A mammoth geyser of water vapor and gas was spraying out of the dome, forming a huge white cloud. The warmth of it blasted out at them. Quail grasped Melina's hands and felt her fingers squeezing his. They were dying together, knowing that Mars and mankind would live. The mountain vibrated as the Nui equipment intensified its operation, and wind tore out of it. The dirt was shaken from the side of Pyramid Mountain, revealing traces of an actual alien pyramid underneath. Its nature had been concealed, but now it needed to be hidden no longer. Quail and Melina's mucous membranes started to bleed. They clung tightly to each other's hands, knowing that this was the end. Then the expanding cloud engulfed them. Drops of warm water splattered against their bodies, and bits of fluff sailed by. Those were the winged seeds of the special plants the Nui had engineered, he knew, being flung out on the wind, to take root and start converting the hostile Mars soil to organic matter so that regular terrestrial plants could grow there later. It was the start of the terraforming of Mars, making of it an earthly paradise. He was very glad he had seen this before he died. Then he realized that he was breathing. Melina was panting beside him. They drew in more air, hungrily. They looked at each other. Was this other side of death, and their spirits were breathing free? The cloud moved on, but they still could breathe. They looked up. The red Martian sky was turning blue in the region above the mountain. The new air was spreading out, and they were close enough to receive its benefit. That was why they had suffered but not died, and now the air was thickening, and they were breathing almost normally. They were not dying after all. They recovered some of their strength and sat up. They became aware of the chill of the air. It had burst from the mountain warm, but as it expanded, it cooled. Snowflakes were falling on them. But the ground itself was warming now, as the heat of the nuclear reactor spread out, so they were merely cold, not freezing. They noticed the snowflakes on each other's hair. They touched them and licked them off each other's faces. They looked around again, awed. The sky was blue, but it was snowing more heavily now. They clung to each other for warmth, but they also kissed. Life was wonderful. A group of miners working outside paused in curiosity and wonder as the pyramid became a volcano. What was happening? After a time, one of the workers happened to glance at the pressure gauge on his suit. To his amazement, it indicated almost Earth normal, and his analyzer showed safe. Was there breathable air out here now? "What do you make of it?" he asked, comparing notes with his companions. "Maybe a miracle," another said. They threw fingers, scissors, paper, stone style, to determine who would be the first to risk the air. Such experimentation was against regulations, of course, but they were long since full up to the chin with regulations. The first miner won, or lost, as the case might be. Hesitantly, he pulled off his gas mask, ready to slap it back on at a moment's notice. But nothing happened. He could breathe. He took a deep breath, and then another. Not only was there air, it was halfway warm. In a moment, they were all doing it. Soon they were dancing a crazy jig of joy. There was air! The tyranny of the Mars Colony Administration monopoly on air was broken. It did seem like a miracle. Quail and Melina looked down at their feet. The snow was melting as it landed, and the ground was wet and spongy. Water was trickling over the parched soil. There would be some erosion, but already the Nui plants were landing. They would be rooting quickly, taking hold of the dirt, anchoring it, turning it into humus. Red Mars would become green. Melina nestled up to him. "Well, Mr. Quail, I hope you've enjoyed your trip to our lovely planet." "Enjoy is not the word," he replied somewhat gruffly. They had won the right to move on, as people and as a species, but the horrible cost remained too fresh in his mind. "Come on, didn't you see the sights, kill the bad guys, and save the planet?" She smiled seductively at him. "You even got the girl of your dreams." She was teasing him, but her familiar words chilled him. "I had a terrible thought," he said. "What if this really is just a dream?" "Then kiss me quick," she said seriously, "before you wake up." Quail cast the specter away. He took Melina in his arms and kissed her robustly. He was through with dreaming. Reality was much better. Thank you for listening to the hardcover version of Total Recall by Piers Anthony. This is your humble and very slow narrator, Amy Mullen. I was very excited to read this book. I'm a huge fan of Philip K. Dick. I love the source story. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale. And I'm also a huge fan of the movie, even though it's kind of just, on one hand, a sci-fi action flick with, Arnold. It also keeps enough of the mind fuck of not just the source story, but of all of Philip K. Dick's best work. So when I heard that the hardcover edition was being written based on older scripts or older ideas for the film, I was excited to see how it looked early on before before the movie came out. But it was remarkably tough going, not because the writing was bad, but Piers Anthony is kind of an exclamation point addict, and this is not the first book I've audiobooked that I wish I'd had a chance to read silently first, or maybe only. But I definitely think I would have enjoyed this book a lot more if I had just sat with it, killed it in a day or two by myself and not had to put any inflections to it. And a lot of it is just because every other sentence ends with a fucking exclamation mark, and that gets really hokey after a while. I'm also glad that in the movie they didn't make Quail as much of a sexist asshole as they make him in the first part of the book, especially when he's married to Lori. He's just kind of a dick. Yeah, kind of a serious dick, like kind of a rapey dick. He's better with Melina, but still, like, it's kind of hard to have a hero. I know it's a product of the times, blah, 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 but still, I'm like, man, Quail, you're an asshole. God, I want to see you get your ass kicked. But then I got over that, and once I got into the story a bit more, it was really neat to see where it diverged, how it diverged. It was kind of understandable why the movie didn't go all into the head trip with the Noe. That would have been not only a bit tough to do cinematically at that time, but it also would have pulled away more from like the testosterone steroid action flick that they were going for. But that was also one of my favorite parts, like talking with the alien and hearing what the aliens thought about and their grand plan for the universe. And even though they were probably long extinct, or at least had moved on or morphed, or that part was pretty cool. So it was an enjoyable read. I might just try to pick it up again at some point and read it silently and really just like, read it, watch the movie, read it, watch the movie, kind of like that. And I am looking forward at some point to either listening to or reading the paperback version, which was heavily edited to more closely mimic the, not mimic or whatever, represent what actually made it to film. So that is my little reaction to reading the hardcover of Total Recall by Piers Anthony. And thank you very much for listening to this audiobook, and thank you for listening to Audiobooks for the Damned. Have a good one.